Chapter 21. Palmerston led us to a medium-sized office space with two large bay windows that overlooked the sales floor. We had a great view of almost every part of the ground floor the public would have access to. Fu Zhang was seated behind a bank of 8 computer monitors mounted to the wall and tapped away at a keyboard. "I have some other things to attend to, Fu Zhang will help you. Please show yourself out when your investigation is complete. I expect to have my artifacts returned by the end of the week." Mr. Palmerston turned and left without waiting for a response. "Jesus." Fu Zhang stood and pointed a perfectly manicured finger toward a pair of chairs in front of a computer monitor. "I have prepared all the pertinent video and spectral feeds on that workstation. Next to it, you will find photos and descriptions of the missing items as well as an abbreviated catalog of the reliable reliquary," she told us in perfectly accented Londoner. Teddy sat down and immediately started reviewing the video. I took the opportunity to get Ms. Zhang's statement. "Can you tell me about your activities yesterday afternoon and evening?" Fu Zhang crossed her long arms across her chest. She tapped a nail against her shoulder. "Once. Twice." The nail looked sharp. Not claw-like exactly, but like an improvised shank. "3 times. She was debating if she should cooperate." "Agent Renshaw. How long have you been associated with the Army?" I gave her my best "don't fuck with me" smile. "That doesn't have anything to do with where you were last night. My activities last night have no bearing on the theft and are none of your business." Her finger picked up speed. "That's a strange thing for the Director of Security to say and—" Teddy interrupted me. "Fu, just give him a statement so we can get out of here." He didn't look up from the computer. Fu huffed and said something in Chinese, the Londoner accent gone. "At least, I think it was Chinese. I am only the product of the American public school system. And although I did go to university, when I wasn't on the football field, I was drunk." Fu ended her rant and switched back to the Queen's English. "It's just like Mr. Palmerston said. The only thing I would add is that my apartment is in the basement, not the second floor, and no, you may not see it." "That's fine, Fu." Teddy turned in his seat to look at us. "This is gonna take a minute. Can you give me and my partner a bit of privacy? We won't leave the office." Fu Zhang's slitted eyes flicked from Teddy to me and back again. "I suppose that is acceptable. I will lock the door. Knock twice when you are ready to leave." She marched by us without a second glance. She closed the office door and I heard at least 2 locks being engaged. It took me a moment to realize that she had locked us in. I sat down next to Agent Ruthersford. "You sure this is a good idea?" Teddy went back to the monitor. "It'll be fine. Fu didn't take anything. Questioning her is a waste of time and is only going to make her mad. They want us out of here as soon as possible." I started thumbing through the pictures of the stolen items and their descriptions. "So what is Fu? Space vampire? She looks like she could rip my heart out with those claws." Teddy stopped typing and looked at me. "Space vampire? Do you mean energy Sturgoy?" "No, her full name is Fu Zhanglong. Does that help?" He went back to typing. "Fu Zhanglong? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Wait, there are actually space vampires. I was just kidding. I just said she's not a space vampire. She's a Chinese dragon. A treasure dragon. She's a fucking dragon. Like wings and fangs and breathing fire. That's a European dragon. She's a Chinese dragon. Or, well, the human embodiment of a Chinese dragon? I'm not sure. Mostly, she's a bitch that can fling lava." I could hear the sounds Teddy was making, and I understood the language that he was speaking, but my brain was not interpreting the words. The small part of my lizard brain that had decided to just roll with all of this came up with the most logical question. Why is a Chinese dragon working for a little punk like Palmerston? He stopped typing again and looked at me. "That's the smartest thing you've said today, maybe this week." He turned back to the monitor. "But the answer is literally in front of you." He motioned toward the binder containing the store inventory. Lizard brain spun the hamster wheel. "She's a treasure dragon. And this," I touched the binder, "is her hoard?" Teddy smiled approvingly. "Cash, you really are taking to this. I know it's overwhelming, but on some level, you are getting it?" Lizard brain took a bow. "Unfortunately, this case is a pile of excrement." It felt like Teddy came close to using the S word, but had to hold himself back. "Nothing on the video feeds?" This place has enough cameras. Just this. My partner tapped a few buttons. The computer screen changed to a view of the hallway right outside the security office. A ghostly figure could be seen sweeping across from the left to the right. Teddy paused the video. I could just make out a figure in dark clothing. The figure's head was uncovered though, and a mane of blonde hair was unmistakable. The Farfalla. I peered closer at the screen. The closer I looked, the less I could see the figure and the more I could make out the hair. This is all we have. This is all they are going to give us. Most of what Palmerston told us is a fabrication. They know exactly how she got into the building and into the safe. She's a cat burglar, not a ghost. They just don't want us to know. Either from embarrassment or fear that we could exploit the same weakness. It doesn't matter anyway, she left us her calling card, we don't really need to prove she was here. You heard Northcutt, he wants us to eliminate her, permanently. And Palmerston just wants his belongings back. I doubt he cares one way or the other if we capture her or not. So we are just going through the motions. Feels like we are just wasting time. Not exactly. What element of the crime are we still unsure of? I thought back to the police academy. This time I was able to use my whole brain. Well, the conduct was a regular old breaking and entering. The mens rea is she's the fucking cat burglar. Capital C, capital B. Teddy nodded along encouragingly. So that leaves the proximate cause, or motive. You said she's already stolen everything worth stealing, so what is she dinking around in Texas for? Exactly, Cash. Exactly. He pointed a finger at my chest. Why did she come to Texas? Why did she come to the reliable reliquary, and why did she take these 3 items specifically? Well, what did she take? That's where this gets stranger, still. She absconded with the amulet of obscurity, which makes the wearing invisible, for 5 seconds. That seems useful for a cat burglar. Teddy rolled his eyes. The second item was Eye of Sagacity, which allows the wearer to see 90 seconds into the future. I mean, I could see. Teddy hurried to talk over me. The last item was a hat that lets you speak and understand Russian. It doesn't have a name and they don't even lock it up at night. Indeed. And take into account that the Eye of Sagacity was on the same shelf in the vault as this. Teddy opened the binder and flipped through a few pages. He found what he was looking for and opened it so I could see. There was a photo and an evil-looking stick on the page. The Wand of Obliteration. I read aloud after clearing my throat. The Wand of Obliteration can fire a magical beam of energy that splits the target into all of its component atoms and then sends each of them into a different pocket dimension for all of eternity. Whoa, Teddy, that sounds pretty serious. Teddy understandably ignored me. The eye and the amulet are certainly useful, perhaps less so to the Farfalla. But why did she take those items? He closed the binder and tapped on it meaningfully. Out of all of these, if we can answer that question, we may have a chance to solve this case. Teddy logged off the computer and stood up with a sigh. Well, there's certainly nothing left to learn here. He knocked on the door twice and it opened almost immediately. Fujong was there and she held the door open for us to exit. Have you gentlemen finished your investigation? She asked sedately. I contemplated a tough cop routine, but I didn't think there was much I could say that was going to intimidate a mythical beast. Yeah, we're good. Thanks, Fu. She actually smiled at that and led us back down the spiral staircase. Mr. Palmerston was behind the counter showing something to a guy wearing an actual purple robe, with little golden stars embroidered on it. I guess it was getting close to Halloween. Fu opened the door to the man-catcher. Try and have my property back to me by Friday. Or don't, I have been terribly bored lately. Fu slid a forked tongue out over her ruby lips and then the door closed behind us. Fucking dragons. The outer doors buzzed, and we walked back out into the cool for Texas, late October morning. The air felt refreshing after the stuffy office and Fu's veiled threats. Agent Ruthersford had a thoughtful look on his face. He looked out across the street and at some of the surrounding buildings. He looked around at several of the roofs. He seemed to be engaged in an exercise I used to do as a cop. Look at a scene and think like a criminal. How would I get into the building? Who's around? Would anyone see me? Is there anything in the area I could take advantage of? Why would I choose this house or business to burglarize out of the others? I watched Teddy examine the scene. You got a thought, partner? I just might. Let's take a walk. It's such a nice morning. We set off down the sidewalk and we crossed the street, walking slowly. I followed Teddy as he turned into an alley between a closed bar and a furniture store. My only warning was a few loose pebbles that came falling down from the roof. Then, a fucking dumpster fell on top of my partner. I stood there in absolute shock for a moment. I was staring at the green dumpster and noticed that Benny the recycling mascot was upside down. I heard a pounding from inside and heard a muffled "It's her. Farfalla. Go." I looked up to the roof where the dumpster had come from. I saw a blonde woman in an honest-to-God black leather catsuit smiling back down at me. Then she was gone, sprinting along the rooftop down the alley. I pulled my pistol in a smooth draw and rotated the chamber twice to put a stunning round under the hammer. Then I tore down the alley after her. I figured I had about a 0% chance of actually catching her, but I figure I owed it to Teddy to try on account of the dumpster and all. I watched the woman leap from one rooftop to another, clearing the 15-foot gap in a single leap. She looked like a gazelle, not even making an effort. Her eyes were covered by a half mask, but I could see a faint smile on her lips. She was having a good time. And why not? I supposed she lived for shit like this. I ran for about 100 yards, following her as she ran along the edge of the buildings. We made a few turns, and I came to a dead end. What was it with these blind alleys? I slowed to a jog and then I got the third heart stopper in as many minutes. The leather-clad woman stopped running and performed a graceful flip and landed in front of me in the alley in a superhero pose. She was tall and lean. Partially genetics, and partially the 3-inch heel on her boots. Her hair flowed freely like a golden river and the catsuit did a fantastic job of showing me her Milan model body. She was not overly curvy but was instead built like an Italian supercar. How the fuck do you run in heels? Lizard brain stuck again with the most unlikely question. Her laugh was throaty and sensual. Guttural, like she was a smoker or maybe she drank champagne by the magnum and stayed up all night. Maybe all three. Probably all three. Magic, of course. She smiled like we were sharing a private joke. I pointed my gun at her. You're the Farfalla, then. She looked at my Ruger and her smile broadened. That's a nice pistola. Very shiny. Are you going to shoot me with your big American gun? She paused for emphasis on the last 3 words. I'd rather not, but my boss didn't leave a lot of room for interpretation. He wants you brought in and he made it clear he wasn't going to count the number of holes in your body. I'll bet he did, that son of a puta. But you're not the kind of man that would shoot a Signora Sanguifredo. She took a step toward me. I didn't know exactly what she said, but I could guess. And the way she said it was making me want to buy her dinner. I don't suppose I am. That puts us at an impasse. I had never used the stun rounds before and I didn't know what they would do to her at this range, or if they would even be effective. Looked like I was going to have 2 hands on. Lord help me. It does, Agent, she was asking my name. Agent Renshaw. Cash Renshaw. The laugh again. Cash? Like Count Auntie? Oh, you'll do nicely. I holstered my pistol. Ami had issued me a pair of magically suppressant handcuffs. If I could get them on her, they might be able to neutralize her archetype mojo. Hell, she probably only weighed 90 pounds. If I could get my hands on her, I could just carry her back to the office. I started to advance toward her. She raised an eyebrow as if she was considering something and then her hand went to the belt of her catsuit. She pulled an object free from her belt and threw it to the ground. I knew what was going to happen before I even smelled the smoke. There was something else in it, some kind of irritant, and I started coughing. I started back toward Teddy. There was no way I was catching this lady without some kind of advantage and right now I had the short end of the stick. She had engineered this entire encounter and I was just reacting. Better to regroup and fight another day before I got myself into trouble. Agent Ruthersford had managed to pull himself free from the dumpster by the time I jogged back to the mouth of the alley. He was covered in trash and he didn't look happy. She got away, of course. He frowned and picked a banana peel off his tweed blazer. Yeah, she had some kind of smoke bomb. You okay? Just her feelings. What did she say? I stopped. How did you know I talked to her? All of this was just a well-orchestrated meeting. Teddy spun a finger in the area as if to include the whole alley, including Benny. She said, I do. What the fuck does that mean? Who knows? Italian women have a special brand of crazy. We'll be ready when she makes her next move. Let's get out of here, I smell like a landfill. You're not getting in the Hellcat like that. I laughed. Teddy looked mortified. He pulled out his phone. Let's see if there's a tailor in the area. This is wholly unacceptable. Chapter 22. Fortunately, there was a men's clothing store a few blocks away. We enjoyed the weather and I keep upwind of my stinky partner. How did you know she was watching the reliable reliquary? I asked from a safe distance. You remember our discussion about motive, I presume? Well, I have a few working theories and a majority of them involve Farfalla being interested in the results of her handiwork. It feels like an anthill kicking type of strategy. It wasn't quite a leap to think she would keep an eye on the place. So you walked us into an ambush. Oh relax, she's a thief, not a killer. Ah, here we are. We walked into the men's storeroom. Teddy grabbed the clerk by the arm and walked him toward the suit section. I chuckled to myself as the clerk pinched his nose and Teddy started making demands. I wandered off and started browsing the racks. I picked out a few new waistcoats, a pair of cowboy boots, and a natty denim jacket with a Sherpa collar. I liked it so much I got another in khaki. I thought they looked appropriately Lawman and I figured one would come in handy that evening. Might as well start spending that first paycheck before I cashed it? The American way. My thoughts turned to our midnight stakeout in the park. I wasn't sure what we would uncover, but I had a strong sense that it was the correct course of action. I didn't like having to work off the clock, we were making a perilous situation even more dangerous. But there didn't seem to be an alternative, not if we wanted to get to the bottom of the tattoo mage case. And short of breaking into the not-so-abandoned warehouse, this was our only lead. I rang up my purchases with the clerk and sat in one of the side chairs while Teddy ran the clerk ragged. I didn't feel too bad for him, because I was sure he was going to have a big commission coming. Finally, Teddy checked out. He was wearing a new outfit that was very casual for him. It comprised a pair of riveted khaki slacks, a white dress shirt with its sleeves rolled up, and a dark beige open front cardigan sweater with 3/4 length sleeves. The sweater was tightly fitted and only extended a few inches past his belt line. He completed the outfit with a dark red striped bow tie and leather loafers that probably cost a mortgage payment. Send the rest to this address via courier. Teddy slid a card across the counter. What should I do with the outfit you came in with? The clerk asked. Burn it, Teddy replied imperiously. He turned to me and raised his hands from his sides as if to say, what do you think? Geez, Ted, you look like $1,000,000. Color me impressed. He straightened his bow tie. Thank you, Cash, but I detest buying off the rack. Let's go get something to eat, I'm famished. Spending money always makes me hungry. We did sushi for lunch. Friends and coworkers had teased me in the past for enjoying it, but I reckoned there wasn't anything more manly than taking a bite out of a fish right after you caught it. That was basically sashimi. If you weren't off carbs, then throw the fish on some rice and you had nigiri. The vegetables were only there for color. What's not to like? We talked about both cases through lunch and on our way back to the office. We couldn't come up with a solid motive for the burglary. We went through quite a few theories, but none of them really activated what I was now calling my law sense. We both agreed that the sushi was delicious and that we would hear from the Farfalla again. Probably soon. Chief Northcutt was on us as soon as we got back to the office. Did you catch her? I looked around at our office that was suspiciously absent one blonde supermodel burglar and thought the answer was obvious. Teddy filled in the blanks. No, but we saw her. He filled Northcutt in on what happened. His retelling made having a dumpster dropped on you sound strangely heroic. Were you able to get the items she took? The chief asked when Teddy finished. I again looked down at my empty hands, but Agent Ruthersford forged ahead undeterred. Chief Northcutt was the type that liked everything black and white. I supposed there was a certain kind of sense to that in a business where your best investigator was 200 years old and the head of security at the local pawn shop was a treasure dragon. Eventually, he was satisfied that we were making progress and left us to it. We promised to give him an update as soon as we had one. We spent the afternoon typing up the events of the morning and doing some admin work. I pulled out the Bowie knife that Ben had given me and held it up conspicuously to Teddy. Did you have any more thoughts on this? I asked. It had been bugging me. Agent Ruthersford looked up at the knife and frowned. I honestly had forgotten about it. A thought occurred to me while at the reliable reliquary. Would it square us if I gave him another relic? Teddy looked thoughtful. Yes, that's actually a good idea. But do you have any besides your father's glasses? Those are worth far too much. I fingered the chain leading to the pocket on my waistcoat. I took the glasses out and put them on. I don't. But, I could be, as they say, in the market. Ted chuckled. That's a pricey market. I looked at the knife. It faintly glowed a dull blue color. The various runes on the haft were a much brighter blue, white, and green. I ran it up against the grain of my arm hair. As the blade cut through each hair, there was a tiny flash. Was it the magic keeping the blade sharp? As much as I had wanted to get the knife back to the kid, now I kind of wanted to keep it and pay him back somehow. This thing was awesome. I put the knife and glasses away and packed up for the night. Tina came by again and asked if I was free. I asked her for a rain check explaining that I had to work that night on a case. She seemed skeptical, but my partner actually backed me up in the social department for once and promised her that we had to work. She wished us luck and headed out herself. Teddy and I agreed to meet in our personal vehicles at around 11 p.m. at a Walmart near the park. I headed home and stopped by Smoothie Dude again. I was still full from my sushi fest, but I knew I would need to put something in my stomach before tonight. I went for a long run to kill some time and then just paced around the house. I felt like I had before my college football games. Tom Petty had it right about which part was the hardest. When 9:30 finally rolled around, I jumped in the shower. I put on a pair of dark jeans and a black long-sleeve shirt. I was able to rig up one of the Rugers under my armpit. I filled it with the silver rounds as I figured we would be primarily going up against wars of some sort. I was also able to sling the double-barreled coach gun in a 2-point mount. By positioning it opposite the Ruger, I could keep it pretty well concealed once I threw on my new jacket with the Sherpa collar. I loaded up the shotgun ammo belt with shells and put a pair of the silver slug rounds into the shotgun. I fastened the ammo belt around my middle and put on an old pair of duty boots. They were black and well broken in. I wouldn't have trouble running in them and they would protect my feet in the park. I looked in my full-length mirror. With my jacket zipped up, I looked like a ranch hand on a Friday night. Unzipped, I looked ready to go to war. Perfect. I fired up the Toyota and drove to meet Agent Rutherford. He was already there, leaning up against an silver metallic Audi R7. I let out a long whistle as I exited my reliable family stallion. Nice ride, my man. Teddy smiled and gave me a wave. He was wearing the same outfit he had purchased this morning, only with a dark-colored vest under the sweater, and he was missing the bow tie. Thank God. I was sure he had his rhino on him somewhere, but it was well concealed. He took a sheaf of paper out of his sweater and spread it out over his hood. It was a map of Green Shoal Park. The park was on a natural island in the middle of the San Pecos River. Teddy indicated 2 separate parking lots where we would each park. He pointed to an area near the middle of the map for us to meet up on foot. Near the middle of the park is a small, tiered amphitheater. They would be concealed from normal view. If I was meeting there, that's where I'd go. And if they aren't there? Teddy grinned. It's a small park and you're a good detective. We'll find them. Are Faulkner and Santiago in the area? Teddy nodded. He pointed to a gas station about a quarter mile from the northwest entrance to the park. They are there. They will be getting coffee there for the next couple of hours. He folded up the map and walked to the hatchback of the R7. He opened it, took out a satchel, and handed it to me. I opened the satchel. Inside was a futuristic-looking ray gun with a radar dish. There was also a set of headphones. Listening device. I asked, already knowing the answer. Teddy nodded. And just so we are crystal clear, this is a listen and learn. We are not to take any action tonight, no matter what we hear. You should never say never, Teddy. He pulled out an MP7 submachine gun with an aim-poing optic, mounted light, and most impressively, a 6-inch suppressor. I never do. I clucked appreciatively. Teddy, my man, you never disappoint. That thing is barely legal. No, it's all the way illegal. I borrowed it from the armory. It's not available in .357, so I had my private armorer make me some 4.6x30 in silver. I don't even want to know how much that cost. I've got 160 rounds, so no, you really don't. He replaced the gun in his hatchback and closed it. Questions? Nope. This is your last opportunity to back out, Cash. What I am about to do is 100% unsanctioned, and I am a big enough man to admit that this is personal for me. You haven't even finished your first week. There's no shame in sitting this one out. I looked up at the moon. It was, of course, full. There wasn't a cloud in the sky, and it was the first really chilly night in October. There was a sense of violent potential in the air. Are you going into the Green Shoal Park to conduct surveillance, Agent Ruthersford? Teddy looked puzzled. Yes. Then, I am going with my partner. Let's roll. Chapter 23. I parked my car at the designated spot. I unzipped my jacket and adjusted the shotgun to be more accessible but still not hinder my movement. I shouldered the bag with the listening device and started the short walk to the rally point. A chill wind blew across the tops of the trees, and I turned up my collar. I was starting to wish I had worn a hat. I arrived at the spot Teddy had marked as to where we should meet, behind a restroom near the amphitheater. After waiting for a few moments, Teddy appeared from behind a tree like the world's poshest ghost. I noticed he had a satchel of his own. What ya got in there, partner? I asked, nodding at Teddy's bag. Few bits and bobs, he answered nonchalantly. You ready? You know it? Teddy snapped out the foregrip on his MP7 personal defense weapon and adjusted the shoulder stock. He let it hang freely and led me on a perimeter of the amphitheater. We still had an hour until the meeting was supposed to take place. We completed 2 laps and decided on a spot on the west side. It provided excellent cover, was away from the entrance from the amphitheater, and provided a direct line to our vehicles if needed. We got comfortable, and I set up the listening device. I snapped the radar dish onto the ray gun and plugged in the headphones. I powered it up and gave Teddy a thumbs up. He had gone into his satchel and pulled out what looked like one of those desktop Zen gardens. He arranged some tiny trees and 2 small metal figures and then drew a circle in the surrounding sand. He then lit some incense. The incense burned, but I couldn't smell, well, anything. I also noticed that the smoke dissipated after only a few feet. Teddy placed a tiny lampshade over the cherry to dim the light. Then he pulled a silver earring out of his vest pocket and clipped it to his ear. The earring looked like an outward spiral. He pointed at the earring and then pointed at the listening device and then spread his hands apart as if to say, "It's my AAIJIC." Finally, he put his monocle in, and we waited. Stakeouts aren't fun, even with the chili dogs. And we didn't have chili dogs, we were just chilly. Sitting in an uncomfortable position, not being able to make noise, or even to move too much, is really not fun. It's like another level of not fun. Minutes seemed like hours. After I checked my watch for the 3rd time, Teddy slugged me gently in the arm. I was not good at waiting. I never was. I needed something to occupy my mind. I alternated between staring at the enormous moon in the sky and intensely visualizing the mole in the middle of Agent Santiago's cleavage. I strained and strained until the moon became the mole. I was so proud of myself I almost missed the werewolf, coyote. He came out of freaking nowhere, silently padding through the trees like a phantom. He was in the hybrid form, half man, half coyote, moving slowly and carefully. Every few steps, he would stop, sniff the air, and listen. I saw a second one about 30 yards to the left and then a third to the right, both following the same pattern. They were fucking sweeping the woods. If they all kept on their present headings, one would pass within a few feet of us. I couldn't believe they hadn't spotted us already. It looked like we weren't going to even get to the listening part of this little adventure before we had to shoot our way out. My hand eased inside my jacket to the handle of my new Vaquero. Teddy noticed my movement and shook his head. He pointed to the Zen garden and covered his eyes, ears, and mouth in quick succession. He then pointed to the incense and his nose. Teddy smiled and made the "it's my AAIJIC" gesture again and gave me a thumbs up, nodding. The coyote inched closer to our position, and the weird feeling started pounding at the base of my skull. He was a big boy, maybe a foot taller than me. He had mottled gray fur and was wearing only oversized black cargo shorts. He blended almost perfectly into the background. My eyes kept losing focus on him. As he crept closer, I could see the shafts of moonlight coming in through the treetops to illuminate his eyes and snout. He moved almost soundlessly, and I couldn't hear his careful footfalls over the persistent wind until he was within a handful of steps. They were stalking us, and they didn't even know it. They got closer and closer. I could see them but barely hear them. They were finally close enough that I could make out the individual hairs on their bodies. Despite that, they didn't react. Just pace, stop, sniff, listen. Pace. Stop. Sniff. Listen. Pace. Stop. Sniff. 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 I fought down a wave of panic. Thousands of years of predator-slash-prey instinct was telling me to get the fuck away from this monster before he saw me. The weird feeling was stronger than it had ever been, pounding into the base of my skull, ice water in my veins. I was about to skin my shooting iron and start blasting when I looked over at Teddy. He was watching the middle of the amphitheater, nodding his head side to side, and looked almost bored. He noticed me looking at him, and he gave me his friendly little smile. He must have been supremely confident that his magical relics could keep us concealed. I took a breath and tried to relax. I'll confess, I may have closed my eyes for a moment or two. Not because I was afraid, exactly because I wasn't. But because I didn't trust myself not to ventilate these monsters before they discovered us. Something deep inside of me demanded that I take action. Which would, of course, blow our cover, prevent us from learning anything, and give us at least 3 more bodies in a case we shouldn't have been working. So I may have closed my eyes and imagined the Farfalla's rear end as she had jumped from rooftop to rooftop. Maybe. A moment later, the monsters had edged past us, and my anxiety subsided. They continued their way around the wood surrounding the amphitheater and made their way down to the stage area. 3 other war coyotes, who had swept the other side, joined them. They congregated near the edge of the stage, and I pointed the listening device at them. Nothing in the woods. The area is clear. The big gray one that has almost bumped into us said to the others. The rest nodded their agreement. The one I had named Gray Daddy keyed a radio and spoke into it. He mumbled, and so I couldn't make out what he said. The 6 war coyotes spread out around the perimeter of the stage and took positions just out of sight. Again we waited. We waited so long I was beginning to wonder if this wasn't going to happen. Well, after midnight, some movement drew my eye back to the circle of the stage. 1 second nothing was there, then the next, there was a large war coyote with red fur. This must be Vanessa. She appeared out of thin air. It could have been magic, but I had a feeling she was just that stealthy. She approached Gray Daddy, and they had a conversation that I couldn't pick up. She then walked toward the center of the stage area. I now had a superb view of her in the bright moonlight. Vanessa's coat was much fuller than the others and tinged with silver. She was wearing a pair of khaki cargo shorts and what appeared to be body armor in a coyote-colored carrier around her middle. I noticed several hoops in both her rounded coyote ears. She was also much bigger than the rest of the pack. It was hard to tell from our distance, but based on her in relation to Gray Daddy, I figured she topped 8 feet tall. I waved a hand to get Teddy's attention. I pointed to Vanessa and indicated her body armor. That could be a problem if we had to go loud. My .357 Magnum and shotgun slugs would likely not penetrate her body armor. Teddy tapped his MP7 and smiled. He was right. The 4.6x 30mm ammo that the MP7 used was designed to defeat body armor. Unless Vanessa was also packing a ballistic plate, Teddy should be able to sort her out if it came to it. My partner again impressed me with his preparedness. Vanessa pulled a cell phone out of the pocket of her cargo shorts. She tapped a few keys and replaced the phone. A few seconds later, the wind went from a gentle puff to a noticeable breeze. A doorway of bright white light opened, and a robed figure stepped through. Finally, our mystery man had joined the party. He looked sufficiently like the cinematic evil villain, which seemed appropriate. He wore an ankle-length black robe with a deep hood that totally obscured his features. There was apparently not a great deal of trust between Vanessa and Hoodie McHooterson, as they stood a good 10 feet apart. That would make it very easy to listen in on them. "Vanessa," he croaked. "There has been a great disturbance in the force." He didn't actually say that, but my mind filled in the blanks. "Why the fuck are we meeting out here in the middle of nowhere?" Vanessa sounded pissed. Her growly voice was barely understandable, and I could see the spittle flying from her mouth. "You have exactly 3 seconds to..." The robed figure raised a hand, and his sleeve fell back from his arm. A blue runic tattoo flared to life, and Vanessa immediately stopped talking. She put a massive paw to her throat and fell to one knee. I could hardly believe my eyes. Hoodro McGee was force choking this bitch. What a fucking cliché. A few seconds passed, with the only sound being Vanessa's gasps and gurgles. Cliché or not, I couldn't argue that it was an effective display. The other members of the pack began growling and posturing. The cloaked man turned his head to look at Grey Daddy, who must have been the second in command. He held his gaze for a second and then released Vanessa. She recovered with far more grace than I would have, hardly missing a beat. She took a few shuddering breaths and regained her feet. You don't fucking bark at me, girl. We meet wherever and whenever I feel it's necessary. Vanessa met his gaze for a few long moments and then looked at the ground. Yes, sleeper. Apologize. Vanessa growled. A long strand of saliva quivered from her jaws. I'm sorry, she mumbled. What was that? He thundered. I'm sorry. Please, sleeper, the moon is full. Can we get to business? I beg you. The sleeper was quiet for a long moment. This guy was really pushing it. Finally, he spoke. We must accelerate the timeline. What? Why? Things are going perfectly. They are not. The sleeper punctuated each word with the point of a finger. I could tell Vanessa wanted to flinch, but she managed not to. Those Ami fucks will not leave it alone. You're not keeping my little batteries in line. One threw an agent off a building and another attacked the local cops. Only luck has prevented my slaves from falling into the wrong hands. Those government jackals were sniffing around the warehouse and one of your pack had to give his life to protect the operation. One, Vanessa growled. She actually looked upset. As upset as an 8-foot-tall coyote monster can look. We highly motivated the partner of the agent that was killed. Our friend hasn't been able to dissuade him. Now the Farfalla has gotten involved. I don't know her game, but things are coming to a head and there are too many variables. We must complete the process. Now. Vanessa scowled. We don't have enough. We are making steady progress and good money. Just a few more weeks. We don't have a few more weeks. It's only a matter of time before the Ami or the Farfalla or both come calling. Are you still moving people across the border? Vanessa looked surprised. How do you know about that? The sleeper laughed. It was a creepy villain laugh, a screechy chortle. You are coyotes, are you not? He giggled a bit at his own joke, which was even creepier. 30 more people should be more than enough. Instead of taking them to San Paso, take them to my warehouse. I will take care of the rest. You want me to bring you 30 Mexicans? So you can murder them? To power your device. Is that a problem? Vanessa swallowed. I could see her thinking. Teddy tapped my arm. He pulled back the tiny lampshade covering the incense. I saw it had almost totally burned out. He flashed 5 fingers at me. I figured we had 5 more minutes. I looked back at the amphitheater and the sleeper had produced a small cooler from his robes. He placed it on the ground and kicked it over to Vanessa. She kneeled down and opened it. It was hard to see because of the distance, but it looked to be full of small plastic bags. She looked up. Is this what I think it is? The sleeper chuckled. I've been keeping some of my slaves high on crystal methamphetamine for months. I take their blood right after they smoke it. There are 12 units there. And you will get another 24 units upon delivery of my merchandise. Grey Daddy gasped, and the other wolves began murmuring. My quads were cramping. I should have eaten more for dinner. Vanessa was still uncertain, but the sleeper's patience was at an end. He spoke with a deathly certainty. You can take the drugs, deliver my cargo, and never see me again. Or. He extended his other arm from his robe. The sleeve fell back and I could see a green, runic tattoo flare to life. Suddenly lightning crackled across his fingers. Or I can kill you all right here, right now. I couldn't take it anymore. The pain in my quad was too intense. Without fully thinking it through, I straightened out my right leg. The heel of my boot clipped the lampshade, covering the incense. I saw the small remaining cherry get knocked loose and immediately go dark. The smoke stopped. Shit. On the stage below, Vanessa bowed her head and picked up the cooler. We'll do it. Day after tomorrow. Expect us in the afternoon. Grey Daddy began sniffing intently and then took a large inhale. Someone is here, he growled menacingly. The pack began to sniff and pace. The sleeper nodded. 2 days, he stated with finality. His door opened again, and he stepped through. A moment later, the stage contained only angry war coyotes. Vanessa threw her head back and took a deep inhale. A vicious smile spread across her fanged mouth and she looked up at the moon above. Black Mesa, it's time for the hunt. I looked at Teddy, who was staring at me like he wanted to slap me in the back of the head. I really stepped in it this time. Chapter 24. The group of war coyotes gathered in the center of the stage area. The weird feeling was kicking me in the back of the head in angry, icy thumps. The pack had their noses in the air and were looking in our general direction. They couldn't get an exact fix on us because the Zen garden thingy was still hiding us from sight, but it wouldn't take them long. As a group, they started to move toward us, with Vanessa in the lead. Agent Ruthersford did not hesitate. He tapped something into his phone and stood shouldering his MP7 in a compact, forward-leaning stance. I heard him flick off the safety. "Grab the hidden garden," he told me. And then the shooting started. Refined gentleman or not, Teddy had experience firing automatic weapons. He squeezed out several extended bursts from the submachine gun, letting off only when he lost control of the grouping. BRRRRR. 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 The Heckler & Koch MP7 fires a scorching 950 rounds per minute. At that speed, it's hard to pick out the individual bangs. Shell casings went everywhere as I scrambled to collect the Zen garden and place it in my bag. I smelled burnt cordite and brass as Teddy dropped his first magazine and quickly replaced it with another from his sweater pocket. I willed my crampy legs to work and staggered to my feet. My partner continued to pour fire down into the stage area of the amphitheater. I shouldered my satchel and pulled up my shotgun. I already wished I had brought the Henry rifle. Maybe Teddy could take out the entire pack with his initial volley. We had no such luck. Teddy aimed his first few bursts at Vanessa. She went down quickly, but I saw her roll to her side and quickly scrabble out of the kill zone with the cooler. She must be wearing heavy armor plates in her carrier. Grey Daddy reacted immediately upon hearing the first suppressed shots and leaped up the tiered seating into the wood line. I knew he would come for us. The rest of the pack was neither so quick nor lucky. Teddy fired one burst at Grey Daddy as he fled but quickly gave up on him as a target as he was quickly out of sight. He turned the MP7 back to the center stage area and continued to fire. His fifth burst landed 3 or 4 hits on the monster closest to us. His head and neck exploded with blood and gore. Teddy fired again and the leftmost war coyote took several rounds to his center mass. The effect was not as graphic, but he grasped his chest with a hairy paw and fell to one knee. I saw him keel over as the other 4 rushed up the hill toward us. Teddy was on his second magazine now and was having a much harder time landing a kill shot. The remaining wars could now see us and were bobbing and weaving up the steps. Teddy managed to tag one in the leg and it momentarily slowed. But a moment was all he needed as he adjusted his aim and drilled several more rounds into the beast's chest and head, stopping it dead. BRRRR. Still, the others came on, running on all fours, leaping and lurching. Right into Shotgun Town. I shouldered my double-barreled scattergun and squeezed the first stage of the trigger without even thinking. A full ounce of sterling silver erupted from the end of my gun and struck the lead war square in the chest. The effects were devastating. His entire chest caved in and blood and viscera sprayed against concrete seating and the other Black Mesa coyotes. I quickly adjusted my point of aim and squeezed the second stage of the trigger. The second barrel went off, and this time my silver slug found the head of another charging monster. His brain vault exploded like an overripe melon as about 3,000 foot/pounds of kinetic energy found a new home in his noggin. But now I was dry, and Teddy was fumbling for another magazine. The last member of the pack came charging up at us at a frightening speed. He was undeterred by the slaying of the others, and it looked like we were out of options. "Split up!" Teddy shouted, and he bolted away to the north. He gave me a shove in the opposite direction. I took a few stumbling steps. There was no way that we were going to outrun this guy. I quickly realized that we didn't need to outrun him, only make him choose a target. Teddy and I moved in opposite directions, forcing our pursuer to decide. The speeding were changed the angle of his sprint to intercept Teddy, which as a life decision, was probably a poor one. Time seemed to slow, and my awareness focused. I watched Teddy slowly bring the MP7 to his chest and duck his left shoulder. He moved as if swimming through molasses. His head followed his shoulder, and his entire body moved down and forward as he went into a roll. A giant paw with wicked claws swept through the air where Teddy's torso had just been. The whir seemed to move at normal speed, while Teddy rolled up to his feet slowly. So slowly. My hand was on the grip of my Ruger before I thought about drawing the pistol. 3 rounds went off and sounded like a single continuous thunderclap that echoed through the brisk fall air. I extended my gun toward the whir and watched him fall. He was lazily drifting the same as my partner now. I saw Teddy's face, clearly illuminated by the bright moon. I expected to see relief or gratitude in my partner's expression, but instead, I saw terror. "Look," he said. That was a weird thing to say after I saved his life. "Look." Well, look you too, buddy. Then time snapped again and reality caught up with itself. "Look out, Cash." I heard his words and was just comprehending them as a massive paw slammed into my hand, knocking the new vaquero from my grip. Before my pistol had even hit the ground, another strike hit me on the back of the head and shoulders, and I went to the ground in a heap. Grey Daddy had caught up with us. And he looked pissed. He went to all fours in his hybrid form and bounded toward Teddy, clearing the distance in a single leap. My partner jammed another magazine home just as the monster reached him. Grey Daddy seized the submachine gun in a single paw and ripped it away from him. Agent Ruthersford lost his balance as the MP7 tore free from the sling securing the gun to him and Grey Daddy backhanded him, sending him tumbling to the ground near me. The whir turned toward us and let out a horrific noise. Part howl, part scream, part traffic collision. My hair stood on end as Grey Daddy took the MP7 in both hands and flexed his massive arms. The barrel and frame of the gun bent and pieces of the polymer broke away. He tossed the now useless hunk of metal and plastic to the ground, having barely exerted himself. Grey Daddy stalked toward us, slowly now. "I am going to make you suffer." He growled out the last word, extending the R out. He charged a step and stopped. Teddy and I both crab-walked backward away from him, helplessly moving only a few feet. Then he laughed a deep, bone-rattling noise. "No, your end will not be so quick. One will watch me kill the other and before the end, you will both beg for your deaths." He was closing within striking range now. My heart pounded in my chest. I clawed at the dirt and leaves beneath my hands. I couldn't think, the weird feeling pounding icily into my skull and spine. I had no options. My shotgun was empty, and I didn't have time to reload it. I had no idea where my pistol was. Teddy had his rhino, but there was no way he could draw and fire before Grey Daddy ripped him to pieces. I had Ben's knife in my boot, but even if I could get to it I wasn't sure it would even cause lasting damage to the hulking monster in front of us. I started reaching for it, anyway. At least I could make him kill me faster if I attacked him. No way was I going to let this asshole torture us. I glanced at my watch to make sure it was actually past midnight. I assured myself that I had made it at least until my third full day as an agent before I punched the clock a final time. I imagined Director Barnum telling me it wasn't an agency record. I was a disappointment, even in death. My hand reached for my knife and I prepared for my last dance. I felt it before I heard it. It was like the rumble you feel in the ground and in your bones when a horse gallops near you. Then, I heard it. Like 4 rapid-fire drum beats, so close together you can hardly tell them apart. Then a moment of silence. Grey Daddy loomed over us, smiling, hot saliva dripping from his massive fangs. Killing us was going to be the best part of his week. His expression changed a split second before the impact. Just a glimpse of his surprise was enough to make my heart sing. A giant chestnut-colored blur slammed into Grey Daddy from the side with the force of a freight train. They tumbled together for a moment and then slid in the soft soil, leaving a shallow furrow in the leaf litter. They stopped and the two shapes leaped apart. I got my first look at our savior. It was a hulking whir monster. It was bigger and heavier than Grey Daddy and its snout was shorter and thicker. It was a deep reddish-brown color with highlights of black and gray. It had to be Alicia the werewolf. The two whirs faced off and circled each other, but the posturing session was short. It looked like a no contest to me. As big and terrifying as Grey Daddy was, Alicia was at least a foot taller and had at least 200 pounds on him. Where Grey Daddy was lean and lanky, Alicia was broad and heavily muscled. She was absolutely massive. She snarled at him and moved to attack. But Grey Daddy hadn't lived as long as he had by being dumb. He feinted as if to meet her charge, but then gracefully pivoted and streaked by her. The maneuver completely fooled Alicia. She scrabbled at the soft, leafy earth, trying desperately to turn around. Her weight advantage over the coyote now worked against her as he was more nimble. Unfortunately for yours truly, Grey Daddy had no intention of tangling with the massive she-wolf. He headed directly toward Teddy and me. I could see the murderous rage in his eyes. He would not win the day, but he was going to take one of us out. He planned on extracting his pound of flesh before he fled, recompense for his fallen pack mates. The grey coyote was gathering himself to pounce, and I looked down at my hands. My double barrel was there, broken open, and I had a single shotgun shell in my left hand. Grey Daddy was streaking through the air toward me. I jammed the shell in, snapped it closed, and pulled the trigger all in one smooth motion. I saw Grey Daddy's eyes go wide as the gun came up and he tried to rotate in the air to get away from it. The booming report of the shotgun startled all of us. Grey Daddy had only just managed to get his left arm up in front of his face. 8 pieces of silver erupted from the muzzle of my double barrel. Each fragment was the size of a 9mm bullet, but with about half the mass. Grey Daddy had just taken a round of 0.00 buckshot at point-blank range. Most of the pellets ripped into his left hand and forearm, but the rest missed anything vital. The coyote landed in a heap, but quickly rolled to 3 feet and loped away. His left arm dangled as he fled, swinging limp and useless. After a few pounding paces, a large piece of his forelimb fell away. I had blown his arm off. Fucking sick. Alicia finally gathered herself and turned to go after him, but Teddy stopped her. No, Alicia. There's bound to be more of the pack in the park. We need to get out of here. The immense beast stopped and raised her head to sniff the air. She seemed to agree as she looked at both of us with her intelligent human eyes. I couldn't tear my gaze away from her. She was enormous, terrifying, and strangely beautiful. Her coat and bearing were magnificent, and I now realized how mangy the coyotes were in comparison. Teddy pulled me by the arm. Come on, Cash, we've got to go. What about the bodies? I protested. The pack will collect them. Now come on. He pulled me in the direction that our cars lay. I looked back at Alicia. She had a half smile on her wolfish face and gave me a wink before throwing her head back and letting loose a tooth-rattling howl. Then she tore off in a different direction, bounding gracefully through the moonlight. I sprinted after Teddy, stooping to grab my Ruger. After a few hundred feet of running together, we split to go back to our respective cars. Meet back at the Walmart. Teddy hissed to me as we separated. I bolted through the park, certain another monster was going to jump out of the next dark bush. I reloaded my shotgun as I ran, and I returned to my car without encountering anyone. I jumped in and slammed the car in drive, hopping a curb and tearing back toward the entrance. I relaxed a little, figuring that taking down a 2,000-pound speeding hunk of metal was a tall order even for a pack of wurs. Occasional howls and yelps in the distance told me that the pack probably had their hands full right now with Alicia at the moment. I crossed the bridge off of the island and made it back to the main road. I stopped at a traffic light and signaled to turn right, waiting for the sparse traffic to clear. The turn signal binked and bonked hypnotically, and sudden fatigue hit me. Fighting for your life was hella tiring. I didn't turn at the first opportunity and just sat there for a moment, breathing. The light flashed on and off, on and off. My turn signal was reflecting off of a bus stop bench with a reflective advertisement on it. Fucking Benny, telling me not to mix my paper and plastic recyclables. On and off, light and dark. I saw a gun barrel flash in the light reflecting off the bench a moment before I felt the cold steel pressed to the back of my neck. Ciao, Cash. So nice to see you again. How do you say fuck in Italian? Chapter 25. Please keep your hands on the steering wheel and put the car in park. I do not want to kill you, but I will. I complied, and I felt the weight against the back of the driver's seat shift forward. A beautiful mane of blonde hair came into view in the rear-view mirror and I felt a hand reach slowly down over my shoulder. Hold still, I just need to get that shiny pistola from you. The hand traveled down my torso and down onto my groin. The hand groped around until it found my hardening length. Whoops, that's not it, a voice purred in my ear. The hand gave me a last caress before traveling back up to my shoulder holster and removing my new Vaquero. There was more jostling in the back seat and then the Farfalla's half-masked face appeared in my rear view, looking me in the eye. Her pistol, which I could now make out as a Ruger Mark 4.22, returned to its place at the back of my head. The .22 was a small round, but at this range, it wouldn't matter. If she fired it into the back of my head, the round would likely not have enough velocity to exit my skull and would just rattle around in my head, turning my brain to mush. I relaxed a bit. I had just cheated death at Green Shoal Park, and if the Farfalla wanted to kill me, I would already be dead. Now, we can have a proper introduction. I am, as you may have guessed, known as the Farfalla. International Thief Extraordinaire. And you, my handsome friend, are Agent Cash Renshaw, formerly a detective for the Alhambra County Sheriff's Office and currently an investigative agent for the Department of Homeland Security, Meta-Human Bureau. I tried my best cheeky grin, but I was so tired I am not sure it translated. Are you asking or telling? Oh, I am telling, mi amor. We will get to the questions in a moment. Your currently assigned partner is Benjamin Theodore Ruthersford III. You and Agent Ruthersford just completed a rather dangerous surveillance in the park behind us. Dangerous and unsanctioned. Now tell me, Cash, and don't give me the bullshit, why were you in the park? Why was she asking about why we were there? Did she already know? She must suspect something. Teddy and I were just taking a walk, enjoying the full moon. Then those crazy coyote monsters jumped us. The Farfalla brought the barrel of the pistol down on the top of my head. It hurt way more than it had any right to, and I thought for a moment she might have busted me open. She was way stronger than I gave her $120 credit for. Stupido. I don't have time for your games. Answer my questions, or I will put a bullet in your head and be done with it. Ow, fuck lady, okay. Jesus. I leaned forward and rubbed my head. Based on what the sleeper had said, it sounded like we were on the same team. Or at least the same side. I could give a little. We were there because we had information that Vanessa and the Black Mesa clan was meeting with someone important. We think it's related to a case with normal people being granted magical powers through runic tattoos. S.I. And the Dormiglione? You saw him. That creepy fucker in the robe? The sleeper? Yeah, we saw him. The Black Mesa pack is working for him. I stopped there. I needed to keep some cards face down. What's it to you? He your ex-boyfriend. Her eyes flashed dangerously in the mirror and I thought I was going to get another crack on the noggin. No. I believe he has something of mine. Something that was taken. I am going to get it back, but he is dangerous. Tell me about it. The entire pack was scared of him. He used magic to choke Vanessa out in front of all of them. He is very powerful. Now, last question, and this is the most important one. No more jokes or I will end you here, just to be safe. I could only see her eyes in the mirror, they looked deadly serious. Okay, I will answer if I can. No jokes. Who do you work for? 1,000 one-liners went through my head. What did she mean? Like metaphorically, or like who did I report to? I chewed my lip for a moment and decided that honesty was probably my best bet. I work for the tax-paying citizens of the United States of America and the great state of Texas. For them and only for them. It was a little corny, but I could feel my heart swell a bit as I said the words. I was at heart a public servant, and I took that shit seriously. And Chief Northcutt. Now, I was really confused. Is kind of a douchebag. It was her turn to look confused. What is a douchebag? I smiled. Literally, it's a device that women use to clean their vaginas. I'm using it to mean that Chief Northcutt is an obnoxious guy. Now she smiled, and I felt like we were playing monkey see, monkey do. He's a cretino. I like this word douchebag. Very appropriate. He stole something from me. And now I think the sleeper has it. It sounds like we are working the same case from opposite ends. Perhaps. Your Chief Northcutt is an evil man. What has he told you? Nothing, really. He has told us not to look into the runic tattoos, and this morning he told us to bring you in. At all costs. But he also told us that was coming from his boss. Director Barnum. The Farfalla chewed her lip in the mirror. It was adorable. I do not know this Director Barnum. But Cash, I have something for you. I don't expect you to believe everything I say. I am a thief and you are a policeman. But my claims should be easy for you to verify. Okay, I said cautiously. I have in the back seat with me the things I stole from the reliable reliquary. I believe that Chief Northcutt got these items out of Ami evidence and loaned them to the douchebag Palmerston to rent out or sell. As soon as the words left her mouth, I felt in my bones it was true. My stomach headed for my boots. Northcutt was dirty? What had I gotten myself into? I put my hands up and half turned so I could look her in the face. The farfalla leaned back a bit and allowed me to do it, but kept her gun pointed at my head. That's a serious allegation. Do you have any proof? Proof? No. About a year ago, Northcutt was assigned to the Ami New York office. He and I had a run-in during a job. I escaped, but Northcutt ended up with the item I was trying to, liberate. I wasn't really concerned, because it was an extremely powerful artifact that had fallen into the wrong hands. The government having it was no big deal because it was too evil for them to use. I figured they would lock it up somewhere. The government is good at that, putting things in large rooms and forgetting about them. But they didn't lock it up, I filled in the blanks. It was part intuition and part logic. Northcutt never turned it in. He kept it? Esadament. I learned through some sources that he never even reported our encounter. That made some waves for him in New York, and he was eventually reassigned here to Texas. But they never recovered the dagger. The dagger? I asked. Her brows furrowed. It's an evil thing. The dagger of Jalea. If you stab someone with it, it sucks up their life essence and turns it into magical energy. Another piece fit into place. Farfalla. Do I have to call you that? I assume your mother named you something. She smiled a bit shyly for a moment before answering. You can call me Bianca. Okay, Bianca. When Agent Ruthersford and I were in the park, we heard the sleeper tell the Black Mesa clan to bring him 30 illegal Mexicans from across the border. He made it seem like he could complete whatever he is working on by killing that many people. Maybe he is planning to use the dagger on them. She frowned again. Perhaps. I think Northcutt gave the dagger to the sleeper and is working for him. Or with him. But, I have no proof. I was only able to learn that he was providing inventory to the reliable reliquary. Maybe it has something to do with the tattoos you mentioned. Maybe. The tattoos allow the people who have them to tap their own life force to do magic. But, it eventually kills you. The sleeper had them on his arms, which makes me think he has found a way to get around the death part. I slammed my fist into the passenger headrest. Fuck. We are still missing pieces and we are out of time. The Black Mesa clan is planning on delivering the border crossers in 2 days. Bianca's gaze smoldered into me. My, so ardent. Do not worry, mi amor. We still have time. Take the items from the reliable reliquary back to your office. Do some digging. We will beat the bushes until the snakes slither out. She shifted her pistol to her other hand and leaned forward, pressing the gun lightly against my temple. I was suddenly very aware of how close she was to me. She was wearing the same leather catsuit she had been in the alley. It wasn't shiny latex, but a more sensible, durable material. I noticed that it had tiny pockets stitched into the lining. It fit her like a glove though, and I appreciated the way her tiny waist exploded into broad hips. She saw me looking at her body and smiled. You like, cash? I thought all American men liked, what do you say? Big titties. I laughed, part out of nervousness, part because that was funny. A lot of us are into asses too. There are entire songs about them. Fat-bottomed girls, baby got back, bootylicious, rump shaker. I was babbling. Bianca stared at my mouth. She looked up to my eyes and made a decision. Cash, she drawled, am I one of the fat-bottomed girls? I opened my mouth to answer, and she surged forward, pressing her lips against mine. I felt her wrap her gun arm around the back of her neck, locking me into the kiss. I wasn't going anywhere. Her lips felt incredible and then her tongue pried into my mouth. She was very assertive at first and then gentle once I responded. Her hair smelled like vanilla and coffee, but her lips tasted strange. Like juniper, maybe. Or like expensive gin. The fatigue came back like a rushing river, and I felt like I was experiencing the moment from the end of a long tunnel. I awoke with a start. Alone. I rubbed my hand against my mouth and my lips felt a bit numb. Fuck, she poison-ivied me. I looked over in the passenger seat and saw a black plastic case. Inside was an amulet on a chain, a large purple gemstone with a flat side and an ushanksa. These must be the stolen items. I closed the lid and looked at the clock. I had only been out for about 5 minutes. I let out a long-suffering sigh and put the car back in gear and aimed it at the Walmart parking lot. I was really tired of women kissing me and then fleeing the scene as fast as humanly possible. Maybe I needed a new deodorant? Or mouthwash? Teddy wasn't going to believe a word of this. Chapter 26. I pulled back into the parking lot where Teddy and Lucas were waiting. Lucas was standing next to a red Porsche 993. The two men approached as I got out of the car. There was no sign of Alicia. What happened? Teddy said, I got back 10 minutes ago. You'll never guess who was in my back seat. Agent Rutherford stared at me. No? The Farfalla? Twice in one day. I checked my watch. Well, technically, it's been 2 days. Agent Faulkner cut in. Wait, you saw the Farfalla? Today. What does she look like? I thought for a moment. Blonde Italian Catwoman, but also a supermodel. Lucas looked impressed. Huh, I guess that checks out. I filled them in on what the Farfalla had told me and showed them the case she had left in my car. Teddy looked skeptical. So she thinks that Northcutt is stealing out of evidence and selling it to Palmerston? I doubt it. He might be able to get away with it for a little while, but that would catch up with him eventually. What could he hope to gain, long term? Well, that's what she suspects. I shrugged my shoulders. It should be easy to verify. Teddy bit his lip. I'm not so sure. He may have done something to cover his tracks. I doubt he just signed them out and drove them over to the reliable reliquary. He sighed. Still, they were kept in a secure area, there has to be some kind of record of access. Lucas interjected, don't we have a bigger problem? This sleeper fellow sounds like a real son of a bitch. I assume we are going to try to prevent the transfer of the migrants. Teddy frowned, that's going to be easier said than done. We are in Texas after all. It's literally a needle in a haystack situation. Short of staking out the warehouse, I don't see a way through. And that would be akin to suicide, I think. We'd be begging to take on the sleeper, the Black Mesa pack, and whatever other defenses he might have. A pack of those runic tattoo mages at the least. I had a thought about that, let me make a few calls and see what I can track down, I said. In the meantime, what are we going to do with these? I held up the plastic case. Hold on to it for now. We can miraculously find the relics whenever we need them. Until we know what Northcutt's game is, it's better to just keep it quiet. Teddy put a hand on my shoulder. Nice work in the park, Cash, you saved me back there. I smiled at my partner. Well, Alicia saved us both. Where is she anyway? I looked at Lucas. He was leaning against his Porsche smoking a cigarette. He waved a hand in the air. You know, around. Full moon and all. He appeared deep in thought. She run all the way from the gas station. I imagined her pounding down the pavement in wolf form, tearing through the night. Lucas took a long drag. I drove her to the park and she ran the rest of the way. Soon as Agent Rutherford texted me. She crossed the river in a single leap. She's really sweet on you. I've rarely seen her so motivated. He dropped his cigarette to the ground and stepped on it. Well, gentlemen, it's been a joy, but it's way past my bedtime. I'll see you tomorrow. He got into his 993 and glided out of the parking lot. I put my coach gun and the plastic case in my trunk. Teddy, I feel like we got more questions than answers. I heard Teddy's car door close and the engine of the Audi fire up. He pulled up next to me and rolled down the window. That's normal in this line of work. Go home and try to get some sleep. We'll figure it out tomorrow. He started to pull off and then stopped again with a smile. And Cash, make sure you check your back seat. I watched his tail lights as he left the parking lot. Smart ass. I got in my car, took my cell phone out of my pocket, and pulled up John's contact info. I looked at his picture on my screen for a moment before pressing the dial button. Rennie, his sleepy voice answered after 3 rings. Hey John, sorry to bother you so late. I thought about how much I could tell him. No worries broham, what's up? I've got a lead, on some border activity. I heard a gang called Black Mesa is moving some cargo across. The migrant kind. Headed to San Paso by Thursday afternoon. I need to know when and where they are crossing. And you want me to use my task force connections to try and find out? Yeah, I mean, you've been there what, 2 weeks? I figured you got some credit saved up. Jesus, Cash, this isn't much to go on. But, I could hear him scribbling in his notebook. I'll see what I can find out and call you tomorrow. He paused, I imagined he was checking the time. Feds got you working overtime your first week. I wanted to tell him so many things, starting with Sarah was murdered and ending with I just blew a workiote's arm off with my magic shotgun. I settled on Uncle Sam, work, 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 busy bee. I faked a chuckle I didn't feel. The line was silent for a moment and John yawned, listening to what I didn't say. Okay, well, take care of yourself partner, I'll call you tomorrow. Cool man, thanks. Good night. I double-checked the back seat then drove home with the windows down, enjoying the night air. I took the long way and didn't test the speed limits. The wind was cold on my face and smelled fresh and clean, blowing out the last heat and dust of the summer. I looked up at the moon, fat and heavy in the sky. The stars could barely support their weight. I almost died tonight. Again. Was this my life now, my new normal? A series of near misses until my luck finally ran out? I'd never been much of a gambler. On our frequent trips to Vegas, I'd spent my time at the low-stakes blackjack table watching my stack be slowly whittled away by the inevitability of house odds, nursing watered-down drinks. Sarah would give me gentle grief for losing between shopping trips and then we'd go watch some dipshit do pretend magic. It all seemed so banal now. But I'd never stopped trying and I'd never gone home in the black. There was a weird sort of comfort in it. The house always won, that's just the way it was. Don't make waves, drink your free drinks and be happy you got at least that. Maybe a free breakfast. But then something occurred to me. Maybe I had always lost because I never envisioned myself a winner. Was it as simple as that? It was a seductive thought. I hoped there was some kind of truth to it because I wasn't playing with chips now. Lives were the stake in this game and I was down to the felt. There was nothing left for me to lose. I walked into the saloon again. The pine boards creaked underfoot as I made my way up to the short rough-hewn bar. The bartender looked me in the eye as he produced the shot glass and mechanically filled it. It didn't taste quite as foul this time. Was the hooch improving or was I just getting used to it? My father turned to me and instead of his winning smile, he now wore a look of concern. It's all gone then, he asked. He didn't wait for an answer. He's returned. Did he ever go away? I wonder now. I used the scissors. He spoke quickly, manic, rapid fire. Who dad? Who's returned? He looked frustrated. I never meant to leave you this legacy. You always think you have time. Calmer now, wistful. I stopped trying to converse with him directly. It was a waste of time. Instead, I waved the bartender over for another pour. They died in the fire, Dad. Sarah and Emma. I lost you and Mom, then my wife and daughter. My father's eyes were tear-lined with rage. I should have killed him. There's no room for mercy in the world. Not anymore. I held my breath and drained the glass again. You don't believe that? An eye for an eye will leave the whole world blind. That's what you told me. I remembered him kneeling down, holding me by the shoulders. The man sitting next to me seized my arm and spun me to face him. His teeth clenched and there was madness in his eyes. Hatred. I was looking into my own face. I was wrong. I woke up heaving for breath. My arms were shaking, my face wet from tears and sweat. I tried to cry, but it wouldn't come. I clutched the pillow from the unused side of the bed and squeezed it. I squeezed and squeezed until the muscles of my arms, back and chest began to cramp and spasm. Then, I squeezed some more. The pain became tangible. A living thing. I grunted and groaned as I wrestled it into submission. Finally, I flung the pillow back to the bed and took huge shuddering breaths. They echoed through the empty house. Chapter 27. I arrived at work at 7:15. I figured I would be the first person in the office, but Teddy was already at his desk, intently reading his monitor. Good morning, Cash. Morning, Ted, you sleep well? Hardly at all, you? Same. I slumped into my desk chair. I logged in and responded to a few emails. I realized that I didn't have anything to do. We had solved the reliable reliquary case and we were kind of at a dead end with the tattoo mage case. I spent some time on research. There was a bit on the Black Mesa pack, but nothing on the sleeper. We may have a problem. Teddy sighed. So early? Tina hasn't even come by with our coffee. Agent Ruthersford frowned at me. You can make your own coffee, Cash. What I mean is there are break glass warnings on the 3 cases related to our friend's items. You lost me. What's a break glass warning? It's a condition that can be put on certain sensitive cases. If anyone accesses the files, it sends out an alert. Well, that's suspicious as fuck. Is there any way to get around it? Teddy bridged his fingers. Possibly, but we will have to get someone from the property section to help. We may be able to get a hard copy of the reports without actually accessing the file. I glanced at my watch. The property section didn't open until 9 a.m. The elevator dinged and the doors opened to reveal Tina. She looked tired and a bit sad. She looked up and her eyes bugged out of her head a bit as she realized that Teddy and I had beat her into the office. She hurried off the elevator to her desk but was encumbered by an array of bags, boxes, and containers that would have made a world traveler proud. I hurried over to help her. Good morning, Agent. She greeted me sheepishly. Sorry, I'm late. I just couldn't get out of bed this morning. It's okay, Tina. 1. I'm not your boss. And 2. It's not even 8 a.m. There aren't many places you'd even be considered late. I relieved her of some of her load. Oh, I know. I just like being the first one in. It gives me time to get organized. She nodded toward her full arms. I see. What is all this stuff? Oh, you know, stuff. This is my office bag, this is my lunch, this is my gym bag, this is Chief Northcutt's dry cleaning. Just odds and ends really. Chief Northcutt, has you do his dry cleaning? Well, yeah. But I don't mind. It's on the way. She blushed a bit. Her tangle of red hair was a bit messy than usual. She was wearing a smart-looking light charcoal suit with a Kelly green blouse. She was wearing half-frame glasses today and I guessed she may not have had time to put in her contacts. She wasn't wearing a belt and the way she had her shirt tucked in really accentuated her flat stomach. And her flat stomach showed off breasts that were large for her small frame. The overall effect was that of an extremely attractive and slightly disheveled librarian. Tina noticed me looking at her and the light blush deepened. I must look like a disaster this morning. She pushed her hair behind her ears and brushed down the front of her slacks. No. Of course not. You always look great. I walked into that one. I was expecting a saucy return, but she just looked at me. Thank you, Cash, that's really nice of you to say. She looked cute, vulnerable. I wanted to take her in my arms and tell her everything would be all right. No problem. I smiled and saw an opportunity. Hey, let me take the chief's dry cleaning over. Okay. She handed me the bundle and started organizing her things. I appreciate it. I took the dry cleaning and slowly walked over to the chief's office. I surreptitiously checked the pockets of the suit but came up empty. The light was off, so I tried the door. Locked. I hung it up on the hook on the outside of the door and peered through the window. The blinds were closed so it was difficult to see anything. I detected movement inside the office and quickly hustled back to Tina's desk. I approached before she noticed me and I caught her tugging her blouse down to expose her cleavage. I put his dry cleaning on his door, I told her. She stood and hustled over to stand closer to me. Thanks so much, Cash. You're so thoughtful. She reached out to touch my arm and I grabbed her by the wrist. If I take you out to lunch this afternoon, will you stop the full court press? She froze. Her expression changed from what I would consider dopey and slightly hopeful to calculating and considering. Yes, she finally responded, I'd like that. I'll even let you pick the place if you promise to talk to me like a real human being. My treat. There was a hint of a smile now. Okay. Meet me at Café Roubaix at 12:30. You know the place? I did. I told her. Don't be late, I only get an hour for lunch. She sounded slightly bitter. Tina walked back to her desk and returned to her work without another effusive word. Seems like my hunch was right. There was more to Ms. Goodwin than met the eye. I headed back to my desk. Does Northcutt sleep in his office? I asked Teddy. I don't think so, at least, He hasn't in the past. Well, someone is in there now, and the door is locked. Really? Teddy looked over at the office door, interested. Maybe he had a falling out with his better half. Wouldn't he just stay in a hotel? Why the office? Teddy shrugged. Convenience. I wasn't convinced. How long has he been assigned here? Our friend said he was transferred from the New York office under a cloud. It was a couple of years before the Ice Queen, maybe 3 years ago. I never heard anything negative about the transfer. I am starting to think that she has something personal against Northcutt. I'm starting to think you have something personal against Director Barnum. What's the deal, Ted? His face darkened. She was very dismissive about Patrick's death. I know she's only been here a short time, but it was all very impersonal. And then the way she's pushed the case under the rug, it's all left a bad taste in my mouth. I didn't respond. Some people dealt with death differently, and I have never heard Barnum tell me to stay away from the tattoo mage case. But, it was obviously personal for Teddy and I didn't think he was being rational about it. At 9 a.m., we took the elevator down to the property section. We walked through 3 separate secure doors before we got to the service desk. Teddy slid a sheet of paper to the young tech manning the desk. I'd like a complete hard copy of those 3 cases. Sure, just 1 second, Agent Ruthersford. The tech tapped a few keys. Seems these cases are under a break glass order. Oh really? I hadn't noticed. Teddy said. He reached into his satchel and removed a brick of pure Ecuadorian coffee and slid it under the gap in the glass. Well, since you're not accessing the file directly, I supposed it's not technically against the rules. The coffee was gone, and the tech was typing again. I'll tell you what. I'll print it out, you read it here and then shred it. Deal, Teddy grinned. And in short order, the tech was handing over 3 disappointingly small case files. Teddy fired through them rapidly. These are nothing cases. Thefts and illegal sales. And they're totally unrelated. He seemed frustrated until he got to the property log of each case. Here, he pointed to the case files, look. All 3 of the items had been signed out and back in an hour later on the same date about 3 months ago. By Director Barnum. What the fuck? That was the last name I expected to see. Indeed. Teddy looked thoughtful and turned back to the clerk. One more tiny favor, and we will be out of your hair. He slid the case files back to him and pointed to the property sections. Can you visually verify that these items are in evidence? The clerk signed audibly but took the files. Okay, agent, but you own me. He shuffled off into the back. You think the property logs have been tampered with? Or the old switcheroo? It wasn't a new concept. Dirty cops had been caught switching out crack with soap and then using it or selling it. Usually a combination of both. I'm not sure, Teddy responded. A moment later the clerk returned. It's all there, Agent Ruthersford. He shrugged and fed the case files into the shredder. We thanked him and got back into the elevator. Can we check the video logs during the time Director Barnum checked the stuff out? Not without supervisor approval, Teddy grimaced. Can we check the items out ourselves and see if they are legit? Not without breaking the glass. And we can be almost certain they are mundane replicas of the items since you had the originals. And we can't go to Barnum because we aren't sure she isn't involved. Can we go to her boss? I was grasping at straws now. Teddy shook his head. She reports directly to the head of the Department of Homeland Security. Even if we could get on his calendar, it wouldn't be before tomorrow. Damn it, Cash. We don't even know if this is related to the sleeper. This whole thing could be a waste of time. A distraction. We stepped off the elevator and my cell phone rang. Rennie, it's John. He was speaking low and I could hear another conversation in the background. I don't have much time, but I found something on that thing you asked me about. You might want to keep an eye out for a white Mitsubishi box truck with purple lettering. It might be on the western stretch of US 141 from the border around noon tomorrow. And you be careful, buddy, I heard those were some mean hombres. He chuckled mirthlessly, and knowing John, that was a legitimate warning. Gotta go, pal. The line went dead. I looked at Teddy, that was my friend John. He's working on a task force near the border. I've got a lead on our cargo. Agent Ruthersford's eyes went wide as I explained what John had told me. We rushed over to his computer and pulled up a map of the area. We traced the 141 west to the border. Teddy tapped the screen. Here, he said. Barren stretch of road in a small town, Pasadillo. We can enlist the local law enforcement to stop the truck. Is that safe? Getting small town cops involved? Absolutely not. These guys are probably on the take. We will have them stop the truck and then leave. Let me make some phone calls. Boys. A voice boomed from behind us. How is the reliable reliquary case going? I figured you two would be out pounding the pavement. Chief Northcutt came out of nowhere. I looked over at his office and his door was open and the light was on. Had he come in while we were down in property? I was pretty sure his light was still off when we got off the elevator. Teddy closed the map tab and turned to face him. Nothing to do today. We ran her down yesterday, but she got away. We have a lead on where she will be tomorrow. We should have the items then. Whatever Northcutt had been expecting Teddy to say, it wasn't that. He started to say several different things, but settled on "You saw the Farfalla? What did she look like?" Teddy looked at me and I did my best to appear bored. "Italian Catwoman, but a supermodel," I said, unconcerned. Teddy nodded his assent. "Really? Well, I guess that makes sense. But if you know where she is, why aren't you dealing with her right now? We need this case closed." His voice had an edge of tempered urgency. His gray suit was wrinkled and his shoes needed a shine. Teddy stood up and looked annoyed. "We don't know where she is, we know where she is going to be. Big difference. Look, Chief, you gave us until Friday and we are going to deliver ahead of schedule. Just let us work." Chief Northcutt looked dubious. His close salt and pepper hair needed a trim and maybe a wash. "Where are you going to ambush her?" "Maybe I could come, extra backup." The elevator dinged and Director Barnum stepped off. She was wearing a beige pantsuit with an elegant, feminine cut. She looked pissed as she walked over to us. "Northcutt, where the hell have you been? Why aren't you answering your phone?" Northcutt looked like a deer caught in headlights that also had a hoof in the cookie jar. "Sorry, Dorothy, I must have had it off." He scrambled to pull his phone free from his pocket. Director Barnum looked at Teddy and I and her expression seemed to soften a bit, but not much. She turned back to the chief. "Be in my office in 10 minutes. Don't make me come looking for you." She turned on her heel and marched back to the elevator. Northcutt sighed and deflated visibly. "You see what I am dealing with, boys. The last 6 months have been hell." He massaged his temples with a thumb and forefinger. It pulled back his sleeve and I thought I caught a bit of color from his cuff. His face looked drawn and pale. Teddy looked sympathetic. "Tell her you will have the items from the reliable reliquary tomorrow afternoon. You can personally deliver them." He was pulling at his cuffs and straightening his tie. "What? Oh yes. See that I do." He stalked off to the bathroom. Probably to privately prepare for his butt blasting. Whatever he'd done, it wasn't good. "What the fuck was that about?" I said when the chief had left. Teddy worried a button on his jacket. "I'm not sure exactly." "Well, nothing for it today. Let me make some phone calls. You can spend the afternoon reviewing this." He opened a desk drawer and pulled out a monstrous binder marked Policy and Procedure. He handed it to me with a smile. "There's a test you will need to pass if we survive the week." I slumped back to my desk and began to read. Tina delivered coffee shortly thereafter. There was a steady drizzle outside and the sky stretched toward the horizon a sooty gray. It didn't look like it would let up anytime soon. Other agents filtered in and out, but I didn't see any sign of Alicia or Lucas. They had their own caseload, I guessed. I studied until the clock said 12:15, then I packed up my stuff and headed to the restaurant to meet with Tina. The drizzle hadn't let up and I took an umbrella into Café Rubel. It was an upscale New American bistro. New American seemed to be code for $30 hamburger, but I didn't mind splurging once in a while. It was a good fucking hamburger. Tina was already seated with an iced tea in front of her. She had replaced her glasses with contacts and her messy hair from this morning had been perfectly styled. She offered me a terse greeting as I sat and regarded me with a calculating stare as the waiter hustled over to take my drink order. Only once I had my own iced tea and we had placed our lunch orders did she speak. "I'm not a whore, you know." "Oh boy. I don't think that." "Yes, you do. I know what they say about me, Cash. It's not fair." You've seen how Agent Santiago acts. You haven't met any of the other female agents, but I promise you, they are all the same or worse. But only old normie Tina gets to wear the scarlet letter. It's fucking bullshit. I don't think I had heard her swear before, but the bitterness I had picked up on was coming out to make a formal introduction. She fixed me with a steady gaze before continuing. I prefer to think of myself as selectively aggressive. You have to be in this environment. Are you dead set on dating a special agent? I winced internally. I almost said fucking, and what came out wasn't much better. Tina took a sip of iced tea and gave me a half-lidded shrug, kind of a condescending snort. Okay, you want the sob story? Here you go. I gulped my tea to avoid having to respond. I really hope this didn't end with her getting raped by werewolves. My parents were both mages, she began. They both worked for Ami as enchanters. Of all the things I was preparing to hear, this wasn't one of them. I thought being a mage was hereditary. Shouldn't you be a mage too? She did her snort thing again. It was a mannerism I had never seen from her before, and now twice in as many minutes. It's a good thing you are so cute. Yes, genius, I should be a mage. My old man, in particular, was handy with the old flamey torch. But sometimes it skips a generation. You can imagine what those blue blood motherfuckers think of that. Probably not really fond of it? I guessed. That's the understatement of the fucking century. They think it's physical proof that you aren't worthy of the bloodline or some shit. You're worse than trash to them. If you don't manifest powers by puberty, the parents are encouraged to put you up for adoption, or worse. She had a hard look in her eye, but there was no sadness there, only anger. And when I say encouraged, I mean forced unless you want your entire family to be ostracized. And by or worse you mean killed, I said. She nodded. Like a baby fucking seal. She mimed clubbing something. My parents were mortified of course, but I was their baby girl, an only child. They couldn't bring themselves to give me up. So they left the mage community and took the only path left to them that allowed them to practice magic. The Ami. That makes sense. But I am sure they were seen as traitors. I said. Give the man a cigar. Tina clapped her hands as the waiter set down our food. A salad for her and my $30 burger. Once he was gone she continued. And of course I paid them back by being a grade A piece of shit and getting knocked up at 16. She forked in a huge mouthful of salad while I almost choked on my burger. You have a kid? She laughed. Well, the same parents that threw their lives away for their little mundane daughter sure as hell weren't gonna let her get an abortion. She slid her phone across the table to me. Meet Felicity. There was a picture of a smiling preteen girl that looked like a miniature Tina. She's beautiful, just like her mother. Tina finally smiled. Not the sardonic smile, but the smile I had seen over the last few days in the office. Which was the real one? Thank you. She really is my whole world. Her father is as big a piece of garbage as you would expect. He was 22 when he knocked me up and has floated in and out of our lives ever since. Drugs, gambling, smuggling. You name it. He's bad at it. I slid the phone back. Are your parents still working or did they retire? They were killed. Another unexpected turn. Oh Tina, I am so sorry. They were waiting for it their whole lives really. They took precautions of course, but they were always afraid someone from their old life would turn up. There was a raid on the Ami office here in Houston. They were both killed during the fighting. What? They were killed at work. Yeah, ironic isn't it? The place they should have been the safest. They spent so much time and energy constantly warding and rewarding our home. And then they get popped at work as collateral damage. I thought about it. When did this happen? A few years ago, Ami hired me after that. To keep me close and give me an income. I was pretty much still making a mess of life. About the same time Chief Northcutt started. Interesting. Anyway, now you know the story. Boo-hoo. Poor Tina. That's not why I wanted to talk. I have a problem and you might be able to help. I popped a fry in my mouth. Sure. I'll do anything I can. Great. Tina smiled winningly. Let's get married. Chapter 28. The French fry came shooting right back out. Excuse me. I choked. Tina laughed. A genuine laugh. It was a high, Barking thing. Listen, Cash. I am broke. With a capital B. I wasn't the best with money before my parents died. They spend a ton of money keeping themselves hidden. I inherited more debt than anything else. I got a payout, but that just got me out from underwater. I have their house, but I am a single mother with a deadbeat co-parent. I also, she hesitated. I have Felicity's father some money last year. I groaned. They were going to kill him. I held up my hands. Questionable investments aside, what does this have to do with marrying you? Well, you're widowed, right? No family. I heard. Sad story. But it's like we talked about on your first day. You get great benefits, but they all stop when you die. Unless I have beneficiaries. You want an army marriage. That's really morbid, Tina. I expected her to look contrite, but she just glared at me. You've been here how long? 3 days. How many times have you almost died? I didn't say anything. What did you do last night? I have no idea, but I bet you almost died. Didn't you? That ceiling sure was interesting. What are you and Teddy planning for tomorrow? I bet it's dangerous as fuck. Isn't it? Man, it's like she was a psychic. I could spend months trying to get you to fall in love with me. But you asked for the direct approach. Here it is. I am not asking you to live your life any different. No one would even have to know. It's just paperwork. I was shaking my head. Love is not a transaction, Tina. I would be accommodating. We could end it if you ever found someone for real. I could be extremely accommodating if you know what I mean. She was smiling now. Tina, I warned. Her face fell. It's not just for me. If I have learned anything about this shitty world that we live in, it's that you can go at any time and that no one gives a fuck. If something happens to me, Felicity will have no one except her deadbeat father. He's more likely to get her killed than anything. I'd rather have her go into foster care. I don't even know if she will have magic or not. That set me back. I thought about my own daughter. They would be about the same age. Just promise me you will think about it. That's all I ask. Tina concluded her sales pitch. I will, Tina, I promise. And even if you don't want to do the marriage thing, we can still. Tina, I cut her off. Come on, Cash. I'm horny. What's the point of being known as the office bicycle if you aren't even getting laid? It's been, I could see her doing the math in her head before she gave up. It's been a long time, she finished. She was talking a little too loudly and people at the next table looked over. She noticed and lowered the volume a bit. You're not gay, are you? What? Tina. No. I flashed back to my own conversation with Teddy. Just an innocent question, right? Then what's the problem? You're a good-looking guy and the metas are different. Alicia wants a taste, and when the other lady agents come back to the office, they will be sniffing around too. You're gonna get tired of saying no real fast. Why is my love life such a big deal to you, Tina? It's your wife, isn't it? You haven't been with anyone since she passed. She checked her watch and started gathering her things. Just promise you'll think about that too, Cash. Think about what your wife would want. If she were looking down on you, would she want you to give up sex? Forever. She stood and gave me a kiss on the cheek. Thanks for lunch, handsome. See you back at the office. I sat at the table and wiped lipstick off my face with a cloth napkin before paying for a $30 hamburger and a $35 salad, which seemed like a culinary impossibility. As I calculated the tip, I thought about what Tina had said about Sarah. She had extremely sex positive and had only gotten more randy as we had gotten older. It would probably be killing ghost Sarah to see me celibate. Was it time to get back on the horse? I drove back to the office and resumed my boring study. I had made it through a disappointingly small fraction of the manual. Teddy spent the day alternating between animated conversations on the phone and furiously typing on his computer. I was fighting back the sleep monster around 3 in the afternoon when he came by to catch me up. I've got it all arranged. The Pasadillo police will have 2 cars watching the 141 all day. We will meet up here and drive over together. It's about a 2-hour ride. We'll wait in a staging area nearby until they stop the truck. Then we'll take over and the locals will withdraw. Just like that. Just like that. Like I figured, they are probably being paid to look the other way. They were hesitant to help until I told them they didn't need to be involved past stopping the truck. Then what? Teddy sighed. Depends on the Black Mesa pack at that point. Best case, they just agree to release the migrants and we all go our separate ways. And worst case. Agent Rutherford took a bite of an apple that had come from his lunch and chewed thoughtfully. We kill them all and let whoever's left alive go to start their new lives. That's pretty harsh, Teddy. They are being taken to their deaths. If we do nothing, 30 people all die. We'll avoid violence if we can, but I have a feeling there will be blood. I felt in my bones it would come to lead. And I was strangely comfortable with it. I was only concerned about collateral damage. Teddy was right, if we didn't intervene, the Mexicans were worm food. If there was killing to be done, I'd do my share. There's something else, Cash. I found some information related to your father. You did? That's awesome, Teddy. What did you find out? I felt excitement flush through me, but a bit of it died when I saw the look on my partner's face. It's not all flattering, he said apologetically. What do you mean? What I have been able to find is later stuff. Close to when he and your mother died. He was regarded as something of a loose cannon. There's mention of using him less and less and only against the most powerful problems. Oh, was all I could manage. There's more. Toward the end, he seemed to do more and more freelance work, without being paid by the government. There was concern that he was being employed by third parties or was self-interested. He went vigilante. Maybe, Teddy admitted. It's not clear. The file mentions the scissors of severing. Very powerful. The tone is almost fearful, but it doesn't detail what they did. I swallowed and nodded. I saw the rage in my dream doppelganger's eye. The madness. Is that what had become of my father? Is that what would become of me? The last mention I found was employing him to resolve a problem referred to as the dreamer. Any relation to the sleeper? Teddy shrugged. It ends there. I can do some more research about the dreamer, but that's all about your dad. A lot of it looks scrubbed. I stared out the window at the ashen sky. The rain looked cold. My partner stood and placed a hand on my shoulder. Go home and get some sleep, Cash. You look like shit. I stood and stretched. Teddy returned to his desk. But bring your full kit tomorrow. We are going to war with the Black Mesa pack. I packed up my things and trooped down to the gym. Nothing like a little sweat to clear your head. As I warmed up on the treadmill, I thought about my father. I was so young when he and my mother died, what could I trust from my memory? He had always seemed kind. I had memories of him and my mother together and they had both been happy. Idyllic. Could he have been a hired gun for the magic mafia? Or a solo vigilante, taking out those that he considered too dangerous, decided on by him alone? Which of those was worse? It was hard to reconcile either of those images with the sweater-wearing dad from my recollection. I started on my first set of pull UPS. And what about Chief Northcutt? I was convinced that he was stealing from the agency. My problem was the motive. Why would he do that? Was Director Barnum involved? And more importantly, what relation did Northcutt have with the sleeper? Had the sleeper found out about Northcutt's theft and was he using it as leverage to blackmail him into influencing our investigations? Or did they have a more intimate connection? Or maybe it was all just a coincidence and the two things were unrelated. And what about the raid that Tina had told me about? Was he involved with that? Did he sell her parents out, or was it just a coincidence? I started alternating between weighted dips and squats. I tried to run each scenario through my mind and see what my intuition bit on. Northcutt was bad, that was clear. I didn't feel like Barnum was involved in this, but something was troubling about her. I got the sense that Northcutt was involved with the sleeper, but I couldn't divine how close the two were. I was really sweating now and it spurred me to work harder. I tried to focus my sense on my father and was surprised by a feeling of neutrality. He rang as neither good nor bad in my head. An image came to mind. Lady Justice. Unseeing, but with her scales perfectly balanced, sword ready. The very symbol of impartiality. That felt closer, but not quite there. I put on some weighted gloves and started on the heavy bag. What would we find tomorrow? Despite my certainty, it would come to violence, I hoped that we could keep at least one of the pack alive. We needed answers about the sleeper. What was he trying to accomplish? Who was he working with? Jump rope now. Sweat poured off my body in rivulets. My vintage Foo Fighters concert t-shirt was soaked through, so I peeled it off. I started jumping, slowly at first, then increasing the pace. My heart thudded in my chest. Pounding. What about Tina? Had what she proposed made sense? If I were to die, I would want someone to benefit. Was I above a sham marriage to make sure that Tina and Felicity didn't have to worry about money? The cord rope blurred around me, cutting through the air. I discovered so much in the past few days, but so much remained a mystery. I quickened my pace until the steady whump-whump of the rope became almost a continuous sound. I kept it up as long as I could, but finally, my body faltered, and the rope caught my foot. I collapsed in a heap, legs too weary to hold me up. I was gasping for air, like a freshly caught trout desperately trying to move water over its gills. I rolled around like a turtle for a few moments trying to free myself from the tangled rope. My arms and legs refused to obey my commands. My brain eventually reoxygenated and I was able to stand. Taken down by a jump rope, pitiful. I skipped the shower and drove home. I fired up the gas grill and threw on some chicken breasts I had marinating in the fridge and some sweet potato wedges. I pulled it all off to cool and grabbed a beer from the fridge before I jumped in the shower. Shower beers are the best. The Newcastle Brown Ale was gone before I knew it and I threw on some gym shorts and another t-shirt. This one featured a cute cartoon ghost holding a beer in each hand with the tagline "I'm only here for the booze." Appropriate for the season, I figured. I had just sat down to eat when there was a knock at my door. Shit, I was so hungry. I grabbed one of my Rugers and peeked out of the blinds near the front door. There was a bright yellow Jeep Wrangler parked in my driveway. It had quite a few aftermarket parts and I whistled low at the black powder-coated front bumper and winch. I angled the blinds toward the door and I saw a familiar-looking woman with deep chestnut hair. It was Alicia. Double shit. I ran my fingers through my hair and cupped a hand in front of my face to check my breath. All I could smell was beer. Great. I decocked my pistol and opened the door. Alicia was wearing a pair of distressed jeans, a white tank top, and a dark brown, double-breasted jacket that was cut at 3/4 length with extra material that flowed around her. She smiled at me with a bright white mouth that held too many teeth. Good evening, Cash. May I come in? I tucked my pistol behind my back and held the door open for her. It's not like vampires where I have to invite you in or anything. No, she said seriously as she stepped past me. I was shooting for funny, but I had apparently missed the mark. Her voluminous hair smelled like oak leaves and lilac and my knees went a bit weak, although it was probably from low blood sugar. I was just about to eat, I called after her. I put my Ruger back on my pistol belt. Can I get you anything? She pulled a chair out from my dining room table and turned it around before she sat, arms over the back. I'd love a beer. Please eat, I didn't mean to interrupt your dinner. I angled through the kitchen and grabbed 2 more Newcastles from the fridge. I opened them both and handed her one before sitting back down before my meal. She took several long swallows from her beer while I finally dug into my chicken. We eyed one another and waited for the other to speak. It was honestly a comfortable silence and I made my way through an entire breast and half my potatoes before I felt compelled to speak. Alicia worked on her beer and looked around my home with an appraising eye. So, to what do I owe the pleasure? I didn't make it by the office today. I wanted to check on you after. She paused. Last night. I swallowed and washed it down with some beer. Yeah, that was quite a time. Thank you for saving us. That big fucker was gonna gut us for sure. Why didn't you stick around? I was worried that I was going to run into more on the way back to the car. Alicia's face cracked into a broad grin. Oh Cash, I was making sure that you wouldn't encounter any more of the Black Mesa putos. Afterward you left the park, dot. She waved a hand. Well, let's just say that I have certain urges that are hard to control if I shift during a full moon. It makes it difficult to be around polite company. I finished my meal and pushed the plate aside. I'm polite company now. Another beer. I noticed she was empty. Alicia eyed the empty beer bottle. Do you have any tequila? I stood. Sure. Ice. She shook her head, so I returned to the table with a glass tumbler and a bottle of Don Julio 1942. Her eyes lit up. I see you are a gentleman of quality, she cooed. Alicia popped the cork and poured while I bussed the table and grabbed another beer for myself. I sat back down across from her as she took a sip from the tumbler. She closed her eyes and rolled it around in her mouth, before swallowing. We stared at each other again and I was determined not to crack this time. Several sips of my expensive tequila later, she cracked. I wanted to tell you that you did a good job. Both in the alley and in the park. Killing worse is not an easy thing. Both doing it and living with it. Thanks. The third beer was finally catching up with me. My head swam a bit. Did I really have a werewolf in my house? But, as I said, if you hadn't shown up, I'm pretty sure Agent Ruthersford and I would have been pushing up daisies. Alicia's brown eyes flared with intensity. I'm not so sure about that. There's something special about you, Cash. Something extra. You shouldn't underestimate yourself. I wondered if I should tell her about the archetype or if I was supposed to keep that a secret. I felt like we still hadn't broached the reason for her visit. Surely, you didn't drive all the way out here to tell me what a badass I am. A cloud passed over her fierce gaze. That's true. She emptied her glass and refilled it. Seeing me in my altered form can be jarring. She spoke haltingly, lacking her usual confidence. She was picking her words. She paused and changed tact. What did you think of me? As a wolf? I sat back and took a long pull of beer to give myself a moment to think. This seemed like a potential minefield, and I missed monster etiquette day in school. I realized I had no idea if I would offend her or not. I had really fucked things up at the Smoky Oak. But, I just went for it. At the end of the day I am a straight-ahead kind of guy, I don't think I know any other way. And those new castles were making my tongue feel honest, and a bit poetic. You were amazing. Magnificent. You came into that park like a force of nature, a lightning strike. You made that gray coyote look like a cute, tiny puppy. She smiled at the praise until I got to the last statement about her size. And my appearance, didn't scare you? Repulse you? At last, we came to it. She was afraid that now that I had seen her, I was going to treat her differently. Be scared. Not be attracted to her. Honestly, Alicia, you fucking terrified me. You were a giant werewolf that could tear the head from my body with a single swipe. I am just a man that didn't know monsters existed a month ago. How could I not be scared? She visibly deflated, so I continued. But you asked two different questions. Was I scared? Yes, that's a normal human reaction. Was I repulsed? No. You were majestic. Regal. And your eyes. Your eyes were still Alicia. I could tell it was still you. She stood up and looked out the window. It was getting dark now, the setting sun covered the landscape in a soft orange blanket. It's hard, she started. For me to connect to people since the change. I wonder. Am I a woman that wears the mask of a wolf? Or, have I become a wolf disguised as a woman? I was smart enough to know that I was in no way qualified to answer that question. And years of marriage taught me that she didn't want me to. Alicia continued to look outside and we shared another comfortable silence. She drained her glass again and began to stalk toward me. You know, Cash, my kind typically only consorts with other wurs. The prey instinct in my lizard brain flared to life. I was being hunted. I stood from my chair and began to inch away from her. That makes sense, I guess. We generally only fuck humans once in a while. She licked her lips and desire shone in her eyes. For fun. More than once or twice and there tends to be injuries. She had closed the distance between us and my back was now against the wall. Her jacket had fluttered open and she pressed her barely contained breasts against my chest. Her sizable nipples distended the thin fabric of her shirt. The lilac scent of her hair had been replaced by another, more savory, smell. She placed a palm against the wall next to my head. I tried like hell to keep my breathing steady. My mouth was salivating profusely. I was in full-on fight or flight. That sounds painful, I heaved. She gave me a predatory smile. Fun fact. Wolves have 42 teeth. 10 more than people. I looked it up. Oh, it is. I promise, she purred. And then our mouths were together. She pressed me bodily against the wall and I was aware of just how strong she was, even as a human. She roughly seized me by the side of my neck and forced her tongue into my mouth. My tequila tasted delicious. Just as my lust was overcoming my fear, she broke the kiss and held my chin in her hand. That's what I wanted from you. At first. Just to fuck you. She turned my head to the side a bit as if to inspect me. The Latina accent was out in full force and way she said fuck made my spine tingle. But now. My mouth was wet from her saliva, but I didn't wipe it away. I was having trouble catching my breath. But now. Her brow wrinkled. The self-assured predator was gone and I saw the indecision and discomfort return. But now, I have to go. Good night, Cash. She gave me a quick kiss on the cheek and went to the door. She moved quickly, as if she was afraid she would lose her resolve and give in to her animal impulses. I tried to follow but my enormous erection made it difficult to hurry. She paused at the door and closed her coat against the chill. She gave me a final, quick smile with her too many teeth, and then she was gone. I hunched over my dining room table and took slow deep breaths to relieve the tension in my groin. I am pretty sure this is how men my age suffered strokes. It wasn't healthy to move that much blood around so quickly. There was another knock. Urgent. Thank Christ. I hurried over and flung the door open only to get smashed across the jaw. The world went light then dark as my brain bounced off my skull. I came to only a few moments later to find a finely shaped woman dragging me back into my own house, feet first. But when she turned around, it wasn't Alicia. I stared into the slit eyes of Fu Jianglong. She slapped me across the face, way harder than I felt was strictly necessary. I believe you have some things of mine, she hissed. Chapter 29. Oh boy. This was bad. I shook my head to try and clear the cobwebs while I scoot away from Zhang on the ground. She followed me and cuffed me on the ear again. Where are my things? She asked. I tried to think. What were the consequences of me turning the relics back over to her? We could always get them later, but it might be tougher to prove Northcutt was involved. Zhang stepped over my body and knelt on her heels. She slapped me across the face again. Agent, I asked you a question. Fuck, give me a minute. And stop hitting me. I rubbed my cheek. You don't have a minute. Give me my things or suffer. Zhang was wearing a black cheongsam with gold-colored trim. There was a teardrop-shaped opening just below her throat that showcased a gorgeous jade pendant and showed just a hint of her cleavage. There were long slits on either side of the dress that offered her mobility and showed quite a bit of her muscular thighs. Her ebony hair was in an up bun with a few wispy bangs framing her face. She was quite beautiful in an exotic way, her slit iris and unusual eye color only adding to her peculiar charm. I continued to scramble. You said we had until Friday. Why do you even think I even have them? She smiled at me in a way that made my blood run cold. Her forked tongue flickered out of her mouth as she wrapped her long fingers purposely around my neck. I grasped at her arm, but it was like trying to bend an iron bar. She casually picked me off the ground by my throat and stood from her squat, lifting my 230+ pounds into the air. My feet dangled several inches of the ground and I flailed at her arm, which was now a mass of cord muscles and ropey veins. Despite my precarious situation, Zhang wasn't putting much pressure directly against my esophagus. I could breathe, and talk, for now. Okay, I stopped struggling. I'll hand them over. They're yours anyway. We were coming by tomorrow, to return them. Zhang set me down near a high-top table and chairs I keep near my bar. I sat down with my arms hunched over, breathing hard. There's a black plastic box in the trunk of my agency car. The eye, gem, and hat are inside. Excellent, she hissed. I sat back and rubbed at my throat. Does Palmerston know you are here? He didn't seem wild about making waves with the agency. Zhang's eyes flashed dangerously. That man is a fool and our agreement is only binding as long as it pleases me. The soft sounds in pleases all ran together in one long S. I shrugged my shoulders trying to compose myself. Okay. So how do you want to do this? You want me to go get them, or give you the keys, or what? She considered a moment, then curled her palm upward. Her fingers were overly long and her nails resembled talons. Then her hand erupted in crimson light and she appeared to me holding molten lava in her hand. I could feel the heat radiating off of it and I began to bead perspiration. You will retrieve the case and give it to me. If you try anything, I will burn you to the ground where you stand. I nodded, holding my hands up, and slowly started moving toward the rack of keys near the front door. Does that mean you aren't going to kill me? Zhang followed closely behind me and hissed out a snaky laugh. I haven't decided yet. It would anger Cole, which brings me pleasure. But, you have done nothing to deserve death and were ahead of the deadline. Well, that sounds promising. I grabbed my keys and slowly started heading to the garage door. When we got your relics from the Farfalla, she told us they were stolen before arriving at the reliable reliquary. I left out the part about Chief Northcutt, but I wanted to gauge her reaction. It matters not. Once something passes through my doors it becomes part of my hoard. If I encounter that bitch, I will end her. No one steals from me. She was quiet for a moment. You spoke with her? Did you not arrest her? Or kill her? No, I stated matter-of-factly. She got away. She's a slippery one. I thought of her kissing me unconscious as we passed into the garage. I looked over my shoulder. I am gonna open the trunk. There are guns inside, please don't torch me. The heat from her lava was raising the ambient temperature and I was beginning to sweat profusely. I stopped a few feet from the car and pressed the automatic release on my key fob. The trunk to the Wildcat popped open and my red and blue flashers mounted on the top of the trunk door illuminated the garage. I turned sideways with my hands raised. Do you want me to grab it? Yes, she hissed, but if you try anything, you'll vaporize me. Yeah, you mentioned that. How are we doing on the whole me living through this thing? I am cooperating, I pointed out. I started on the mental calculus. I wasn't sure if the fireball she had in her palm would really burn me. It was probably made of magic and I could shrug it off. I was sure that she could pull my head off and throw my body through the garage door. I didn't want to fight John, but I also didn't want to die. Grabbing my rifle or coach gun out of my trunk was my last real chance of resistance. I figured I was fast enough to get at least one shot off before she pulled my arm off and beat me to death with it, but I wasn't sure if the silver bullets currently loaded in my weapons would even hurt her. I will let you live, John said, if for no other reason than I find your fear and your sweaty body, simulating. She placed a hand on the back of my neck and dragged a clawed finger down the middle. She smiled as I squirmed in discomfort and her tongue flicked out and wiggled grotesquely. Now grab the case and close the trunk. I stepped forward out of her grasp to do as she asked. Last chance. I closed my eyes and decided to roll the dice on cooperation. She had no real reason to kill me if she got what she wanted, and it was unlikely that I would survive the confrontation if I pulled a weapon. I reached into the trunk and grabbed the case by the handle. The blue and red flashers continued. The crimson light from Zhang's hand reminded me of a road flare and I imagined myself back as a deputy working a nighttime traffic crash. The flares in my memory smelled heavily of sulfur and I realized that I didn't smell anything here in my garage beyond my own boat. I was going to need another shower if I survived the next 5 minutes. The lack of a sulfur smell solidified my belief that her lava was magic-based and that I could survive her initial salvo. I eyed my double-barreled shotgun laying on top of its case. We were close enough that it would be devastating. Don't, Agent. I only want my relics. Her tone was different, not as hostile as before. There was a pleading edge to it. Had the rest been posturing? My other hand slowly raised up, cautiously inched by my shotgun, and came to rest on the trunk lid. I slowly closed it and took a deep breath. I then turned to face Zhang and face her mercy or wrath. To my surprise, her face revealed a pleasant smile. Her eyes were focused on the case. She snapped her fingers and the Java fireball disappeared. My treasure, she hissed happily. It was almost a purring sound. I extended my arm out and offered the case to her. Normally, I'd have you sign a receipt. But I think we can skip that step. She took the case from me and clutched it against her chest like a child hugging a teddy bear. I followed her back inside. Aren't you going to check to make sure they are in there? I asked, genuinely curious. No, I can feel their presence. She said presence with way more SS than I thought were in there. She stepped forward and cupped my cheek where she had hit me. Her talons were gone and her fingers were the normal length. It was like a weight had been lifted off the room. I am sorry I was such a bitch, the English lilt was creeping back into her voice. I get so cranky when people take my things. Her tone was imperious, but I could swear I saw a little pout to her lip. You should come by sometime and I can give you a private tour of my vault. It was such a classic British double entendre, that I was genuinely confused. The thought of that forked tongue coming anywhere near me made me shiver and a little curious. Her face revealed nothing but regret. For hitting me, I supposed. She had hit me quite a bit. John crossed my living room to the front door and paused just as Alicia had. She looked back and offered a sly smile. "You're a brave man. Smart enough to fear, but strong enough to control it. I hope to see you again. Zhejian, Agent Renshaw." She disappeared into the night, leaving the door open. I rushed over and slammed the door, not even looking to see where she had gone. I threw every lock on the door and there were quite a few. I walked into the dining room and grabbed the bottle of tequila, necking it. That was 3 times I had almost died. Fuck, when was I going to learn? I thought of our impending coyote ambush. Probably not tomorrow, I thought, drinking again. I put the bottle back in the bar and went into my bedroom. I skipped a second shower and just changed my shirt. I tumbled into bed and stared at the ceiling. My mind was racing, but I needed sleep. I cleared my thoughts and did combat breathing to steady my heart rate. In, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Out, 2, 3, 4. Hold, 2, 3, 4. Repeat. I could feel the tension leaving my body. In, hold, out, hold. My blood pressure dropped. In. Out. I pushed my way through the batwing doors. The piano player banged out an upbeat rhythm as I crossed to the bar and threw back the shot as soon as it was placed before me. Dad was there, but he didn't speak. He didn't look at me. So, we sat there and drank together. Every time I drained my glass, the bartender hustled over to refill it. We went on like this, the only sounds were the piano and the occasional sipping noise. The whiskey was terrible, especially after my top-shelf tequila, but it became more and more tolerable. It was relaxing, but I'd had enough. I reached into my pocket looking for dream money to tip the bartender. I found none, so I stood. Wait. A hand grasped me on my shoulder, preventing me from rising. I turned to face my father, who was finally ready to talk. I found myself staring into the cowled visage of the sleeper. I woke up screaming. Chapter 30. My dream had completely unnerved me. Rather than mull over its possible implications, I went out for a pre-dawn run. I let my mind go blank as I put one foot in front of the other. I could feel the morning chill in my hands and feet and my fingers were numb when I trotted back into my driveway. The warm water of the shower felt rejuvenating and I turned my thoughts toward the day ahead. It was a 2-hour drive to San Paso. Teddy and I would intercept the Black Mesa truck carrying illegals to the abandoned warehouse that the sleeper used as a home base. What happened from there would greatly depend on what happened with the truck. I hoped to make an arrest or two and get some information from the survivors. Or, Teddy and I could be torn apart by work coyotes. Either way, it promised to be an exciting day. I put on a pair of dark jeans and a cream-colored long-sleeve button-up. Over that, I wore a dark beige vest with navy trim. I skipped the tie and rolled up my sleeves. I added both my pistol belts and both new vaqueros. I loaded up the guns and belt ammunition slots with the silver rounds, and sprinkled in a few of the shield busters and stun rounds. I prepped my OD green tactical vest with my body armor and ballistic plate on both the front and the rear. I made sure I had plenty of extra ammo, including some spare cylinders for the Rugers attached. Finally, I attached Ben's Bowie knife to one of the maul straps, handle down. I put on a pair of dark tan boots and looked at myself in the mirror. The reflection looking back at me still seemed to be missing something. I attached my father's pince-nez. That wasn't it? I still felt lacking, but it was time to head into the office. My partner was already sitting at his desk when I arrived. He stood up and greeted me with his usual smile. He was wearing tan Patagonia hiking pants and a navy blue sheepskin vest over a gray zip-up shell. It looked very comfortable and practical while still radiating wealth. Quite an accomplishment. "Good morning, Cash, did you have a pleasant evening?" I told Teddy about my visit from John. I left out the part about Alicia. So, I just let her have them. I didn't think actual possession of the items was going to prove our case either way. I finished. Teddy scowled and nodded his head at the same time. I don't approve of the methods, but I suppose the results are inconsequential to our current predicament. Unless they make the items disappear. Together, we looked over at Chief Northcutt's dark office. Even then, the fact that the items in the vault are most likely fakes should be enough. I posited. Teddy rubbed his chin. I suppose they could try to replace the fake items with the real ones, but based on your conversation with John, that's highly unlikely. In any case, we need to focus on the task at hand. About that, I started, are we going to have any more backup? Agent Rutherford frowned and looked around at the empty office. Unfortunately, no. Lucas and Alicia are busy and couldn't be in the area to help us anyway. We can't go to Northcutt and ask for more agents because we aren't supposed to be working on the tattoo mage case. We also don't know if he is compromised somehow. Can we get any more help from the locals? I asked. I doubt it. I believe they are crooked. I would be worried about them trying to hinder us directly if we forced their involvement. So it's just me and you, I said with finality. Oh, don't be so glum. Teddy slugged me in the arm. We will have surprise on our side, and I don't think we will face much resistance, at least initially. They have been making this run for months and have the cops in their pockets. They will be surprised and confused. Hopefully, we can take advantage of that. I was unconvinced. A handful of the Black Mesa pack had almost killed Teddy and me when we had the drop on them. This time, we would be more prepared for combat, but so would they. I kept my concerns to myself. I doubted they ran human cargo without armed security and ready to ice a few federals. Besides, Teddy looked around conspiratorially, I have arranged with young Daniel to pick up some new toys. I raised an eyebrow and my partner glanced at his watch. He should be in by now, why don't we take a little stroll? When we entered the armory, Dan greeted us with a smile and seemed to vibrate in place. Good morning, Daniel. Were you able to put together the things I asked for? Teddy asked with a knowing smile. Yes, sir, Agent Rutherford, sir. Stay right there, I'll be back. Dan returned a moment later carrying a plastic rifle case. He passed it through the window. Teddy clapped his hands together and gave them a little rub before popping the latches. Inside was some kind of hybrid submachine gun. It's a Sig Sauer MPX Noctis. It's basically a pistol caliber carbine with an extended 16-inch barrel. I changed the sear out so it's select fire. No pew, pew, and pew pew. Full auto. Daniel explained, pointing to the select fire switch. The weapon looked like someone had grabbed a regular MPX and stretched out the barrel like it was silly putty. Or if an MP5 submachine gun and M4 carbine had a sexy baby. It had an angled foregrip and a Romeo red dot sight. What's it shoot? I asked. Teddy took a magazine out of the bag. 9mm. 30 round mags. The longer barrel will give a bit more energy and accuracy. Standard runic enhancements. Dan frowned. Were you able to get more ammo commissioned? I could only do 100 rounds without raising any red flags. Dan set 2 boxes of 50 rounds on the counter. That's fine, Daniel. I was able to source more silver ammunition in 9mm. Teddy took the boxes and placed them in the case before closing it. Oh good, he looked relieved. And I didn't forget about you, Agent Renshaw. He pulled a fabric case from beneath the counter and pushed it through the slot. I was already working on it when Agent Rutherford asked. Seemed appropriate. I unzipped the case. Inside was a modern reproduction of an 1887 lever-action shotgun. It was stamped with Taylor & Company. I took it out of the case and whistled. I pumped the action open with a satisfying snap. That there is a certified Kayapa 1887 finished by Taylor & Company into the tactical masterpiece you see before you. Young Daniel had adopted a slight western twang as he spoke. The gun was matte black. The short pistol grip was made of rubberized plastic. I noticed some new holes drilled into the frame. I pointed them out to Dan and he smiled. I rigged it up with a custom fitting. You can switch out the pistol grip with that tactical stock in the bag by knocking out those pins. I also fabricated an extended magazine. Why shoot 5 when you can shoot 7? Go ahead and spin it. I know you are dying too. I checked that the chamber and magazine were clear and pumped the action closed. I then held the shotgun in one hand and spun it around so that the lever pulled before snapping the pistol grip back in my palm. This fancy maneuver would allow me cock and fire the gun one-handed. I performed the action perfectly and much faster than seemed humanly possible. Whoa. Dan stammered. I knew that would be cool, but I wasn't ready for how cool. I looked at the short shotgun. It didn't have the nice wood furniture or engraving my pistols or Henry rifle did. There were some small, utilitarian-looked runes inscribed into the metal of the barrel in silver, but no other decoration. This was a tool made for killing and nothing else. We signed for our new toys and headed back to our floor. It was still empty, except for Agent Grayson, who was working at his desk, as usual. "Agent Grayson, have you seen Chief Northcutt?" Teddy asked. The agent looked up from his work with a bored expression. "Haven't seen him." "What about Tina?" I asked, looking at her empty desk. It was almost 10 in the morning. Agent Grayson shrugged. "That's odd," Teddy said. "Well, it can't be helped, we have to leave now to be in position in San Paso on time." I threw a second glance toward Tina's desk. It didn't look like it had been disturbed since last night. Had she not come in this morning? Maybe she had the day off? I realized how little I actually knew about the woman, despite our intimate conversation. Agent Ruthersford and I gathered up our gear and headed down to the garage level. We packed up the Hellcat and I pointed her west toward Mexico. We spent most of the drive in silence. Teddy was working on his laptop, reading. The passing miles peeled the earth like an onion. First, it was the shining high-rise buildings and massive sports stadiums of downtown. Then, we left the homes, strip malls, and daycares behind. The connective concrete tissue was whittled away until we drove on a single 2-lane road. The trees gave way to thirsty grass, which gave way to scrub, which gave way to drab rocks and shining sand. Far-off mesas rose in the distance, orange and red under light azure. The sky was a blue balloon overfilled. Pale and taut. The sun was high and bright, but waning as the world turned its autumnal shoulder. I watched the center line zoom past. The onyx asphalt absorbed all the light and heat on offer while radiating mirage upward into the far-off desert. The Hellcat hardly made a sound as she ate up the miles, always hungry. Teddy broke my reverie. "I've discovered some interesting things about the Dreamer." "My father's last case?" "Seemingly so. He wasn't called the Dreamer because he had any special powers over the mind. Rather, he fancied himself a humanist. His dreams were instead of a human race that had access to superhuman abilities, putting them on an equal footing with the meta-world." "Sounds like he was well-intentioned at least." I speculated. I assumed it was his execution that went off the rails. Indeed. His initial focus was to pierce the veil and find a way to allow mundane humans to manifest magic. This got my attention. That sounds a lot like our runic tattoos. I thought so too. But apparently, he became frustrated with this approach as it proved difficult, maybe impossible. He turned instead to less seemly methods, ones that brought him to the attention of the authorities. "Am I gonna need a barf bag?" I asked. "Depends on how strong your stomach is, I suppose." He started with crossbreeding efforts. At first, he found willing subjects, but eventually, he turned to kidnap and rape. This proved unfruitful as well, or at least unpredictable. Then he approached the problem from a new angle. He began to transplant parts from metas and graft them onto human hosts. Here we go. So like a human with werewolf arms. That's fucking horrifying. Yes. Or demon wings, or succubus horns, or a manticore tail. He hoped that some amount of magic was actually contained in the body parts and that by attaching them, he could give magic to the masses. He used a combination of magical and mundane means. He was a skilled physician, in addition to being a powerful mage. I'm guessing this didn't work out right either. Not really. A human with werewolf arms was stronger than a normal human, but they didn't inherit the natural healing, or speed, or ability to change. His next step was removing the brain of a human and putting it into a meta body. Wait a minute, don't a lot of creatures already have the ability to turn humans into their kind? Werewolves can make more werewolves. Isn't a brain transplant a bit of overkill? One would think, but for the Dreamer, it was a matter of control. He wanted humans to be able to choose their own paths, independent of the wants or needs of the Metanaturals. Unfortunately for him, his methods put him in the crosshairs of both the magical and mundane communities. He was hunted by both but proved to be an elusive quarry. Eventually, the US government reached out to your father to end his experiments, permanently. And that's it? The records end. No more mention of the Dreamer, although some of his creations live on. And shortly afterward, your father and mother died? An awkward silence passed between us as the engine droned. So my father killed him? He was nothing but an assassin in the end. That would seem to be the most logical explanation, but we can't know for sure. And that doesn't explain the regret your father has expressed to you in his dreams. Or maybe a cigar is just a cigar. Could my dreams just be regular manifestations of my guilty subconscious rather than having some mystical explanation? Teddy looked skeptical. I suppose. Anything is possible. Here, pull off here. He pointed to the side of the road. I edged the Hellcat off onto the shoulder and slowed. Ahead of us was a tiny food cart attached to an ancient pickup truck. Teddy got out and walked up to the food cart. He held up 4 fingers without speaking. He exchanged $5 for 4 of the most delicious beef burritos tacos I had ever eaten. A Mexican woman that looked older than time herself, fried them up on a hot skillet, taking the meat out of an ancient crockpot. She finished our order with 2 styrofoam cups filled with broth from the pot and 2 mandarin jarritos. There was no menu and no words exchanged, just paper trays and a stack of napkins. We ate off of the hood of the Hellcat, while the old proprietor looked on, saying nothing and staring at us with her rheumy eyes. The surrounding countryside made for an impressive backdrop for lunch. We stood and ate our tacos in silence. We put our trash in a 55-gallon drum set out beside the pickup. I wondered how the tiny woman moved it every day. Teddy walked to the back of my car and I opened the trunk. We put on our tactical vests and body armor. I pulled out my Henry rifle and levered around into the chamber. Teddy loaded his MPX with a fresh magazine of 9mm silver hollow points. And we waited there on the side of the road. We must have looked like quite a pair, but if the old woman had an opinion, she kept it to herself. Are we the only ones? I asked Teddy a question that had been bothering me. Teddy's eyes didn't leave the horizon. The only ones of what? Archetypes. Am I the only lawman? Are you the only gentleman? Teddy sighed. There are entire books written on the subject. Long story short, there is no consensus. Some people think there can be only one of each type at a time. When that person dies, the powers transfer to another likely candidate. Others believe that there are several kinds of each archetype. There might be an American lawman and a European detective. A refined gentleman and a nouveau riche. What are the differences? And even if you pick one, say American lawman, there can be several subtypes. The Boston copper, the Western marshal, the New York detective, are all stereotypes that could conceivably have power. Are they separate individuals, or are they all a part of one person that encompasses the American spirit? I see, I said. I didn't. It's all poorly understood, in no small part because we tend to keep a tight lid on our identities and specific powers. Why? I asked. There are those in the meta community that would seek us out to destroy us. There is a faction that believes that we represent a threat to their supremacy over humanity. We hide the extent of our powers because it makes us harder to combat. No archetype ability is very powerful on its own, and knowing what they are can make them easy to counter. Our powers also tend to evolve over time, growing stronger as we more fully embrace our role. Now that was an idea I could get behind. Teddy, I can't help but notice that we seem to have a lot of enemies. Quite so. We lapsed back into silence, watching the clouds meld together as we sipped from our bottles, still ice cold from the cooler. 20 minutes later, Teddy's phone chirped and he looked at it. They're in position. They will have the truck stopped in about 5 minutes. I finished off my orange soda. Showtime. Chapter 31. Teddy and I piled back into the Hellcat and tore off from the roadside taco stand. Over the next hill, San Pedro came into view. Agent Rutherford directed me through the one stoplight, and then we had seen all of what the beautiful town of San Pedro had to offer. They should be right up ahead, Teddy said. It's weird that they knew the timing so specifically. Teddy gave a rueful grin. It's almost like they were aware of exactly what was passing through their tiny hamlet. A few moments later, flashing lights came into view. I saw a white Mitsubishi box truck, pulled over on the side of the road. Purple People Movers was proudly emblazoned on the side in flaking, violet lettering. Under the words was an image of 2 stick figures carrying what appeared to be a couch. In front of the truck was a black Chevy Tahoe with dark-tinted windows. Behind the box truck and the Tahoe were 2 beat-up-looking Ford Crown Victorias with flashing red and blue lights. I pulled the Hellcat off on the right side of the road, facing the wrong direction so that we were facing the stopped convoy. I slowed and stopped about 30 yards from the Chevy Tahoe, flipping on my low-profile wigwag lights. As the Hellcat squeaked to a halt, the 2 Crown Victorias roared to life and tore off down the highway. The departing vehicles blew a large cloud of dust up into the air, temporarily obscuring our view. The dust disappeared like smoke, swirling up into nothing. I climbed out of the driver's side door and leveled my Henry rifle toward the two remaining vehicles. "That Tahoe is gonna be trouble," I told Teddy. "John didn't mention it." Teddy got out and extended the stock out on his MPX, fitting it against his shoulder. "It must have been running blocker for the cargo truck." "How do you want to play this?" I asked. "Give them a chance to cooperate. Order them out," Teddy instructed. I reached inside the Hellcat, grabbed the PA mic, and flipped the power switch with my thumb. I stood half in and half out of my car with the door partially open. I kept my rifle trained on the Tahoe with my right hand and brought the mic to my lips with my left. I adjusted my aviator sunglasses with a finger. The Tahoe was covered in a thick coating of dust, making it appear almost beige in the afternoon sun. The windows were so darkly tinted I couldn't see into the passenger compartment. I scanned the horizon but didn't see anything moving. There was no traffic or noise. A slight wind blew, carrying away the remains of the dust and dirt disturbed by the vehicles. I keyed the mic and my voice boomed out of the Hellcat's grill-mounted speaker, breaking the silence. "Driver, roll down your windows and turn off the vehicle." Nothing happened. Both the Tahoe and box truck sat motionless and silent. I repeated the command and was rewarded with more of the same. I looked at Teddy. "Don't worry about the procedure, just order them out," he suggested. "Driver, exit the vehicle with your hands raised." We waited. I noticed that I was holding my breath. The driver's door of the Tahoe opened. I trained my rifle to cover whoever stepped out. After a long moment, someone hopped out of the driver's seat. It was a short, Hispanic-looking fellow, in a white long-sleeved t-shirt and black denim shorts that reached past his knees. He was wearing dark wraparound shades and a black bandana on his head. He had his hands up, just barely, with his palms flapping casually backward over his shoulders. "We pay good money to drive through here, amigo. Is this a shakedown?" the man yelled over the increasing wind. "No," I responded over the loudspeaker. "Turn around and walk backward toward our car." He ignored my instructions. "If this is a shakedown, we can pay more money. But, we aren't going to jail. Turn around and walk backward to the car. Do it now. Let's talk about this, amigo." The man was smiling now. "Don't make a huge mistake. You can drive away rich. Or, you can not drive away." The passenger door opened, but no one got out. I still couldn't see into the Tahoe. Teddy spoke to me over the roof of the car. "See if they will release the illegals. Then, they can go." I keyed the mic again. "We know what you have in the truck. Release your cargo and you can go." The man barked a laugh. "We can't do that, amigo. That's not what we paid all that money for. Just get back in your car and drive away. You won't see us come this way again." "Fuck," I swore. "What now?" I asked Teddy. Teddy shrugged, not taking his eyes from the Tahoe. "Final warning. Last chance," I said over the mic, "unload your cargo and drive away." The man's grin widened, he lowered his hands and placed one on the door frame of the Tahoe, leaning casually. His right arm was now concealed by the door. "Or what?" he challenged. Now I smiled. I knew this game. "Or, you can take your chances with the legal system." I gestured toward my rifle as I said legal system. "Last chance," I reiterated. "No, amigo. It's your last chance." The smile was gone and the man pounded a fist on the open door. "I tried to be fair, but you're too estupido. Now you get back in your fucking car and crawl back to your fucking office, and drink your fucking coffee." He pointed at us and got louder as he went. Wait a minute. Was this bitch-ass really insulting Teddy's delicious South American roast? That was a bridge too motherfucking far. The dark-skinned driver smiled wickedly, showing us his oversized canine teeth. "Or, you die here in this desert. Your choice, Pendejo." He yelled these last words, sending them echoing over the empty landscape. "Did that sound like a deadly threat to you, Agent Rutherford?" I asked out of the side of my mouth. "It certainly did, Agent Rensford," Teddy responded, tightening his grip on his rifle and sliding off the safety. They made their decision. Things started happening very quickly then. Responding to some unseen signal, the two back doors to the Tahoe flung open. The passenger door of the box truck also opened. The driver ducked back down behind the driver's door window, but as he started to move, I feathered the trigger of the Henry Big Boy. I tracked the driver's head as it lowered and the glass of the driver's door window shattered as my .357 silver bullet passed through it and went into the driver's head. It only stayed there a moment though, before erupting out the back in a spray of blood and gore. The dirt-yellowed Tahoe became more of a mauve color as it was covered with blood and chunks of brain. A large man carrying a black rifle exited the passenger side and leveled it at us. He managed to get exactly one round off before I pivoted the Henry and introduced his brain matter to the desert. His round pinged off a rock to my left. The SUV began disgorging Black Mesa pack members like a fucking clown car. Their strategy was immediately apparent. 3/4 of them sprinted away from the Chevy, changing into their hybrid form as they ran. They spread out and sprinted toward the Hellcat at breakneck speed. The remainder of them fired at us with a mix of pistols and long guns. It was a good tactic, and it might have worked against lesser men. But Teddy and I were locked and loaded and not afraid of doing what needed to be done. I feverishly worked the action of the Henry rifle as I cycled through my targets. I picked off the still human coyotes as soon as they opened up with their weapons. Smoking shell casings tinkled on the ground and the smell of cordite filled the air. Teddy opened up with MPX, sending rapid-fire bursts at the approaching Wurs. He scored few hits, his human reflexes unable to keep pace with the superhuman metas. But the volume of fire forced them to dodge repeatedly, and he slowed their supernaturally swift advance. I stood erect, ignoring the occasional round that smashed into the hood or door of the Hellcat. The car had been reinforced with light armor paneling and should be able to stop or deflect most small arms fire. My upper body pivoted like a turret, picking off targets with robotic-like accuracy, in order of their threat to Teddy and me. I counted down the shots in my head. 9, 8, 7. Once the shooters were down, I moved to the charging monsters. 6, 5, 4. A Black Mesa soldier hustled up from behind the SUV and hit the dirt with what looked like a squad automatic weapon. Holy shit. I flicked the Henry rifle back and shot number 3 exploded the light machine gunner's melon before he had a chance to chamber around. I shifted my fire back to the advancing Wurs, having lost valuable time. 2 shots left, 1. When I got to 0, I locked the rifle open and threw it back into the passenger compartment. 2 Wur coyotes were now within leaping range. Teddy had just slapped a fresh magazine into the MPX carbine and let go with a fully automatic spray. One of the Wurs leaped at him and right into a hail of 9mm bullets. At close range, he couldn't dodge the spray of fire, and the silver bullets ripped into his massive body. The Wur collapsed to the ground with a whimper, shredded from a myriad of silver bullet gunshots. The other Wur came at me and had either been closer than Teddy's or just moved faster. I backed away from the open driver's door with 2 empty hands and the world slowed to a crawl. The 10-colored hybrid monster soared at me through the air, his muscled arms spread wide. His mouth was open and I could make out a ropey strand of saliva dripping from his left canine. I began to ever so slowly inch to my left, away from the car. I saw I wasn't going to be able to avoid the Wur coyote's reach by lateral movement alone, so I crouched into a roll. The Wur's eyes bulged as I began to move, and he tried to adjust in the air. He was partially successful and stretched out his right arm toward me as he slowly closed the distance. I was vaguely aware of Teddy, moving from his spot at the passenger door to the rear of the vehicle, trying to get a shot. He was moving even slower than the coyote, swimming through a Texas tequila milkshake. I was on the ground now, my shoulder digging into the rocky soil. My left hand was on my pistol. I watched the deadly claws of the monster crawl past my face as I came out of the roll and turned to face him in a crouch. My Ruger came up level as he crashed into the car door, slamming it closed and rocking the Hellcat sideways. My big revolver fired, once, twice and a third time, the booms coming so fast they ran together. The 10-colored monster bounced off my Dodge and fell in a heap near the rear tire. He didn't get up. I spun back toward the Tahoe, but the only sound I heard was the new Vaquero's last shot echoing off the distant mesa and the wind pulsing over the road and cars. Everything was still and silent. I looked over to Teddy, who was patting himself down, making sure he had the same number of holes that he woke up with this morning. He finished his inspection and gave me a thumbs up along with a tentative smile. Had we done it? I heard a sliding door being raised and I turned my attention to the box truck. I could see a single pair of feet standing in front of the rear cargo door. It was suddenly joined by a second set of feet and I watched as the shocks of the truck recovered. The entire vehicle lifted several inches higher and a loud thump reached my ears just a moment later. I watched the Mitsubishi truck buck up and down on its springs. The motion made the truck look angry it was forced to carry such a load and happy to finally be free of it. Whatever had just gotten out of the back of that box truck was big. And heavy. Another level of heavy. My weird feeling poured down my back like an ice bath. There was more killing to do. Chapter 32. I shot a questioning glance at Teddy. "What the hell is that?" I asked. Teddy scooted back over to the passenger door. A couple of possibilities spring to mind. He slung his rifle and pulled out his revolver. "Do you have any explosive rounds?" he asked me. My partner was referring to the Reds, .357 rounds that were loaded with some kind of magic explosive projectile. I had exactly 4 of them on my ammo belt. "Yeah," I responded. "Why?" The creature appeared from around the back corner of the cargo truck. It was enormous, nearly 8 foot tall, slumped over like a gorilla. It had pale, waxy skin and a bald head. It was hard to make out at this distance, but it looked absolutely jacked. It turned toward us like a Sherman tank and advanced. It moved slowly at first but gained speed at an alarming rate. "This is bad," Teddy said. He has the cylinder of his revolver open. He jammed the ejector rod on his pistol and his loaded ammo was flung onto the road where it tinkled and rolled. "It's a flesh golem. Load your Reds." Teddy pushed his own explosive rounds into his rhino as fast as he could. "What the fuck is a flesh golem?" I gasped. I holstered my pistol and grabbed my Henry rifle off the driver's seat and started stuffing the red-tipped rounds into it. Like Frankenstein's monster. Teddy snapped the cylinder closed and took aim. The golem took enormous, lumbering strides toward us. Its arms and legs were misshapen, and all were of different sizes. What they lacked in uniformity, they made up for in mass. The arms were enormous, a mishmash of ropey muscles and stringy veins. It looked like the muscles of several different arms had been combined together to create each limb. One leg was significantly longer than the other, giving it a loping, off-center gait adding to its inhuman bearing. It wore only a shredded pair of khaki pants. The thing's eyes were bloodshot red and its mouth was pulled back into a grotesque, rictus mask. It was fucking terrifying with a Texas-sized T. Teddy's hand cannon banged and smoked in my peripheral vision. I saw the monster dip, appearing to stumble, and the round went over its head. It impacted a hill some distance behind and there was a small explosion. Like a soda can full of tannerite. Teddy fired again, this time hitting the monster's right arm. A great, bloody chunk was blown from the thing's biceps, but if it even noticed, it didn't show. The monster had a head of steam now. Teddy fired again and missed. I had the Henry loaded now, but I wasn't sure I could hit headshots given the thing's lurching movement and short remaining distance. I picked an easier target and looked down at its legs. I shouldered my rifle and let loose just as Teddy scored another hit on the beast's upper torso. He must have been out of explosives rounds because he immediately switched back to the MPX. I aimed at the tops of the golem's thighs. I was trying to destroy the femoral artery or break the pelvic cradle. I realized belatedly that I didn't know if the monster had a working circulatory system. I fired my 4 shots rapidly and they had a definite effect. The explosive rounds ripped into the flesh golem, blowing off gory chunks of flesh and bone. The monster hesitated but did not stop. Teddy opened up with his MPX as I ran to the trunk. BRRRRRRRRRRRR. The automatic carbine dumped a hailstorm of silver 9mm rounds into the beast, but they might as well have been spitballs for all the good they did. I watched in horror as the golem brought its left arm across its body and backhanded Teddy away from the Hellcat. Teddy flew through the air like a ragdoll and landed in a heap on the blacktop of the highway. I pulled my 1887 shotgun out of the trunk and worked the lever, chambering around. This motherfucker was gonna pay. That was my cultured fop he was smacking around. I stepped around the back right corner of my car and started firing. I was close now, with a scattergun, so I decided to work the upper body. I cranked off 3 blasts in quick succession. The double-aught buckshot shredded the flesh around its head and neck. Several of the pellets went into its head and one eye exploded like a hard-boiled egg thrown at a wall. The golem roared in rage as it charged toward me. It was the first sound the thing had made and it sent chills all through my body. It sounded like a rusty chainsaw killing a baby elephant. I never wanted to hear that noise again. It swung its massive left arm in a crossbody swipe. I managed to duck under the blow and retreated around the car, starting the world's deadliest game of Ring Around the Rosie. It started after me around the car as I blasted it again. One of its legs wasn't working correctly and its right arm dangled loosely. It wasn't bleeding and seemed only minorly inconvenienced. The undead horror was vulnerable to the laws of physics at least. Destroyed muscles and ligaments could not lever arms and legs no matter how much magic was applied. I ran around the car, pumping rounds into it when I had an opening. Maybe I could win a war of attrition. The golem quickly grew wise to this tactic. I watched as it gathered itself for a jump. I backpedaled away from the car and watched in amazement as the beast propelled its massive bulk up and over my charger using only one leg. It came down heavily, swiping its working arm again. If I hadn't moved when I did, I would have been crushed into a fine paste. While I managed to duck the first swing, the golem reversed its blow with superhuman speed, catching me with its backhand. I was flatfoot and I only partially deflected the strike with my upper arm. The blow pummeled me to the ground, my left arm instantly went numb and I was afraid it was broken. Better than my head leaving my body like a little league T-ball. The horror's crazed rictus strained wider, tearing decayed skin. It limped toward me, remorseless. I sent another blast into its upper chest as it closed with me, but it shrugged it off. I worked the lever on the 1887 one-handed, spinning the gun forward and using the momentum to chamber another round. The last round. I waited for time to slow, but it didn't. I tried to trigger the power, but I couldn't. It had always just happened before. Was it too soon since I last used it? I could do this the old-fashioned way. The monster lurched toward me. I waited a moment and then extended my arm upward, bringing the barrel as close to its head as I could, as I tried to stagger to my feet. It didn't even try to dodge as I dropped the hammer. The round exploded outward and tore into the golem's head and neck. I watched in disbelief as the monster's lower jaw fell free from his head and landed on the ground between us. Still, it came. It stood over me with towering menace. I could see its mangled upper jaw and hideous, blackened tongue as it lolled out from its neck. Its lone remaining eye burned bright with hatred and madness. I could smell the thing now. It wasn't an overpowering stink of death and decay like I expected, but rather a cold earthy smell. Like a freshly dug grave. Teddy's body lay limp on the asphalt where he had fallen. I dropped the empty shotgun and it whumped into the sand at my feet. My hand fell on the handle of Ben's Bowie knife. Best to go out swinging. The monster stood over me and reared back to deal a finishing blow. I was half crouched, half kneeling on the rocky ground. I pulled the Bowie free from the scabbard on my vest and launched myself upward in a last-ditch effort. I aimed the point of the knife into the hole I had blown into its head. I wasn't sure if the thing had a brain, but I meant to scramble it. I drove 6.5 inches of magically reinforced steel upward. The golem started its swing just as the tip of the knife pierced the soft palate of its mouth. There was no resistance as I shoved the knife into the top of its head. The thing's arm was coming around now, but it had lost strength and its knees buckled. I clenched my upper body and tried to roll with the blow as it came through. The impact was horrible and I was dashed aside, swatted back to the dusty earth. This had the added effect of twisting the Bowie as it lodged itself in the golem's brain, and that seemed to do it. It finally collapsed on top of me like a switch had been flipped. We lay there together in a gory pile for a moment. I waited a moment to see if it would stir, and when it didn't, I forced myself groaning back to my feet. The remains of the flesh golem lie there in the weeds and rocks, now just a grisly collection of body parts. There was very little blood, just fleshy chunks, and bone. The one intact eye stared into the pale blue sky. Whatever magic had animated the creature was spent. Don't mess with Texas, partner. I tried to rub feeling back into my numb left arm as I collected my shotgun and knife. I looked toward the convoy and saw another figure near the rear of the box truck. It was a man. A one-armed man. Grey Daddy, in human form. We saw each other at about the same time and he froze. I pulled one of my Rugers, one that was loaded with silver bullets, and waited to see if he was going to change or not. Then, I heard Teddy groan. He was still alive. I rushed to his side. His breathing was shallow and his arm was cocked at a weird angle. I gently rolled him onto his back and he hissed in pain. "Are you okay, Ted?" I asked, not knowing what else to say. I kept an eye on Grey Daddy. He hadn't moved yet. Never better, he gave a wheezing cough and sat up. "Did you kill that undead nightmare?" "I did." He's dead. Or dead again. He won't be bothering us anymore. There's one Black Mesa member left though. Grey Daddy was walking toward us now, but he wasn't changing. Teddy struggled to his feet and I helped him stand. His right arm hung limply and looked deformed near the shoulder. He inhaled sharply. I think several of my ribs are fractured. And this arm is definitely broken. Grey Daddy stopped at the Tahoe and opened the driver's door. He was moving quickly now, having made a decision. Grey Daddy flung a body out of the passenger compartment. He shifted the SUV into gear and started toward us, running over several dead Black Mesa pack members. I stepped in front of Teddy and raised my revolver. The Chevy continued toward us, picking up speed. I began firing and saw my first shot hit Grey Daddy in the shoulder as he swerved back onto the road. I lost a firing angle as the big SUV roared past us. I saw blood spatter on the driver's side window. I looked at Teddy, who nodded. Go after him, I'll release the migrants. He started to walk slowly toward the box truck. Fuck yes. Motherfucking car chase. I jumped into my Charger, put it in reverse, and jammed on the accelerator. I cut the wheel to the right and got back on the pavement before performing a perfect J-turn, aiming the nose of the car at the retreating Tahoe. My academy driving instructor would have been proud. The big car fishtailed a bit before tearing off through the desert in pursuit. It honestly wasn't very exciting, as far as car chases go. Most of that is Hollywood fantasy anyway. The road was straight, so there was no place to go but the desert. I caught up with the Tahoe just as we passed the leaving San Paso sign, which was about 200 yards from the entering San Paso sign. Grey Daddy was pushing the Tahoe for everything she had, but my Hellcat was just faster. He slowed a bit as I caught up and I was afraid he was going to try to go off-road, which is what he should have done. I equalized our speeds and noticed that he was still doing about 65. I then made gentle contact between my front right quarter panel and the left rear quarter panel of the Tahoe. I pushed the Hellcat into a gentle lane change toward the right shoulder. The heavy Tahoe resisted at first and then gave way into a spin. The Alhambra County Sheriff's Office has a policy against performing the pit maneuver against high-profile vehicles and vehicles moving in excess of 45 miles an hour. The Tahoe was both of those things and I got a front row seat on why those policies existed. Instead of spinning out the car and stalling the engine, as it was supposed to do, the Tahoe went into a high-speed roll. It made several revolutions on its side on the asphalt before the heavier front end of the vehicle pushed it to the left. It left the road and started going end over end on the softer shoulder. The Tahoe went several hundred feet in total before finally coming to rest in a smoking, shuddering mass of plastic molding and car parts. The wreck was hardly recognizable as an automobile anymore. The Hellcat glided to a stop nearby. The old girl hadn't even worked up a lather. I got out and stalked toward the remains of the Tahoe. I had my 1887 pump gun with me and I slotted in several rounds of the silver double-aught buckshot as I slowly approached. A normal human had an exactly 0% chance to survive that mangling, but I figured Grey Daddy and his supernatural healing had a shot. As I got closer, I started to pick up the sound of ragged breathing among all hissing, cracks, and pops of the wrecked SUV. I edged around the largest piece of wreckage and found Grey Daddy. He was pinned between the steering column and the driver's seat, the steering wheel smashed into where his rib cage should have been. His once handsome face was burnt and red from the airbag going off. He was in bad shape and he wasn't healing. I looked at the bullet hole in his left shoulder and noticed it was still leaking blood. The silver in his arm was preventing his wounds from closing. He craned his neck up to look at me with obvious effort and smiled with broken, bloody teeth. "I can't believe you actually killed Keith Richards," he wheezed. "That was amazing." "Who?" I asked, confused. Grey Daddy coughed. "Keith Richards. The Sleeper's pet golem. We called him Keith Richards because of how old and crazy looking he was." I thought about it. I guess that jived. "Why did you have the Sleeper's golem with you?" He relaxed and looked up, searching. White clouds blanketed parts of the sky. They seemed thin and far away, like a dream of something more substantial. "We had him on loan from that puta. We should have never agreed to work for him," I told her. Another coughing fit racked his body. He was having trouble getting enough air. "It doesn't matter now." I squat down next to him, just out of his reach. I put the shotgun across my knees. "What do you mean?" He looked back to me and smiled again, and let out a choking laugh. Vanessa never puts all her eggs in one basket. We were one of 3 convoys. The sleeper will get his bodies. Nessa never screws a contract. He's gonna be pissed about Keith, though. He chuckled again. I stood up. I guess I wasn't really surprised. Nothing had really gone our way up to this point, why should it start now? Grey Daddy's eyes got bigger as I stood and he tried to get up. Do me a favor, will ya? Don't leave me to die like this. He gasped at the pain that his movement caused. Fuck. He cursed. I turned back to him and leveled my shotgun at his head. He relaxed back down and smiled at me. For what it's worth, I hope you got that, American. I paused. Any advice? He was silent for a minute and all I could hear was his strident breathing. Wait until after the drop-off to go in. Nessa won't help him once the deal is done. She just wants out. Grey Daddy closed his eyes and prepared to meet the great coyote in the sky. Thank you, he sighed. I felt compelled to touch my forehead for some reason before I fingered the trigger on the 1887 and sent him to the other side. Chapter 33. I drove back through the metropolis of San Paso for the 3rd time that day. I found Teddy standing next to a ragged group of Mexicans waving his good arm as if trying to shoo them away. I parked and got out. I told the assembled group my broken Spanish to keep walking down the road and they would run into a town, which I thought was a generous description. They seemed to understand and started to move off. One young man stopped by one of the dead bodies and kicked it. He paused for a moment and then took the body's wallet. The rest of them got the idea and started looting. No armas. I yelled after them, telling them in Spanish not to take any guns. Teddy hobbled over. We have a problem, I told him. He gestured toward himself and winced. Just one. We have problems, I amended. Of course we do. Tell me about them in the car, I need to sit down. Teddy ambled past me. And what about all this? I extended my arms and turned in a circle. Teddy raised an eyebrow, your big friend should be disappearing. I looked back to where I had battled the flesh golem. The lump of flesh and bone seemed to be rapidly decomposing. The foul magic that held it together had fled and the natural order of the universe had returned in force. Teddy made it to the passenger door and took a deep, painful breath, and closed his eyes before slowly lowering himself into the seat with a painful grunt. I jumped into the driver's seat. My partner opened his eyes and resumed taking shallow breaths. I imagine the local constabulary will be back to clean up the rest, lest their duplicity be discovered. I looked at him while I parsed the words. They won't want anyone looking into this too hard because they were looking the other way during the smuggling. My partner closed his eyes again. Just so. It was almost a whisper. Do we need to get you to a hospital? I put the car in gear and unassed the area. No. I will be okay, I think. We've healthcare available back at the office. Magic and otherwise. Just mind the bumps. Really, like magic healing potions, or whatever. Are they red? More like conventional methods with a magical enhancement. I'll need to have someone set this arm, but I should be back at it in a few days. I figure we bought ourselves some time. I frowned and drove around a pothole. About that. The one that got away was our one-armed friend from the park. The large gray fellow. Teddy asked. Yeah. He told me that Vanessa had contingency plans. This was one of 3 shipments. Teddy sighed and winced at the same time. It was impressive. So, we are back at square one. He massaged his temple with his good hand. I am out of ideas, Cash. Did you kill him at least? He's dead. Good, Teddy deadpanned. My partner's sudden bloodthirst disturbed me. Our failure must really have rattled him. We were silent and I think he may have dozed a bit as we drove. I tried to force the pieces together. My tip from John had paid off, but he didn't have the whole picture. We had saved a large group of migrants from a horrible end but lost the war. A small tinder of anger came ablaze in my core. We were always 2 steps behind, no matter what we did. I felt like we were clinging onto this case by our fingernails and every time we got our feet under us the ground gave way. It was rubbing me raw. My insides demanded that I go on the offensive. The more I thought about it, the more right that felt. I waited until the next bump jarred Teddy awake. I'm going to the warehouse. I am going to save those people. Agent Ruthersford laughed then winced. He looked at me. Wait, You're serious? By yourself? Those people aren't going to live through the night. Even if we go back and report everything we have found out, and management doesn't fire us immediately, there's no way we could mount an assault in time. I have to go. Now. The tinder of anger had caught fire. I became surer as I spoke it aloud. Teddy wasn't convinced. It is regrettable, but I don't see a way around it. We need to go back and brief Northcutt and Barnum. If they won't move, then we go to the Director of Homeland Security. The deaths of 30 people is not regrettable, Ted. It's a tragedy. I won't allow it. You won't allow it? What are you planning, shooting your way in? We have no idea what we would find inside. And I am in no condition to help. The Grey One told me that Vanessa's pack won't help the sleeper after the drop-off is made. They hate him. I'll wait until the Black Mesa pack leaves and then go in and free them. I'll kill anyone who gets in my way. Teddy gave this some thought and then shook his head. We are the police, not vigilantes. We can't just go around murdering people. You have no hope of ending it peacefully. The two of us cannot effect an arrest. Just announcing our presence would be suicide. I thought about my father. Is this what had happened to him? He's going to kill those people, Ted. We can stop him, we have to try. I tried a different tactic. Don't you want to bring the sleeper in? You heard them at the park, this is the end of it for him. He could leave town after this. We might never get another chance. He's ultimately responsible for Patrick's death. My partner set his teeth and looked straight ahead. I knew it was low to invoke the thoughts of his partner's erstwhile killer getting away, but I needed his help. This was too important. You mean to do this? He didn't look at me. You know about me, Teddy, my archetype? I don't think I can not do this. Okay, he relented. I understand. Great. I grinned. But you need to understand, Cash, that this will very likely get us both killed. I laughed, there ain't no us about it. I'll go in there and get killed on my own, thank you very much. I thought of Tina. Where was she? I'm going to. I'm not sitting this one out. You said it yourself, Teddy. You got a bum arm and cracked ribs. You're in no condition to fight. He was undaunted. We'll stop at a drugstore and get a sling. I can still shoot a gun. I explained my plan to him, and his face turned a few shades whiter. Perhaps it would be better if I took on more of an advisory role. I chuckled, I thought you might say that. I'm dropping you off at the office. Agent Renshaw. The steel in his voice caught me off guard. Are you going into the sleeper's warehouse to apprehend him and free his prisoners? I looked at him. I am. Then, I am going with my partner. Partner. He eased back and tried, unsuccessfully, to keep the grimace off of his face. And that was that. I drove with some urgency now, trying to beat the Black Mesa trucks back to the warehouse. Even if they went directly to the warehouse, I figured we still had a good chance to beat them. More likely though, they would rally the trucks someplace and head over together in a convoy. Grey Daddy's absence would slow them even more. We had time. We stopped at a drugstore and I picked up a fifth of Wild Turkey 101, an industrial-size bottle of ibuprofen, some goodies extra strength, and a heavy-duty arm sling. The clerk looked at my items and then at the badge on a chain around my neck, but he didn't say anything. This was Texas after all. I hurried out into the parking lot and helped Teddy out of the car. I popped open the bottle of painkillers and poured out a few into his good hand. I opened a few packets of the powder and let it settle on my tongue. Old Keith Richards had given me a good wallop, but there didn't seem to be any lasting damage, I just hurt like hell. I cracked the plastic cap on the fifth and we took turns mixing alcohol with drugs. I looked around, but no one seemed to be paying us any mind. The last thing we needed was a nosy citizen with a cell phone. After Teddy took several swallows, I asked him if he was ready. He nodded but said nothing. I never went to medical school, but I had a pretty good idea that his upper arm was what they referred to as fucked. I didn't know enough to set the bone, so I quickly forced it back against his body and bent his arm at the elbow like a chicken wing folded across his body. I fastened everything in place with the heavy-duty Velcro straps. Teddy grunted with pain, but never cried out. That had to hurt like a son of a bitch. He was breathing heavily, which I am sure was aggravating his ribs. Teddy was a tough hombre. Everything looked as secure as I could make it. I helped Teddy back to the passenger side of the Hellcat. I spotted something as I eased him back into the car, and it struck a chord in my soul. Whatever magic I had was reaching out to me, straight into my core. It was time. "I'll be right back," I told him. Teddy eased the passenger seat back and took another pull on the bottle. He was waxen and sweaty. "Where are you going?" I pointed across the street at the Boot Grange, purveyor of all things Western. "I'm gonna get my hat." Chapter 34. I pushed open the reinforced glass door and the first several bars of Deep in the Heart of Texas played as an entry chime. The harsh fluorescent light overhead highlighted the decades-old wood paneling on the walls. The ceiling tiles were rust-colored in places from water damage and the commercial-grade carpet had been worn down to the felt in high-traffic trails. There were racks and rows of blue denim jeans and leather cowboy boots of every style and color, and, of course, an extensive collection of hats. All of the goods for sale were immaculately organized. Nothing was out of place and I couldn't see a speck of dust anywhere. A man behind the sales counter looked up from an Elmore Leonard novel and peered at me over his spectacles for a moment, really taking my measure. He slowly marked his place before gently placing the book on the counter and tucking his specs into a shirt pocket. "Young man," he drawled, "you seem in desperate need of a head covering." The old man got up off the stool he was sitting on and stepped out from behind the register. He was dressed in dark indigo blue jeans and a crisp white shirt. Over the top of the shirt was a form-fitted, checked vest and he sported dark brown leather cowboy's boots. His hair was long and straight, the color of an expensive pearl. He had a full, push-broom mustache that turned down into a horseshoe. His mustache still had a little pepper with the salt, recalling a more vigorous age. I caught glints of silver from his hands that turned out to be sterling silver rings and shiny silver cufflinks shaped like galloping stallions. But the star of the whole had to be the man's huge silver and turquoise belt buckle. A bull's head formed the T in an ornately lettered T, E, X. The man gave me a 1,000-watt smile and thrust forward a gigantic paw. It took his hand in my own and was impressed with both the strength of the handshake and the arthritic, knurled knots that were the man's knuckle joints. "Name's Matthew Thompson, but all my friends call me Tex. And, I hope you will be my friend." He shook vigorously. "Pleasure to make your acquaintance, Tex," I replied. "I'm Cash Renshaw and I am looking for a hat." He reeled his leather mitt back in and examined me with a squint eye. "Of course you are, of course, you are. But, you ain't no 10-cent saddle bum walking into my shop with those two smoke wagons." He walked slowly around me in a circle. He whispered the words, almost reverently. I wasn't sure if he was talking to me or to himself. "And you ain't no done-up, mail-order dude, neither. You, my friend, are a regular Belvedere bull." He finished his circuit and returned to where he started. "I am in a bit of a hurry." I looked past him at the wall of hats. "Can I just pick one off the rack?" The man looked at me like I slapped him. "Can you just pick one? Tarnation boy." "No. The hat picks the man. A good thatch can make a fat man slim and a short man tall. It lets your friends know that you are a huckleberry above a persimmon and lets your enemies know that you are on the shoot. Come with me." I followed him. Tex walked slowly and shot a glance back at me every few steps. He was muttering to himself. We reached the hat area and he motioned toward a wooden stool. "It's a little late in the season for straw, so it'll have to be felt. You'll want a fine fur, but not too fine. Something that will stand a little weather. And of course," Tex looked at me, "it'll have to be white." He picked up a few hats off their perches and placed them back. One, he grabbed and brought it halfway to me before stopping and returning it. He seemed to be getting agitated. He stood in front of the wall of hats and rubbed his chin. I was starting to get impatient. I wanted to say something, but I was afraid that I would be interrupting some important ritual. "None of these are quite right," Tex admitted. I wondered if he was going to make me leave empty-handed just as he visibly stiffened before hustling off into the back. He came back with a fancy-looking box. He set it on the stool next to me and opened it. "This just came in last night. It's the new Stetson Skyline." Tex removed some packaging and placed the hat reverently into my hands. I noticed it was more of a brownish taupe, rather than white. The box declared it was Sahara-colored. The felt was fine in my hand and the hat was solid, substantial. The Stetson had a matching hatband with a tiny silver buckle. I looked closer and the buckle had the letter C on it. I pointed it out to Tex. He pulled out his spectacles and looked. He said. Normally, that's an S4 Stetson. This must be some kind of manufacturing snafu. You might be holding a collector's item. Well, what are you waiting on? I gingerly placed the hat atop my head. It fit perfectly, although I didn't remember Tex measuring my head or asking my size. I pushed it forward so that it sat level, and before I even looked in the mirror, I knew this was the one. It was as though a tuning fork had been struck on my head and its perfect vibrations pulsed through my body. I felt completed. Or at least, more complete. I stood and strode toward the three-way mirror. The browns in the hat set off my skin tone perfectly, and it matched the leather of my gun belts. The hat band sported my initial, without a reasonable explanation. This was it, my hat. Not too far back, or you'll look like a camp ranger, Tex instructed. Not too far forward, or you'll like the men you're chasing. I adjusted the brim, forward, then back a little. I settled it into the Goldilocks zone. Perfect, Tex and I said at the same time. I thought I saw a tear in the old man's eye. Maybe it was the severe lighting. I assume you'll wear it out? Tex asked, not expecting an answer. He looked down at my feet, then my waist. How about some boots? A buckle. I gazed at my dusty, brown Danner boots. They were light and comfortable and allowed me to run. We had been through a lot together, and I didn't think that now was the time to be breaking in a new pair of Justins. Not today, Tex. I really am in a hurry. He nodded and led me back to the front of the store. I understand. Chomping at the bit to introduce some hard cases to those thumb-busters on your hips. I get it, shouldst. Tex walked behind the counter and punched a few buttons on an old brass cash register that looked older than he was. $200 came up on the display. Tex fired up the salesman's smile. I'm giving you the friends and family discount. I'll hope you'll be back. I know you're in a hurry, but you and me. We have more business, I think. I counted out 200 in 20s and pushed them across the counter. Tex's eyes glittered. Hard currency. My favorite. He collected the money and pushed a few more buttons on the old machine. The drawer chimed open happily and Tex fed it my money before closing it. I waited a moment for a receipt, but Tex sat back on his stool and picked up his book, and replaced his readers. I made for the door, leaving the hat box and packaging on the counter. I made it about halfway there when I heard Tex call to me, Cash. I turned to face him, but the older man wasn't looking at me. He was instead looking past me out the windows at the darkening sky. Remember, there's a time for law and a time for lead. He looked at me over his spectacles. We have to know which is when. I nodded and waited for more, but Tex went back to reading. The door chimed the second half of Deep in the Heart of Texas and I stepped back out into the wind. The pristine blue had given way to an overcast slate gray. I hurried across the street back to my car and marveled at how good I felt. I was free from pain and the adrenal fatigue from earlier had passed. I wasn't sure if it was aspirin, the whiskey, the hat, or a combination of the three. In any case, I felt like $1,000,000. The impossible was suddenly in reach and there was no such thing as too dangerous. I jumped back into the driver's seat with a spring in my step and carefully placed my hat on the dash. Teddy had dozed off again and the closing door startled him awake. He gave a slight groan upon waking, but his breathing seemed easier than before. I pushed the start button and turned back out onto the highway. Teddy leaned forward and ran a finger over the felt of my new Stetson. Nice hat, he commented before easing himself back and closing his eyes. Thanks, partner. Special stock? He bring it out of the back. Teddy asked. Yeah, how did you know? The buckle on the hatband is wrong. Unless they changed the name of the company to Chitson, and nobody told me. He sighed wearily. If it wasn't magic before, it is now. Really? I asked. Remind me to show you my collection of bow ties. Quite remarkable. Teddy slept while the Hellcat scorched through the remains of the countryside. We re-entered the city proper and I headed toward the downtown area. We were still looking good to make it back in time. I hit a bit of the early rush hour traffic, keyed on my lights to drive around it in the emergency lane. The sun was well into its daily descent. I pulled the Charger back into the same spot we had been just a few days before. It seemed like a lifetime since we had sat here eating chili dogs. I tapped Teddy awake. Down in the warehouse yard ahead of us were two Mitsubishi box trucks, and two Tahoes, identical to the ones we had intercepted in San Paso. Several figures were milling about the trucks, but they looked like they were getting ready to depart. I spotted a woman I recognized as likely Vanessa from the park. She vaulted into the driver's side of the lead Tahoe and pounded on the side of the door. The rest of the pack loaded up in the trucks for departure. Teddy yawned and prodded at his broken arm. Looks like we are just in time. I watched as a gate glided open and the vehicles departed in a line. I made a mental note of where the gate was. That's a lot of doped up blood leaving, I commented, remembering the deal Black Mesa had made with the sleeper. Hardly a catastrophe, Teddy said. The city is rotten with it as is. He was checking his MPX carbine with his one good arm. How you feeling? I asked him. Much better, he smiled. Amazing what a little bourbon and a quick nap can do for the soul. I got out and opened the trunk. I emptied my weapons of the silver rounds and reloaded them with a mix of explosive rounds, shield busters, and regular .357 Magnum hollow points. In the 1887 shotgun, I put in regular double-aught buckshot loads. I grabbed a few of the stand-off loads for my ammo belt. Teddy got out of the car just as I finished. Give me a few minutes to find a spot where I can set up and build a rifle rest. I should be able to provide cover fire down into the yard, even one-handed. Once you go inside the building though, you're on your own. Good luck. Teddy told me. His voice was extremely calm, a contrast to my own pounding heart. This might be the last time we saw each other. I nodded to him, not trusting myself with words. I did a last check of my gear as Teddy walked out of the alley. He was moving a lot better and I felt a bit better. He had taken a terrible thrashing from Keith Richards and I was guilty about dragging him into this. Everything was in place. I holstered my pistols and changed out the stock on the shotgun for the pistol grip before slinging it close to my body. The Henry Big Boy rifle I kept in my hands. I got back into the Charger and listened to the engine idle. The unstoppable euphoria I had felt before had waned, but there was work to be done. I put my new Stetson on my head just as my phone chimed. Teddy was in position. I checked that hat's fit in the mirror. Perfect. I thought back to Tex's parting words to me. There was a time for lead, all right. And the clock had just struck .357. Chapter 35. My plan was elegant in its simplicity, but that didn't make it easy to execute or mean it was any less likely to get me killed. I revved the engine a few times and listened to the Hemi V8 roar its approval. I slipped the car into gear and grit my teeth. This was it, no turning back. My heart thudded in my chest. I gripped the leather-wrapped steering wheel tightly with my hands. It felt the material torque slightly under the tension. I took a deep breath, pushed myself back against the seat, and took my foot off the brake. The car rolled forward slowly and then I jammed my foot down on the gas. The Hellcat leaped forward eagerly, its tires biting hard into the concrete. I watched the speedometer as it rapidly swung around the digital dial toward 60. It was almost a straight shot at the gate from where I had been parked. Most of it was downhill, so it wasn't hard to get a good head of steam going. I let off the gas a bit as the Charger threatened 80. The fence loomed largely ahead. There was no indication of a gate, but this was the spot that the Black Mesa trucks had pulled out, it had to be there. I just couldn't see it. I feathered the gas pedal again just prior to impact to get the wheels engaged with the engine again to provide the most traction as I hit the gate. I heard a terrible clang and felt a strong shudder as the carbon steel push bumper of the Hellcat impacted the metal barrier. I registered a brief grinding noise as whatever mechanism powered the gate gave way to the speeding Charger. And then I was through, the entire door snapped off and fell away to the left. I smashed the brake and locked the wheel to the right. I started a drifting slide and I popped off my safety belt as the car bled speed. I thought of a Bollywood movie that I had seen a few weeks ago and figured I could give it a try. It felt like an appropriate way to dismount one's horse, so I figured that my magic might give me an assist. Just before the car had come to a complete stop, I jammed it into park. Then, I popped the driver's door open and held onto it. The forward momentum of the car forced the door open and it dragged me along with it. I dismounted the car into a standing position just as it stopped. I had my rifle to my shoulder and was walking toward the warehouse all in one smooth movement. I was lucky to have attempted the maneuver because even before my car had come to a complete stop, one of the loading bay doors came exploding off the building. As the dust settled, I saw another one of the gray flesh monsters come bounding out. Rather than the tight rictus smile, this one sported entirely too much lip. The grotesque flaps covered its teeth as it let out a rusty chainsaw roar, and I thought I heard a bit of a raspberry sound come from its overly fleshy face. If the other golem had been Keith Richards, this one was definitely Mick Jagger. Fortunately, for me at least, I was now an experienced flesh golem killer and was locked and loaded with the appropriate ammunition. As soon as the monster jumped down from the loading bay onto the blacktop surrounding the warehouse, I heard far-off gunshots. Tiny gibbets of flesh tore away from the golem around his knees and thighs. Teddy was trying to slow the beast with his MPX from range. I squared the big boy rifle on Mick's meaty mug and opened fire. I worked the lever and cranked out 5 blistering headshots before I paused to see what effect my shots had on the golem. The explosive rounds had done their volatile work and Mick's now headless body was crumpling to the pavement. I began a quick heel-to-toe walk toward the convenient entrance the golem had left me while jamming more rounds into the Henry rifle from my belt. Just as I got the 5th round in, 3 more men jumped down from the loading dock. They looked like the scruffy, vaguely underfed men that I had regularly encountered as a property detective. 2 of them were holding balls of fire and the other was holding a globe of sparking electricity. All 3 let loose their magical payloads as Teddy and I opened fire. Teddy winged the one on the far left and his aborted throw then flew into the ground, incinerating him. I took the fire wielder on the right and his chest caved in from the impact of the magnum bullet, then exploded outward like a bloody piñata when the magically explosive round detonated. I sidestepped the man's ball of fire but walked right into the sparking ball of light. It immediately faded from existence as my anti-magic properties intercepted it. My second round exploded off of a dome of green energy that had formed around the lighting mage. I saw several smaller impacts as Teddy tried to penetrate the shield. A 4th man jumped down from the loading dock with both of his hands extended like a mime with an invisible wall. By the strained, sweaty look on the man's face, I doubted his shield would stand up to much sustained fire, but the lightning mage was charging up a second shot. I wasn't necessarily afraid of the ball of lightning, but it was just a matter of time before one of these yahoos used their magic to start a very real fire, threatening me and the hostages inside. I grabbed one of the shield buster rounds from my ammo belt and fed it into the breech of the lever-action rifle. I quickly took aim at the shield mage and squeezed the trigger. The bullet passed through the shield with a dull pop and the man's head exploded. Not an oversized magic explosion, just a regular .357 Magnum versus a watermelon explosion. A quick lever pump and a second round exploded into the lightning mage. This one was a magic explosion, and the difference was sickeningly satisfying. I had closed the distance to the loading bay now and picked my way through the bodies of the Mick Jagger and the dead mages. I hopped up onto the loading dock and checked the angles into the building. I didn't see anyone else. It couldn't be that easy, could it? I unloaded and leaned my Henry rifle in a concealed corner, making a mental note to retrieve it, and unslung my 1887 shotgun. My shotgun and pistols would be better for inside the warehouse. I held the 1887 down at the low ready position and slowly edged through the bay door into the warehouse. There were few lights on inside, and some natural light was coming through dirty windows set at the tops of the walls. I paused while my eyes slowly adjusted, and the interior came into focus. It looked like an abandoned warehouse should. There were rows and rows of wire metal shelving, stretching almost 12 feet into the air. Many of the shelves were empty, or mostly empty. There were enough leftover boxes and crates to obstruct my view from end to end. Several small forklifts stood silent and dusty near the cargo bays, of which there were 3. It was quiet save a slight humming noise that I might have felt rather than heard. I focused on that feeling and it turned into an oppressive weight that fell over everything in the warehouse. My weird feeling fired for the first time, not an immediate icy spike of danger, but a cold, creeping dread. There was something unnatural here, a perversion of the natural order, and the very air itself seemed to be rebelling. Rather than the hot and humid atmosphere that I was expecting, the air inside the warehouse was cool and dry. It reminded me of an ancient crypt that hadn't been exposed to the outside world in 100 years. I started moving forward toward the main center aisle of the warehouse. My rubber boots were quiet on the smooth, dusty concrete. I rounded the corner from the loading area into the main warehouse proper. As soon as I did, 2 fireballs flared to life in the hands of mages ahead of me. One was on the right side of the aisle and the other on the left. These provided convenient targets for my 1887, which barked twice in quick succession, extinguishing the flames. My body felt like a wire under heavy tension, taut, and responsive. I was acting before my mind fully comprehending what I was seeing. I paced forward now, striding confidently. It was Hogan's Alley for a time. A dark shape, silhouetted by some primary color, would spring into view. Then I would ventilate it with 8 pellets of 000 buckshot. I moved ever forward, swiveling at the hips, firing, and working the lever. During the brief interludes between sets of targets, I mechanically fed more of the plastic-cased rounds into the hungry maw of the shotgun. Its appetite was insatiable as I mowed down more and more targets. The light, dry air was growing heavy with the coppery scent of blood, which was perfectly complemented by the spicy metallic scent of spent gunpowder. The combination was stimulating a primitive place in my mind, and each shot, each death violently propelled me toward the next. I was wondering if I was going to run out of shells when I ran out of targets. I scanned left to right and realized the silence was being broken only by the sound of heavy breathing. My own. It was not the heavy breathing of a man who had just run a mile, but rather a man who had just finished passionate lovemaking. I considered briefly the relation of sex to violence as a large crate struck me from behind. It hit me square in the back, sending me tumbling to the floor. I lost purchase on my shotgun and let it go free from my grasp. I rolled forward with the force of the blow and reached for the Rugers on my hips. As I came back to my feet, I stayed crouched as another crate sailed over my head. I pivoted around and saw 2 dark figures in the aisle behind me. One of the figures raised a hand and another crate lifted off the ground and came hurtling toward me. I dove behind a broad metal shelf, which absorbed the massive impact from the crate in my stead. The shelf shuddered dangerously and slowly began to topple forward. I quickly walked out from beneath the shelf, which slammed into the next shelf in the row, causing a domino effect. As I emerged from my hiding spot, I unleashed a fusillade of fire at the telekinesis mages. The first few of my rounds were stopped in the air or diverted to the side. One bullet found its mark in the mage that was concentrating furiously. The gunmetal-colored tattoo flared brightly on his neck and illuminated his pained features. He had his eyes screwed shut and they stayed that way as he fell to the ground. I stopped missing due to magical interference, and the other tattoo mage was shredded to pieces before he could lift another box. I turned back to watch the shelves pitch forward, one after another. Their momentum froze without explanation and they stopped moving. The shelf reversed course and exploded backward toward the way it came. The shelves started to fall in complete disarray and I moved to the other side of the warehouse. A shape blocked out one of the skylights overhead. A man jumped from the top of one of the shelving units and tried to brain me with a crowbar. He had given up on magic in favor of a stealthy conventional attack. I smoothly stepped to the side and the crowbar whistled by my head. I fired 2 rounds into the back of the man, and he crumbled forward, dead. On a hunch, I kicked the dead body over. I crouched and stared down at the face of Julian Smith. He was a friend and sometimes running mate of the dearly departed Billy Williams. I had a feeling that upon closer examination I would know several of the men I had just gunned down. I felt a knot twist in my stomach as a voice boomed throughout the warehouse. Enough. There was a sound like a thunderclap and a wave of force pushed toward away from the voice. I was unaffected, but several unseen men burst into gouts of fire in their hiding spots. The fires were all the colors of the rainbow and the men screamed as their bodies were quickly consumed. For the second time in as many minutes, I thought of Billy Williams and him combusting in that alley. Someone just murdered all these men, the tattoo mages. My weird feeling spiked to a new level as I watched what I could only describe as the spiritual remains of these men rush to the ceiling of the warehouse. But instead of escaping out of the top, they were forcefully diverted. They instead headed toward the voice. The screams of the dying men echoed through the empty space and I stood and turned to face the back of the warehouse where the voice sounded. It was actually the front, since I had come into the back through the loading bay. I slowly made my way to the voice as my hands reloaded my pistols unbidden. Agent Ruthersford, I know it's you. Won't you please join us? I have someone here I think you'd like to meet. I recognized the clear, confident voice from Green Shoal Park. It was the sleeper. I edged past the last row of shelves obstructing my vision and saw the robed figure. Next to him, sitting bound and gagged on a wooden bench, was Tina. Chapter 36. This end of the warehouse looked like an employee lounge or gathering area. There were a few benches and some tables and chairs. A large whiteboard hung on one wall. Written on it was an inconceivable mess of arcane runes and chicken scratch. Most notably, however, was the tree. Someone, or something, had busted through the flooring, subflooring, and foundation into the soil underneath. In that soil had been planted a tree. But this tree was unlike any I had ever seen. First, it was only a tree in that it appeared to be made of wood and had branches. It was totally lacking in leaves or fruit of any kind. The bark was smooth and gray-colored. Second, the tree was covered in fleshy lesions that were grafted to the wood. These flesh grafts were covered with tattoos similar to the ones I had seen on the mages. Many of the lesions were leaking pus and filth and seemed to be pulsing as if to the beat of a heart. I felt wretched at the wrongness of it, and the weird feeling fairly clubbed me over the head. The tree pulsed with magic energy, surging and swirling around its barren branches. I tore my gaze away from the tree and back to the matter at hand. The sleeper had produced a wicked-looking curved dagger from somewhere in his robes and was holding it near Tina. She was dressed in a disheveled tweed business suit. Her hair was a mess and the sleeve on her jacket was torn at the shoulder, exposing her blouse underneath. Her suit skirt seemed to be twisted and rode low across her hips. Her eyes bulged and she tried to say something through her gag. The sleeper raised a hand and she went silent. Now, Ms. Goodwin. Let's not give away the game just yet. Please, Agent. Have a seat and let's chat a bit. We have so much to discuss. The sleeper's voice was cold confidence. I weighed my options. I had one in each hand and they weighed about 40 ounces. I figured I was fast enough to kill a man before he could stab Tina at this range. But, this wasn't a man. He was standing mostly behind her, but I could hit him easily. The question was, would he use some kind of magic to prevent me from killing him or kill Tina? Would her life be worth the 30 or so migrants that were probably stashed somewhere around this place? Contemplating some heroics, are we? So much like your father. Here, let me help with your decision. He raised his hand and tattoos on his arm flared to life. The tree seemed to swell and then shrink as runes there flared to life as well. Power seemed to transfer from it to the sleeper. He groaned with strain and I felt my pistols begin to wobble in my hands. Their protective runes flared brightly before giving way with audible pops. I watched in horror as the barrel of each of my two beautiful pistols was bent at a 45-degree angle. The sleeper sighed as if setting down a heavy load and smiled at me. I could only see the lower half of his face beneath his cowl. There, he said with satisfaction. Now we can talk without interruption. He motioned to a pair of empty chairs. I stared at the useless guns in my hands. I was fairly sure this wasn't how this was supposed to go. I heard the slam of a heavy door and a painful groan. I got the other one, a gruff voice said. I turned to see Teddy being marched in by none other than Chief Northcutt. He was holding my partner by his good arm and had a black pistol held to his neck. Teddy's MPX rifle was slung over Northcutt's shoulder and his rhino revolver was tucked into the front of the chief's trousers. Tina deflated and I could have sworn she rolled her eyes at me. Teddy put on a brave face, but I could tell he was in a lot of pain. Fancy seeing you here, he said conversationally to me as Northcutt pushed him past me and deposited him in one of the chairs. The chief continued to the front of the room and leaned against a table next to the sleeper. I was out of cards to play. A sinking feeling hammered into my guts and I felt like I was falling. I let the ruined Rugers fall from my grasp and they clanked uselessly onto the floor. I staggered forward and collapsed into the seat next to Teddy. Young Daniel is going to be heartbroken over those pistols, Teddy said dryly. He lowered his voice, I'm sorry Cash. He surprised me and by the time I realized what he was up to, he had me. It's okay, Ted. I think we were outmatched from the start on this one. I replied dejectedly. The sleeper seemed positively giddy. I'm so glad we were able to get everyone together for the big moment. So many years of work. He tucked the dagger away and pushed back his cowl with both hands. I wasn't sure exactly what I was expecting to see, but it certainly wasn't this. The sleeper's hood fell back to reveal the shockingly normal face of a 50-something-year-old man. He could have been anyone. The assistant manager of the grocery store, the usher at church, the little league coach. He even had a dad mustache. I was dumbfounded. Things had shifted 180 degrees. Only moments before, I had shot my way into the warehouse with righteous fury. Now, I couldn't seem to get my feet beneath me or my mouth to close. Tina looked scared and defeated. Teddy slumped awkwardly in his seat, trying to keep pressure off his left side. He noticed the abhorrent tree. Of course he's got a gallows tree. But what has he done to it? Teddy commented. What? I felt drunk and floaty. This seemed to be happening to someone else. A gallows tree, the sleeper responded helpfully. Yggdrasil, the tree of woe, the place where Odin hung himself. The place where life and death are one and the same. Not the original, I assure you, but a carefully nurtured offshoot that I procured at no small expense to myself. And to answer your question, Agent Ruthersford, I have perfected it. I have changed it and molded it to suit my purpose. It has become both a repository and a gateway. His generic features took on the look of casual insanity. His eyes burned brightly but could barely overcome the banality of his features. It was unnerving. To what end? Teddy asked. Ah, the sleeper put a finger to his lips. Now that is a question. But, we can't start a tale at the end. Can't we just kill them and get on with it? Chief Northcutt asked with annoyance. You need to give me what you owe, and I need to get the fuck out of Dodge. Silence, the sleeper boomed. I will not have you spoil my moment. Northcutt looked appropriately cowed. He eyed the floor and said nothing. I knew your father, Cash. Did you two detectives puzzle that out yet? I was known by another name then. The Dreamer, they called me. I dreamed of a world of equality. Humans and metas. Monsters and demons. Magic and technology. And, for that dream, I was vilified. Hunted. As revolutionaries are. The status quo would be protected. Many tried and failed the attempt. But then the humans got involved, the very people I was trying to help. To lift up. He raised his arms up from his sides. The sleeves of his robe fell back, revealing arms that were covered in tattoos. There was hardly an inch of skin that was not covered in ink. They finally sent Jack after me. Your father? The sleeper sneered. Him and his damn scissors. I perked up at this. Teddy had mentioned scissors to me in the past. But, I was sure they had been destroyed in the fire. I noticed something out of the corner of my eye. It was movement. Up in the rafters of the warehouse. I didn't look directly up, but I did change my tactics a bit. Did you kill my father? I asked the sleeper. I saw the madness swirl in his eyes, but there was something else. Regret. And your mother? She wasn't supposed to be with him that day. She was innocent of his crimes. What crimes? I had always thought of my father as a good guy, but after what Teddy had found out and my own recent experiences, I wasn't sure. Your father appointed himself as my judge, jury, and executioner. Whatever regret the sleeper might have felt was gone, replaced by righteous fury. I was a bit confused. Executioner? But you're still alive. He couldn't have killed you. The sleeper laughed at that, and it was bone-chilling. It was a laugh of madness and of genuine loss. The kind of laugh that a broken man might have when he came to the end of his rope. It was either laugh or cry. It petered off after reaching a gut-curdling crescendo. Sometimes, I wish he had, he muttered finally. The robed man began to stalk toward where Teddy and I sat. He did kill the dreamer that day. He turned me into the abomination that I am today. A fate worse than death itself. But, today, we commute the sentence your father inflicted upon me. He untied the sash at his waist as he walked. He pulled at other fasteners, preparing to remove the robe. I was having trouble following his ravings. His mind was broken. What did the scissors do? Teddy asked politely. The sleeper looked at us both with a look of slight shock and stopped fiddling with his robe. You don't know, he asked. Teddy and I looked back blankly. We both had enough training not to answer that question. Let the criminal talk. He laughed again, snorted this time with actual mirth. Of course you don't. He would never tell anyone what he was doing. Your father? The sleeper shook his head. Jack found me guilty of crimes against humanity. And he used his damnable scissors on me. He was working himself up into a fury again. He severed my connection to the veil. He neutered my magic. He left me as common and normal as those I was trying to help. And then he left me, disconnected and alone. To live or to die. He laughed at me. That son of a bitch laughed. He turned the dreamer in the sleeper, with no more thought than one might give turning off a light. But who's laughing now? He started another fit of convulsive giggling that exploded into mad guffaws. But I found a way back, you see. He resumed removing his robe. After I arranged that little car crash, I began my quest to regain my powers. The powers that your father took from me. As you can see, there was a terrible cost. The sleeper's robe fell away from his body and I recoiled in horror. Every inch of his frame was covered in tattoos. There were huge patches of skin that were cut off. The raw red skin that grew back had been tattooed again. His entire body was covered in angry red lesions and ink. His genitals were covered with a Japanese fundashi. As he got closer, I could see some of his tattoos moving, wriggling like worms. There were symbols, arcane ruins, but also images. Ornate dragons. Expansive, stylized trees. Hideous-faced demons. He turned in a slow circle with his arms raised. Horrific, isn't it? I first learned the art of the tattoo. A closely held secret in the East. I became a master, but the tattoos weren't enough. The problem was one of power. Without passing through the veil to obtain energy, the tattoos have to find another source. As you have seen firsthand, drawing magic power from the body can have explosive results. He giggled. So, what I needed was a battery. Some way to power my own magic without destroying myself. Teddy looked thoughtful. You figured out a way to siphon energy out of others. The sleeper looked impressed. Exactly right. With some modification to what I learned, I was able to tattoo others. It could give me access to their own life force, to be used as magical power. And every time they used it, I took a little. The vig, if you will. Quite ingenious, Teddy commented. And, it worked better than I could have hoped. The sleeper smiled at Teddy. Once my little batteries started using the power, it became addictive. They couldn't help themselves, as they grew weaker and weaker. Even the ones that puzzled out what was happening. And when they finally exhausted themselves and expired. He gave a wicked grin. I always got a nice little pop at the end. The sleeper turned from us and walked toward the tree. Even still, I was missing a piece. This arrangement gave me enough power to say, burn a home to the ground. He looked over his shoulder at me and smiled. But the power was fleeting and unreliable. And maintaining an army of derelicts was tiresome. I didn't miss the jibe. You set fire to my home. The sleeper pivoted and looked at me. Yes, he growled. The scissors needed to be destroyed. I stopped your father's rampage by killing him. But I couldn't chance them falling into the wrong hands again. My wife and daughter died in that fire. My stomach had become a cold pit of rage. A blue-hot flame burned away the malaise I felt. The tattooed man tooted. A regrettable loss, but a necessary sacrifice. But, you managed to escape. That was my first clue that your father had passed on some of his gifts. But you seemed oblivious, plugging away at your pitiful policeman's existence. I saw no need to finish the job. I'm not a monster after all. She was 6 years old, you son of a bitch. I leaped from the chair and directly into a right cross from Chief Northcott. I was sent sprawling to the floor and sat up looking in the barrel of Teddy's rhino. Just give me a reason, Northcott almost whispered to me. Fuck you. I rubbed my chin and looked daggers at the large man. From my position on the ground, I was able to discreetly examine the ceiling. I caught a glimpse of black leather. Suppressing a smile, I slowly returned to my seat. Now, Agent Renshaw. It was regrettable to be sure. She was innocent. You all were really, but the scissors could not continue to exist. He turned back to his grotesque tree. Now where was I? Ah yes, my masterpiece. I needed a place to store the excess energy. I need a massive amount for this last part of the plan. I won't bore you with the tale of how I obtained the sapling, I know Mr. Northcott is becoming impatient. But I assure you, it was quite the adventure. He stared off into space, remembering with a smile. I raised it to serve my purpose. Blood and magic have made it grow quickly. Now, the power that I siphon goes here. He patted the trunk, which appeared to be bleeding. But the process was slow and my needs are great. See, I learned a way to pierce the veil. He dropped his voice a bit as if sharing a secret with us. Did I hear that right? Said Teddy incredulously. You found a way to draw magic through from the other side? The sleeper vibrated in place. I did. With the tree, the impossible is possible. Life and death are the same. Runes mirrored on the tree can be made permanent. My life's work shall be achieved. And you've done this. Teddy had gone from incredulous to downright doubtful. Well, as I have said. It takes a great deal of power. Fortunately, Mr. Northcutt here was kind enough to provide me with a means to shortcut the process. Chief Northcutt removed his jacket and folded it neatly on the table before removing his necktie. He then rolled up his sleeves, exposing red and blue glowing tattoos on his forearms. Chapter 37. You gave this monster the dagger of Jalea. The levels of Teddy's disbelief were heading into orbit. I had it lying around. Northcutt chuckled to himself, enjoying his private joke. Why are you helping him? I asked. Northcutt leered at me. Didn't you just hear him? What he said? He has a way to give people magic. No strings attached. Do you think I enjoy scuttling around the bureau? Cleaning up messes? Careful never to offend the wrong people? It's fucking bullshit. The world has changed for me since I learned about magic. We aren't the top of the food chain anymore, fellas. He looked between Teddy and me, searching for some commonality. Finding none, he continued to roll up his sleeves. If you're not first, you're last. I am done wiping mage butts and hoping I don't get fanged. He showed us his arms, a detailed piece in sky blue on his left arm, and an angry red mosaic on his right. Fire and ice, baby. I signed up to be customer number 2. But first, we have to test the process. Northcutt moved over to Tina and roughly pulled her from the bench. She struggled but could do nothing against her bonds or his iron grip. Northcutt produced a folding karambit from his belt and flipped it open. Tina's eyes went wide as he tucked the knife into the waistband of her skirt and cut outward and down. The knife sliced through her skirt with a long ripping sound and the skirt fell to the floor, revealing a pair of tasteful black silk thong panties. And there, just below her left hip bone, was a freshly done, red tattoo. I stood up as Northcutt pulled the half-naked Tina over to the sleeper and the tree. My corrupt boss pulled Teddy's rhino from his belt and pointed it at me. The sleeper grabbed Tina and shoved her into a chair, securing her to it. Northcutt walked back to us keeping the gun pointed at me, but he was looking at Teddy now. Don't judge me, you smug motherfucker. I'm just smarter than you. You don't know what it's like to be normal. Totally normal. We're defenseless. We're food for these people. One wrong move and you're dead. Like your friend Patrick. Teddy looked stricken. An entire Shakespearean play worth of emotion passed over his face before he finally mastered himself. Why are you providing items to the reliable reliquary? He finally asked. Northcutt smiled the shit-eating grin I had already seen several times over the last few days. Oh, you found out about that, did you? That's just about money. I've got an ex-wife and a pretty decent coke habit. I also had to kick up quite a bit to the old man for the ink. Tina screamed through her gag. The sleeper was kneeling in front of her with his eyes closed. He had one hand on the tree and one hand pressed against her hip. I figure it'll be worth it though. Northcutt sneered. He leaned back up against the table, with Teddy's pistol pointed at us. Now just sit back and enjoy the show. I figure you two will be powering the matinee. I then got to see my first magic ritual. The tree pulsed and throbbed in time with the sleeper's mutterings. Tina's eyes were wet and she was mumbling something urgently through the fabric around her mouth. The sleeper lowered his head and closed his eyes, ignoring her pleas. Tina thrashed ineffectually at her bindings while the sleeper's chanting reached a crescendo. With a final yelled incantation he pulled his hands away from Tina and the tree with a flash of red light. Everything was silent for a moment. Tina lewdly thrust her hips up off the chair and pressed her chin to her chest so that she could see her tattoo. It had changed from a bleeding mess of hastily scribbled runes into an elegant, stylized ball of flame. I watched in amazement as ink flames peeled up and off the ball before evaporating into nothing. It looked like it was burning her skin. The small section of the tree the sleeper had been touching was also changed. Rather than the bloody patch of skin, it was now smooth and healthy-looking bark. The sleeper stood and admired his handiwork for a moment, staring at the flickering tattoo. From where I was sitting and the way Tina was standing, it looked like he was giving her crotch a thorough examination. Incredible, he muttered reverently, and I had to stifle a giggle at the absurdity and danger of the situation. He plucked the dagger carefully from the rear of his fundashi where he had stored it. He then gently cut the bindings loose from Tina before roughly slinging her toward Northcutt by the wrist. She stumbled, nearly falling on legs that had to be mostly asleep before the hulking man grabbed her with one arm loosely around her neck and shoulders. The sleeper returned the dagger to his waist and loosened Tina's gag before moving to stand behind her right shoulder. Do it, the sleeper encouraged her. Just like before, how I showed you. Speak the words. Tina was sobbing now, her sad noises finally coming through with the gag removed. It wasn't the sound of a broken woman, but rather one that was trying to hold things together with everything she had. But she wasn't moving fast enough. The sleeper seized her by the arm and pulled her away from Northcutt. He roughly pointed her to an open area of the room and forced her to raise her right arm, standing behind her. "Do it, bitch," he growled at her. "I don't need you whole for the testing." Tina shuddered in his grasp but kept her arm pointed outward. She spread the fingers of her hand. The sleeper loosened his grip and watched the air in front of Tina intently. "I acta flamma," Tina stuttered out weakly. "I felt the air grow a bit warmer, but nothing happened." Tina lowered her arm and slumped defeatedly. "Try again, dear. Say it like you mean it," the sleeper instructed helpfully. He aimed her by the shoulders back at the space and the room held its breath again. Tina thrust her arm out more forcefully, splaying her fingers wide. "I acta flamma," she bellowed. This time the air ignited and a whoosh of flame erupted from the end of Tina's fingers. The stream of fire pushed forward about 10 feet before ending in a ball of flame that licked at the air before fading away. Tina's eyes glowed faintly of red and she moved her arm a few degrees to the left. The blazing torrent moved with her arm. After a few seconds, Tina closed her fingers into a fist and the fire went out. She was breathing heavily but otherwise appeared unhurt. She looked over her shoulder at her captor. The sleeper grasped her by the shoulders and spun her around. He looked deeply into her eyes, searching for something. He looked over to Northcutt, Teddy, and me. Her life force is undiminished. If anything, it's increased. She pulled power through the veil. His voice was flat and monotone, disbelieving. "I've done it? After all these years? Despite the astronomical cost? I've done it?" I looked at Teddy and his mouth was open, just a bit. "To my knowledge, we've just witnessed history," he said dryly, clearly impressed. "Despite the unorthodox and quite frankly despicable means, this is quite an achievement." The sleeper smiled at Teddy maliciously, happy to have at least one appreciative voice. Northcutt was more concerned with his due. He pulled a set of handcuffs from his belt and snapped them onto Tina's wrists, securing her arms behind her back. He pulled her over to the chair she had just occupied near the tree and sat down, throwing her to the floor. "It's my turn now." Northcutt looked over at Teddy and me. "Neither of you chuckle fucks move, or the bitch dies. I got your dry cleaning, you son of a bitch." Tina screamed before taking a heavy boot to the face from the chief. "Shut up, whore," he said dismissively. Then to the sleeper, "Let's do this. I have to get out of town ASAP." He tucked Teddy's gun into his belt and rolled his sleeves up a bit more, before deciding to remove his shirt entirely. "Yes, of course," the sleeper said dreamily as he began to move toward Northcutt and the tree. "Time is ever a factor. What'd we do?" I mumbled to Teddy. This was the first time that both men had been away from us. "Farfalla is up in the rafters. I don't know her game, but we should wait until she makes her play before." "Oh, shit," I interrupted Teddy. The sleeper had walked up behind Northcutt. He pulled the dagger of Jalea out from his waistband and plunged it into the center of Northcutt's chest in one smooth movement. Tina started to scream through bloody lips. I wasn't sure what I expected. Blood. Gore. The scene from the end of Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade where that dude ages 1,000 years in a few seconds? It wasn't any of those. The dagger entered Northcutt without resistance or a sound. The sleeper held it in place for just a moment before pulling it out just as easily. The enormous ruby on the crossguard of the dagger flared to life, and a dull red light suffused the warehouse, bathing everything in an otherworldly glow. Then, the chief was just dead. He went from folding his shirt neatly to slumped over in his chair. Tina's scream echoed through the warehouse as his body slid forward and thumped onto the ground. His eyes were open, and he looked like he had been dead for a few hours rather than a few seconds. Tina screamed again as Northcutt hit the floor, scrambling away from him as best she could. Her second scream was a bit muffled and I realized that the chief's kick had broken her nose. Blood flowed freely down her face and into her mouth. The collar of her blouse was slowly staining red. The sleeper ignored the body and the screaming and examined the dagger the way one might look at a Q-tip pulled from an ear. He rotated something on the hilt and then plunged the dagger into the tree. The red light slowly faded as the tree shuddered and shook. As we watched, a new branch erupted from the trunk and stretched obscenely upward. The sleeper watched with a satisfied smile on his face before turning to us. That is much more efficient, he told us. By an order of magnitude. He held the dagger up and looked at it appreciatively. He walked over, leaving Tina bleeding on the floor, and sat across from us on the bench. I'm so glad that at least one of you appreciates the significance of this occasion. You will both go down in history. He looked at Teddy as he spoke. His voice was intimate, like he was explaining a favor he was doing. I spit on the floor. You expect us to sit here and let you stick us with that thing? Teddy sighed and the sleeper looked thoughtful. You could fight, I suppose. But I will subdue you. The result will be the same, but less pleasant. I promise. His eyes gleamed with malevolence. Teddy sat up as straightly as he could and cleared his throat. What's your proper name, sir? I refuse to address you by that silly moniker. The sleeper looked at Teddy appraisingly and smiled. It's been a long time since anyone asked me that. Normally, I would refuse. Names can hold power. But since you ask so nicely and you certainly will be dead in just a few moments, I suppose I can indulge you. I was always a sucker for manners. You may address me as Mr. Adler. Teddy grinned again and I knew that smile. He was up to something. Well, Mr. Adler. I, Benjamin Theodore Ruthersford III hereby challenge you to a duel. The air around us shimmered. The sleeper/Mr. Adler laughed uproariously as Teddy stared daggers at him. He eventually stopped, wiping a tear from his eye. Oh wait, you're serious. He started laughing again. Why in the nine hells would I? His voice trailed off, the laughter dying suddenly. Why would I? He started again, gritting his teeth. The air around us flexed and contracted, distended with arcane power. Why? Adler tried one more time, shaking slightly with unseen effort. Surely, you aren't afraid to accept my challenge, Mr. Adler? I literally have the use of only one arm. Teddy chided him conversationally, motioning toward his sling with his chin. The pressure in the room redoubled. It felt like we were 1,000 feet under the sea. Adler was sweating. I accept, he finally gasped. The air shimmered again, and the pressure was gone in the blink of an eye. Adler looked winded, sucking air in and out. He looked supremely annoyed, and as Teddy's partner, I had a good idea what he was thinking. Excellent, Teddy said before slowly standing and brushing off his pants with one hand. I expect you'll want to settle the matter immediately. Yes, immediately, Adler grunted. Teddy's eyes sparkled with mischief. Then, let's set to it. He looked at me with his shit-eating grin. Straight away. Chapter 38. You must have hit your head harder than I thought, was all I could think to say. My partner smiled at me as he worked through some exaggerated calisthenics, or as much as his body would allow given its condition. You won't be able to interfere during the duel, but as soon as it ends, be ready to act. He mumbled quietly to me. Then, he loudly exclaimed to Adler, as the acceptee of the challenge, you are to set the terms. The sleeper was still recovering from the effort of resisting Teddy's challenge. He looked up, to the death. Of course, Teddy nodded, unperturbed. And weapons. Magic, Adler growled, summoning a ball of fire in his hand. You realize that this changes nothing. Don't you? Your pitiful archetype games are useless against real power. We shall see, Teddy answered, non-committal. And I assume that you mean to include magical implements as well. He nodded toward the dagger that Adler still clutched in his hand. The sleeper grinned evilly as he looked between Teddy and the dagger. Of course, he hissed. Very well, Cash here will act as my second. He made a show of looking around the room. As you've just murdered Mr. Northcutt, I suppose you'll have to go without. He casually walked over to Northcutt's body and kicked it over. He retrieved his pistol from the dead man's belt and holstered it. Teddy used his good arm to hoist Tina to her feet. He led her back over to the bench, before pulling a silk handkerchief out of his pocket. He handed the square to me. Be a good lad and see to Miss Goodwin's nose, Teddy instructed. I took the silk and placed it against Tina's bloody face. She instantly stopped bleeding and the handkerchief started absorbing the blood from her face and blouse. I looked at Teddy with an arched eyebrow. Magic? I asked. Teddy winked in response before walking over to the clear area of the warehouse where Tina had tested her new powers. Now, he announced. Back to back. 10 paces. Adler scoffed. This is ludicrous. I am not going to. The strange pressure returned to the room. There was a low rumble in my ears. Fine, he resigned angrily. He marched over to where he had dropped his robes and put them back on, grumbling to himself. I guessed it was hard to look intimidating during a duel wearing only a loincloth. Or, maybe he was just getting cold. Adler slunk over to the clearing with Teddy and took his position facing away from him. Teddy motioned to me indicating I should begin the duel. I tried to think back to old movies, searching for what to say. I saw a shadow drop down from the ceiling behind some machinery. I decided to play for time. A challenge has been issued by Benjamin Theodore Rutherford III and accepted by Mr. Adler. Both men have done so through their own free will. I wasn't sure if that last part was true, but it sounded good. The sleeper gave a loud ha, and mumbled something. I continued, we meet here today on the field to settle this dispute. The acceptee has named the terms to be a battle to the death with magic and magic implements. Is that so? Teddy responded loudly. What? Adler responded after it became clear we were waiting for his answer. Yes, yes. Can we please get on with this farce? On the count of 3, both men shall begin a count of 10 steps forward. Upon completion of the 10th step, both men shall turn and begin combat until they or their opponent are deceased. The words were coming unbidden to my lips. This seemed to be part of the magic. Until the combat is finished, none shall interfere to attempt to render aid. Do you both understand and accept these terms? Teddy repeated. I do, Adler sneered. Especially the killing part. He looked over his shoulder at Teddy. I am going to make you suffer, you pawns. You're going to beg me to end it? Concern flooded through me, but Teddy looked bored. He caught my gaze and rolled his finger forward through the air, indicating that I should speed things along. 3, I announced. Adler tucked the dagger away and each of his hands flared with light. 1 green and 1 red. Teddy examined a fingernail on his good hand. 2, I continued. Adler vibrated in place, overeager to begin. Teddy stifled a yawn. 1, I finished. Both men started to pace forward counting upward from 1. Adler has a huge smile on his face. Both his hands pulsed with energy pulled directly from the tree. My partner looked either bored or slightly annoyed. He got to the 5th step before he begrudgingly pulled his pistol. I pulled my own Bowie knife out from the sheath on my vest and concealed it behind my back. I stood as they continued to pace. 6, 7, 8. I realized I was holding my breath and exhaled. 9. I was on the balls of my feet ready to act and felt a slight pressure against me. Not a paralysis exactly, but something blocking me from moving forward. I tried moving forward with the intent to disrupt the duel. I was immediately rebuffed. The harder I tried, the greater the force resisting me. I stopping struggling against the effect as both men took their 10th step. I saw Teddy turn and crouch. He was finally sporting a serious expression. Rather than fire immediately, he rolled to his right. A ball of fire whooshed by him, exploding against the back wall. Teddy completed his roll, and his gun arm was stable again. Just as he squeezed off a shot, he took a green ball of force directly to the chest. His shot missed badly, pinging off of some metal ductwork. He reacted as if a heavyweight boxer landed a power punch to his solar plexus. Teddy fell awkwardly onto his back. I could hear him gasping for breath. Tina let out a frightened scream. Adler was chuckling to himself. He walked leisurely toward my prone partner. Teddy has remarkably held onto the rhino clutched in his right hand. He raised it to fire again, but Adler gave a dismissive swipe with a green glowing hand. Teddy's arm was knocked to the side and the gun flew from his grasp. He gave a painful moan and tried to scramble to his feet. Adler took a quick step toward him and seized him with both hands about the collar before he could fully stand. I felt magic surge from the tree and Adler picked Teddy up, my partner's feet dangling at least 8 inches off the ground. I could hear Tina weeping softly at my side. Where are you going, friend? We have so much to discuss. Adler turned in a circle before flinging Teddy with the momentum into the wall behind him. Tina screamed again as he impacted the wall with a scary-sounding crack, before falling down to his knees. He braced himself with his one good arm and tried to rise. I could hardly believe that he hadn't been knocked out from the collision or blacked out from the pain he must be feeling. This was bad. From Teddy's demeanor, I figured he had a plan. Maybe he was just resigned to his own death. I tried to intervene again, but was forced into immobility. It's a shame what happened to your partner. It was honestly unplanned. Tough to find good help these days. Adler sneered and his hand flared to life with crackling electricity. I could smell ozone in the air. Adler extended his arm toward Teddy. But, you should have left well enough alone. 3 bolts of electricity arced out from Adler's hand. They struck Teddy and his body locked up, vibrating slightly. I was dimly aware that Tina was screaming again. Power continued to flow from the tree into Adler, and from Adler into Teddy, electrocuting him. He let out a pulsing moan as Adler kept the bolt going for a long 3 count. Adler finally relented and Teddy slumped back to the ground, smoking. I tried to move toward the tree. Maybe I could disrupt Adler's connection somehow. But the magic governing this duel didn't like that any better than trying to intercede directly. I was prevented from moving by an invisible force. But instead, you chose death, Adler taunted, continuing his slow walk. He looked over at me with an evil, manic grin. And shortly after you die, you'll lose another partner. Bad luck you. Adler took another step and then kicked Teddy square in the face. I didn't believe the man was still alive, but he rolled over with a groan and his bleeding nose was testament to the fact he was still with us. Stop! Tina screamed. She was sobbing again. Just leave him alone. Adler looked at her as if he just remembered she was there. But this one I will keep. She's been an excellent test subject so far. Kneeled down next to Teddy and grabbed his broken arm. He held Tina's gaze as he wrenched the arm loose from its sling. We're going to have so much fun together. Teddy began to scream as his broken bones were ground back and forth by Adler. The sleeper's smile grew wider listening to Teddy finally give voice to his suffering. He closed his eyes like he was listening to soothing music. Finally, he relented and stood. He turned his back on Teddy and began to pace away. Teddy stopped screaming and rolled to his side, trying to relieve the pressure off his arm. He was breathing heavily and blood was still pouring from his nose. He gurgled out something I couldn't make out. Adler couldn't hear him either. He turned back to where my partner lay on the floor. What was that, Agent Rutherford? Are you going to beg for your death? And here I thought you were made of sterner stuff. Teddy spit out a wad of blood, and maybe a tooth. I concede. Adler laughed. It was a sound I was really starting to hate. You can't concede. This is to the death. Unbelievably, Teddy rolled to a sitting position. His left eye was rapidly swelling closed. Maybe I should have explained a little clearer, but this is an honorable duel, not blood sport. He spit again, struggling to get air in, blood clogging his airways. You've clearly beaten me, but refuse to end it? Therefore, I can concede to spare myself undue suffering. He looked at me meaningfully with his one good eye. You've beaten me, Mr. Adler, the duel is over. A pressure left the room. It's over when I say it's over. Adler bellowed. He spit out the words with such venom, there was no question to his madness. He bent at the waist to look at Teddy directly in his face. Teddy gave a bloody smile and shook his head. I tried to move forward towards Adler again and this time there was no rebuffing force. I was free to act. The duel was over, regardless of what the insane mage thought, this was Teddy's magic. I smiled and pulled my bowie from behind my back. It was finally time to make my play, for better or worse. I bared my teeth and surged toward Adler, but 2 other people got there first. Chapter 39. You must have hit your head harder than I thought, was all I could think to say. My partner smiled at me as he worked through some exaggerated calisthenics, or as much as his body would allow given its condition. You won't be able to interfere during the duel, but as soon as it ends, be ready to act. He mumbled quietly to me. Then, he loudly exclaimed to Adler, as the acceptee of the challenge, you are to set the terms. The sleeper was still recovering from the effort of resisting Teddy's challenge. He looked up, to the death. Of course, Teddy nodded, unperturbed. And weapons. Magic, Adler growled, summoning a ball of fire in his hand. You realize that this changes nothing. Don't you? Your pitiful archetype games are useless against real power. We shall see, Teddy answered, non-committal. And I assume that you mean to include magical implements as well. He nodded toward the dagger that Adler still clutched in his hand. The sleeper grinned evilly as he looked between Teddy and the dagger. Of course, he hissed. Very well, Cash here will act as my second. He made a show of looking around the room. As you've just murdered Mr. Northcutt, I suppose you'll have to go without. He casually walked over to Northcutt's body and kicked it over. He retrieved his pistol from the dead man's belt and holstered it. Teddy used his good arm to hoist Tina to her feet. He led her back over to the bench, before pulling a silk handkerchief out of his pocket. He handed the square to me. Be a good lad and see to Miss Goodwin's nose, Teddy instructed. I took the silk and placed it against Tina's bloody face. She instantly stopped bleeding and the handkerchief started absorbing the blood from her face and blouse. I looked at Teddy with an arched eyebrow. Magic? I asked. Teddy winked in response before walking over to the clear area of the warehouse where Tina had tested her new powers. Now, he announced. Back to back. 10 paces. Adler scoffed. This is ludicrous. I am not going to. The strange pressure returned to the room. There was a low rumble in my ears. Fine, he resigned angrily. He marched over to where he had dropped his robes and put them back on, grumbling to himself. I guessed it was hard to look intimidating during a duel wearing only a loincloth. Or, maybe he was just getting cold. Adler slunk over to the clearing with Teddy and took his position facing away from him. Teddy motioned to me indicating I should begin the duel. I tried to think back to old movies, searching for what to say. I saw a shadow drop down from the ceiling behind some machinery. I decided to play for time. A challenge has been issued by Benjamin Theodore Rutherford III and accepted by Mr. Adler. Both men have done so through their own free will. I wasn't sure if that last part was true, but it sounded good. The sleeper gave a loud ha, and mumbled something. I continued, we meet here today on the field to settle this dispute. The acceptee has named the terms to be a battle to the death with magic and magic implements. Is that so? Aye. Teddy responded loudly. What? Adler responded after it became clear we were waiting for his answer. Yes, yes. Can we please get on with this farce? On the count of 3, both men shall begin a count of 10 steps forward. Upon completion of the 10th step, both men shall turn and begin combat until they or their opponent are deceased. The words were coming unbidden to my lips. This seemed to be part of the magic. Until the combat is finished, none shall interfere to attempt to render aid. Do you both understand and accept these terms? I. Teddy repeated. I do, Adler sneered. Especially the killing part. He looked over his shoulder at Teddy. I am going to make you suffer, you ponce. You're going to beg me to end it? Concern flooded through me, but Teddy looked bored. He caught my gaze and rolled his finger forward through the air, indicating that I should speed things along. 3, I announced. Adler tucked the dagger away and each of his hands flared with light. 1 green and 1 red. Teddy examined a fingernail on his good hand. 2, I continued. Adler vibrated in place, overeager to begin. Teddy stifled a yawn. 1, I finished. Both men started to pace forward counting upward from 1. Adler has a huge smile on his face. Both his hands pulsed with energy pulled directly from the tree. My partner looked either bored or slightly annoyed. He got to the 5th step before he begrudgingly pulled his pistol. I pulled my own Bowie knife out from the sheath on my vest and concealed it behind my back. I stood as they continued to pace. 6, 7, 8. I realized I was holding my breath and exhaled. 9. I was on the balls of my feet ready to act and felt a slight pressure against me. Not a paralysis exactly, but something blocking me from moving forward. I tried moving forward with the intent to disrupt the duel. I was immediately rebuffed. The harder I tried, the greater the force resisting me. I stopping struggling against the effect as both men took their 10th step. I saw Teddy turn and crouch. He was finally sporting a serious expression. Rather than fire immediately, he rolled to his right. A ball of fire whooshed by him, exploding against the back wall. Teddy completed his roll and his gun arm was stable again. Just as he squeezed off a shot, he took a green ball of force directly to the chest. His shot missed badly, pinging off of some metal ductwork. He reacted as if a heavyweight boxer landed a power punch to his solar plexus. Teddy fell awkwardly onto his back. I could hear him gasping for breath. Tina let out a frightened scream. Adler was chuckling to himself. He walked leisurely toward my prone partner. Teddy has remarkably held onto the rhino clutched in his right hand. He raised it to fire again, but Adler gave a dismissive swipe with a green glowing hand. Teddy's arm was knocked to the side and the gun flew from his grasp. He gave a painful moan and tried to scramble to his feet. Adler took a quick step toward him and seized him with both hands about the collar before he could fully stand. I felt magic surge from the tree and Adler picked Teddy up, my partner's feet dangling at least 8 inches off the ground. I could hear Tina weeping softly at my side. "Where are you going, friend? We have so much to discuss." Adler turned in a circle before flinging Teddy with the momentum into the wall behind him. Tina screamed again as he impacted the wall with a scary-sounding crack, before falling down to his knees. He braced himself with his one good arm and tried to rise. I could hardly believe that he hadn't been knocked out from the collision or blacked out from the pain he must be feeling. This was bad. From Teddy's demeanor, I figured he had a plan. Maybe he was just resigned to his own death. I tried to intervene again but was forced into immobility. "It's a shame what happened to your partner. It was honestly unplanned. Tough to find good help these days." Adler sneered and his hand flared to life with crackling electricity. I could smell ozone in the air. Adler extended his arm toward Teddy. "But you should have left well enough alone." 3 bolts of electricity arced out from Adler's hand. They struck Teddy and his body locked up, vibrating slightly. I was dimly aware that Tina was screaming again. Power continued to flow from the tree into Adler, and from Adler into Teddy, electrocuting him. He let out a pulsing moan as Adler kept the bolt going for a long 3 count. Adler finally relented and Teddy slumped back to the ground, smoking. I tried to move toward the tree. Maybe I could disrupt Adler's connection somehow. But the magic governing this duel didn't like that any better than trying to intercede directly. I was prevented from moving by an invisible force. "But instead, you chose death," Adler taunted, continuing his slow walk. He looked over at me with an evil, manic grin. "And shortly after you die, you'll lose another partner. Bad luck you." Adler took another step and then kicked Teddy square in the face. I didn't believe the man was still alive, but he rolled over with a groan and his bleeding nose was a testament to the fact he was still with us. "Stop!" Tina screamed. She was sobbing again. "Just leave him alone." Adler looked at her as if he just remembered she was there. "But this one I will keep. She's been an excellent test subject so far." Kneeled down next to Teddy and grabbed his broken arm. He held Tina's gaze as he wrenched the arm loose from its sling. "We're going to have so much fun together." Teddy began to scream as his broken bones were moved violently by Adler. The sleeper's smile grew wider listening to Teddy finally give voice to his suffering. He closed his eyes like he was listening to soothing music. Finally, he relented and stood. He turned his back on Teddy and began to pace away. Teddy stopped screaming and rolled to his side, trying to relieve the pressure off his arm. He was breathing heavily and blood was still pouring from his nose. He gurgled out something I couldn't make out. Adler couldn't hear him either. He turned back to him. "What was that, Agent Rutherford? Are you going to beg for death? I thought you were made of sterner stuff." Teddy spit out a wad of blood, and maybe a tooth. "I concede." Adler laughed. It was a sound I was really starting to hate. "You can't concede. This is to the death." Unbelievably, Teddy rolled to a sitting position. His left eye was rapidly swelling closed. Maybe I should have explained a little clearer, but this is an honorable duel, not blood sport. He spit again, struggling to get air in. "You've clearly beaten me, but refuse to end it? So, I can concede to spare myself undue suffering." He looked at me meaningfully with his one good eye. "You've beaten me, Adler, the duel is over. It's over when I say it's over." Adler bellowed. He spit out the words with such venom, there was no question to his madness. He bent down to look Teddy in his face. Teddy gave a bloody smile and shook his head. I tried to move forward towards Adler again and this time there was no rebuffing force. I was free to act. The duel was over, regardless of what the insane mage thought, this was Teddy's magic. I smiled and pulled my bowie from behind my back. It was finally time to get involved, for better or worse. I bared my teeth and surged toward Adler, but 2 other people got there first. Chapter 40. As I took my first step, a dark shape fell from the ceiling. A leather-clad woman with an explosion of blonde hair landed on Adler's back, sending him sprawling to the floor. The Farfalla had made her play. I assumed she had been prevented from acting the same as me. She backflipped away, landing in a crouch. Adler struggled to his feet, his face a mask of rage. He turned toward the Italian cat burglar as his hands awoke with power. "This doesn't concern you, bitch," he spit. He reared back with his right hand as if to throw, and there was a snap and crack in the air. The Farfalla used a whip to seize Adler by the right wrist. He bellowed in rage and pain. His bellow became a shout as his entire right arm became an inferno. The fire spread to the whip wrapped around his wrist and quickly spread toward the Farfalla. The leather, and presumably magic, whip quickly turned to ash and the cat burglar abandoned it, leaping behind some crates. The sleeper let loose with a thundering lightning attack. Unlike the smaller chains of electricity that he had used to torture Teddy, these were full-on bolts of destruction. Large wooden boxes exploded into flaming splinters as Adler tracked the Farfalla across the warehouse floor with his magic attacks. The cat burglar displayed otherworldly agility as she sprung from cover to cover, keeping just ahead of the explosions. She made no move to attack, however, and I imagined that she was not suited to a stand-up fight. We had gotten as much help as she was able to give. Adler was distracted from his attacks as the second person made her move. Tina walked purposely toward the sleeper with her arm raised and her palm out. She screamed out the magic phase that he had only just taught her, and the air in front of her exploded in flames. The fire raced toward the lightning-wielding sorcerer. Adler howled in pain as the flames licked against his skin, but the inferno was quickly blocked by a wall of force. Tina added a second hand and another blast of flame issued forth. The quickly changing temperatures created a strong breeze that whipped through her auburn locks, exposing her face etched with a scowl. The superheated air swirled around her, rippling her blouse and exposing her bare legs. Her swirling fireball tattoo glowed brightly and swirled with power. She looked like a vengeful goddess as she poured fire into Adler, her terrible flames bathing her face in a soft red glow. But the sleeper caught and contained her second blast as easily as the first. Tina's flames washed against an invisible wall of force. Adler bent the walls into a single round shape and turned the fire back on itself. He chuckled as Tina exhausted herself, unused to channeling magical force. Her flames faltered and then cut off abruptly as she fell to a knee, gasping for breath. Adler waved a dismissive backhand at her and she was slapped aside into a row of lockers where she lay unmoving. "Fools," he yelled to no one in particular. "You cannot defeat me. You are just delaying the inevitable." It was now my turn to take a swing at the OL Piñata. I had changed the angle of my approach so that I was coming up on Adler from his blind side as he faced Tina. Remembering how easily he had disarmed me, I sheathed my knife, opting for my fists. I might only get one shot at this. Moving slowly at first, I broke into a jog as I got closer. The sleeper noticed me as I came into his peripheral vision. A look of shock came onto his face and he clapped his hands together. I felt the air move as a ball of force exploded outward from him, but as the magic came into contact with me, it winked out of existence. I savored the moment as his look of shock turned to fear as I continued to close the distance in spite of his defensive spell. There had been several feel-good moments in my life. The swell of pride I felt starting my first college football game. The sheer joy I experienced upon kissing Sarah at our wedding, our lives stretched out before us in unlimited possibility. The awe and wonder of tiny Emma reflexively squeezing my fingers with her perfect little hand, moments after being born. But, they all took a backseat to the beer can crushing fuck you I felt as I landed a flush 4 knuckles on Adler's button. My running, Texas barroom haymaker was the type of punch that your relatives feel in their bones, and I was sure that this pasty motherfucker was either knocked out or dead. My feel-good moment was short-lived. I did get the satisfaction of seeing Adler take a few fumbling steps back from my blow. Then his entire body glowed a dull pink color with a surge of energy from the tree and he straightened. "Nice punch," he muttered as he rubbed his jaw. I shuffled forward in a boxing gait intending to continue pummeling him. As I got into clobbering range again, he raised both arms to shoulder height and floated off the ground. I jumped trying to catch his feet, but I was too slow. It was an almost laughably simple solution to his problem of not wanting to get punched. If one could fly, at least. I almost tipped my hat. Adler giggled as he rose into the air and tooted at me as I missed his feet. He contemptuously flicked a small fireball at me. It was less to hurt me and more to see what would happen. The flames evaporated as they came into contact with me. The sleeper smiled ruefully. Total immunity. Not even your father was totally immune. Humanity's natural mutation toward survival. A shame you have to die, we could have worked together. He looked genuinely regretful. I looked around on the floor for Teddy's discarded pistol. Adler gracefully sailed slowly through the air away from me. It was less flying and more a type of levitation. He alighted several meters away and sighed. I suppose we will have to do this the hard way, he admitted. I couldn't find Teddy's rhino with my frantic searching. It must have slid under a shelving unit or behind a crate. Adler raised his arms palms up and things around the room began to shudder before rising into the air. I dodged the first crate and it smashed into a wall behind me. Out of options and out of ideas, I charged. I made it 3 whole steps before a crowbar slammed into my back from behind, sending me sprawling to the floor. I tried to roll, but I landed awkwardly and was immediately hit in the side with a box full of something heavy. I struggled to my feet as Adler's laughter echoed through the empty space. His regret seemed short-lived and he was back to enjoying himself. 3 more crates rocketed toward me. I spun out of the path of the first and took a glancing blow from the second. The third, however, took me in the back of the legs and sent me back to the grimy warehouse floor. This set off a fresh bout of laughter that quickly died out. Enough of this, he waved a hand and a box of saw blades fell off a shelf, spilling its contents. Agent Rutherford's lesson was not misplaced, Adler announced. I have much work to do, and those poor volunteers won't be sticking themselves. He patted at his waistband and frowned. He touched the small of his back and then checked the pockets of his robe. Looking for this, came a voice from the shadows. The Farfalla slinked forward from behind a shelf, holding the dagger of Jalea. Adler howled with rage. Bitch. That's mine. 3 saw blades rose from the ground and sailed toward the leather-clad woman almost faster than I could follow. She gracefully pirouetted to her left and bent her head to the right, touching her ear to her shoulder. The 3 blades whistled by her, impacting against the wall. She pouted to herself as a tuft of her blonde hair gently floated to the floor. Then she grinned at the madman. I stole it, Lil meant. It's mine. Adler shrieked inhumanly and summoned a huge fireball into his hand, bigger than any I had seen. The Farfalla's panic-stricken eyes bulged at the sight. Cash, catch, she yelled before tossing the dagger toward me and backflipping away from the incoming meteor of flame. I had not been idle during their banter. I closed almost into striking distance. Time slowed down as the dagger spun through the air and several things all seemed to happen at nearly the same time. First, the entire side of the warehouse where the Farfalla had been standing exploded like a bomb went off. Sticky rivers of fire splashed away from the impact zone and quickly set anything they touched aflame. Second, Adler flailed a glowing hand at the dagger as it sailed through the air toward me. The dagger's pommel flared with a white glow and it continued to slowly spin toward me uninterrupted. The last thing was Adler scowling at me and summoning another saw blade from the floor. He seemed to be unaffected by my time power, if that's what it was, and was acting only slightly slower than me. The blade spun to life and began moving toward me. I was in a real bind. I couldn't catch the dagger and avoid the razor-edged disc spinning toward me. It slowly dawned on me that I wasn't going to avoid it at all. It was just too close and moving too fast. The sleeper seemed to grasp this at the same time as his enraged countenance split into an evil grin. Just as quickly, the grin turned into a questioning glance over my left shoulder as I prepared to die. Time snapped back into normal speed with a whip crack. The dagger of Jalea slapped into my waiting hand, pommel first. I had it in a perfect ice-pick grip. Something struck me violently from behind, sending me sprawling to the floor for the 3rd time in as many minutes. More importantly, whatever had stuck me pushed me out of the path of the spinning saw blade and toward the now concerned-looking mage. This time I was able to turn my fall into a roll, closing the last few feet between my adversary and myself. I struck out with a backhanded stab directly into Adler's chest. The dagger found no resistance, burying itself to the hilt. Just like Northcutt, Adler immediately slumped to the ground. He went from flinging saw blades and fireballs to looking several hours dead in a single heartbeat. Such was the terrible power of the dagger, whose ruby adornment blazed angrily to life. I looked back behind me to see my partner, barely able to stand, the saw blade embedded several inches into his right shoulder and collarbone. He had that dumb grin on his face as he slowly sank to his knees. Blood quickly seeped out over his tactical vest and waistcoat. "Be a good lad," my partner croaked through gritted, bloody teeth. "And set those nice folks free." He swallowed painfully. "Before they all burn to death." His eyes rolled back in his head and his mask of pain relaxed as he lost consciousness. Agent Benjamin Theodore Rutherford III slumped over on his side unmoving. Blood poured from him out onto the floor. Something expensive and important exploded behind me and I became aware this warehouse was quickly turning into an inferno. How many fucks was I up to? Chapter 41. I rushed to my partner's side and eased him onto his back. He was unresponsive, but I detected shallow breathing. I started fishing through his pockets, looking for another one of his magic handkerchiefs, when I felt a hand on my shoulder. I looked up to see the Farfalla. She was looking quite a bit worse for the wear. Parts of her leather suit had burned away, revealing angry red skin underneath. Some bits were still smoldering and parts of her blonde mane were scorched. The others are in a cage behind there, she pointed at a huge vinyl curtain hanging from the ceiling. Set them free, I will see to your amico. She offered me a wan smile as I hurried away. I wasn't sure if there was anything I could do for Teddy. I wasn't a doctor, I was going to have to get the agency involved. I pushed through the curtain into another section of the warehouse. It was dominated by a hastily built metal cage. Inside the cage, packed in like cattle, were the migrants the Black Mesa pack had brought over the border. Next to the cage were several old dentist chairs. Each chair was set up with a smattering of tattoo gear and what looked like needles and tubing to draw blood. I noticed several refrigerators against the wall, probably filled with doped-up human blood. I figured if I looked hard enough, I would find a large stash of drugs around here someplace. As soon as the caged migrants saw me, they began to call out. I didn't need to rely on my 10th grade Spanish to understand that they wanted me to get them the fuck out of there. I ran over to the makeshift holding cell. There was a door that was secured with a rusty chain and a new padlock. I looked around for a key but didn't see any. I didn't have time for a search. I reached for a pistol to blast the lock off but found my holster empty. Shit. The chain had some slack, but not enough to squeeze anyone bigger than a small child through the gap it created. The cell also had a solid metal top on it. I looked around for ideas and the yelling from inside the cell intensified as the vinyl curtain began to smolder and melt. Throwing a Hail Mary, I pulled out the Bowie knife that Ben had given me. Its smaller size made it less than ideal for chopping, but I was fresh out of options. I pulled the chain taut and hacked at it with the knife. The men nearest the door were gibbering a steady stream of Spanish at me and one man was pulling at his hair. My first strike glanced off the chain, but the second strike bit deeply into the rusty chain. The runes on the knife glowed faintly as I continued to work and the prisoner looked on in wonder. It took only 5 blows to sever completely through and the chain fell to the floor. The cell door exploded outward as the migrants ran to freedom. I wished I could do more for them, but it was every man for himself at this point. Panic had set in. I grabbed a woman carrying an infant by the arm as she was shoved from behind. I was able to keep her from falling to the floor and her child began to cry. The woman looked at me with watery eyes and mouthed gracias. I pulled back on part of the curtain that away from the spreading fire and opened a path. I could see a clear path through the spreading fire to one of the loading bays, but I wasn't sure how long it would last. The frantic migrants saw the same path and started a stampede to the exit. I hurried back to a frowning Farfalla. You have to get him out of here. He's still breathing, but he needs medical attention, the blonde cat burglar told me. I know, I hissed. Help me get him over my shoulder. The smoke was becoming intense and I started to cough. It has only been a few minutes since it started, there was no way this was a natural blaze. I wondered if this was the same magic the sleeper has used to burn my home and kill my family. I stared hatefully at Adler's corpse as the Farfalla helped me get Teddy over my shoulder. He hadn't deserved a quick, but that's all I had been able to give him. The revenge tasted like ash in my mouth, but that could have been literal ashes at this point. I was lucky to be alive and we weren't safe yet. I hoisted Teddy up and was careful not to disturb the saw blade too much. If that thing came out, he would probably bleed to death in seconds. The migrants had all made it out and I started toward the loading bay door furthest from where the fire was. It was slow going, Teddy was heavier than he looked. Cash, the Farfalla exclaimed. I looked to where she was pointed and saw Tina lying on the floor. She was just starting to stir, holding a hand against the side of her head. I changed course while the Farfalla helped Tina to her feet. Can you walk? I asked the newly minted sorceress. Tina took a testing step and cried out when she tried to put weight on her left leg. The Farfalla held her up from falling back to the floor. Damn it, I exclaimed. Get her under the arm. Tina was not a large woman, but she was solidly built. The farfalla on the other hand maybe weighed 115 pounds. I wasn't sure she could support Tina. I angled over and offered Tina my other arm. Between the two of us, we were able to support her weight and slowly started our way to the exit again. We were about 20 meters from freedom when my brain caught up on the behind-the-scenes math. We weren't going to make it. The smoke had grown worse. All three of us were coughing now and my eyes were stinging and bleary. I could barely make out the bay door and the fire was all around us. Hurry! I encouraged, but I knew we were already moving as fast as we could. I began to fear that the farfalla would bolt as it became clear we would have to abandon Tina or Teddy or both to make our escape. I noticed Tina had removed her arm from around my neck. I was about to tell her to put it back when I noticed the flaming tattoo on her hip was glowing. Tina's eyes were closed, she was clearly concentrating. I felt the heat and flames recede from around us, just a bit. The shift was subtle, but my reptile brain was pounding a fist on the blackboard. We could make it. All of us. I put my head down and shuffled forward. After an interminable distance was made our way through the yawning bay doors and into the cool Texas evening. The chilled, dry air had never smelled so sweet. We stumbled what I considered to be a safe distance away just as an explosion rocked the building. I set Teddy gently on the ground as the roof collapsed. Tina had gone unconscious as well at some point during our escape. She must have burned up whatever juice she had left holding the flames at bay. I set her down as well. The warehouse was now a raging inferno. The fire has spread to some of the outbuildings, the flames greedily consuming everything they could. I fished my agency phone out of my pocket and activated a medical emergency. It was me to confirm and then a timer appeared counting backward from 5 minutes. The farfalla cleared her throat to get my attention. Thank you, Cash. I couldn't have done it without your help. I could see her clearly now in the waning daylight. Part of her mask had been either torn or burned away, exposing her delicate cheekbones. For a moment, I didn't understand what she meant, and then my mind flashed back to Adla's body as we passed it on the way out. The dagger of Jalea had been missing. This was all about the dagger, wasn't it? You came here for the dagger. She smiled mischievously. Ah, Cash. You are so handsome that I forget that you are also intelligent. She produced the dagger from someplace behind her back and glared at it. This is an evil thing. It needs to be kept away from men like Adler and Northcutt. It was an ugly, wicked thing. The blade was a jagged curve and the ruby in the hilt was set in the mouth of a horrible-looking demon. There were no good intentions here. My weird feeling was sending cold shocks down my spine just being this close to it. You stole it to keep it safe, I posited. She returned the knife to its hiding place and her sly smile returned, as I said, intelligent. I have many such things. Why? I asked, genuinely curious. While the farfalla seemed criminal, she didn't seem evil. She sighed wistfully. Cash, I have stolen more than I could spend in 1,000 lives. But I am the cat burglar, yes. So, I burgle. She gave me a wink and her smile turned genuine. But, I help too, when I can. She had closed the distance between us and was now removing a hand from a pocket on my tactical vest. She moved so fast I hadn't even seen it, and probably wouldn't have noticed if she hadn't wanted. You helped me today, can't auntie, I own you one. She began to back away from me. I pulled a card from the pocket. It was the same calling card the farfalla had left at the scene of the reliable reliquary. I recognized the iridescent butterfly script. On the back of the card was a phone number with an international prefix. I personally reckoned we were square after she helped me pull Teddy and Tina out, but I was in no hurry to fix her misconception. But only one, the farfalla yelled over her shoulder as she turned and started to walk purposefully toward a section of the fencing surrounding the warehouse. The fire had burned away a substantial portion of the rear of her suit. Most of the bottom of her left butt cheek was hanging out and it was one of the finer ones I had ever seen. She gave her exposed rear a playful smack before breaking into a sprint. She cleared the fence in a single, graceful leap and was gone from view. She did not look back. I heard the distant wail of sirens. The hose draggers finally finished their basketball game and were en route. My phone buzzed, happily notifying me that Director Barnum was calling. Awesome. Agent Renshaw, I answered. What the fuck is going on? Where is Agent Ruthersford? He's not answering his phone. She sounded more angry than concerned. I need medical evac for 2. Agent Ruthersford and Tina Goodwin are both down. Agent Ruthersford is critically injured. I have her a brief rundown of events, including Chief Northcutt's involvement and eventual betrayal. Fuck. I knew that son of a bitch was dirty, but I didn't think he was in league with psychopaths. Are you sure the fire is going to destroy all the evidence? I smiled grimly, remembering the outcome of my own house fire. There won't be anything left, not even bones. Okay, the director said. Wait for the med boys to get your team and then unus the area before FD shows. Come directly back to the office for a full debriefing. Do you understand, Agent Renshaw? Don't stop for a fucking donut, right back here. Understood, ma'am. Renshaw out. I hung up the phone just as the now familiar glowing door opened out of nothingness. 4 men in white T-Vex suits stepped through and wordlessly collected Teddy and Tina. One man sprinkled something where Teddy had been bleeding and gave me a thumbs up. Moments later they were gone as if they had never been there, and I stood alone in the parking lot. I gave a final look at the warehouse inferno before heading toward my car. It was going to be a long night. Chapter 42. I fired up the Hellcat and started the long drive back to the office. I passed several fire trucks headed the other direction. My thoughts drifted to things that Adler had said. About my father. He had somehow used the scissors that he always carried to sever Adler's connection to magical energy. And then let him go. My mind churned on that and I had 1,000 questions. It was clear to me that Adler considered losing his powers a fate worse than death. He had devoted his life to undoing the damage. How did my father see it? Did he consider it a mercy, with death being the alternative? It was a mistake in this case, as Adler had then killed him, my mother, my wife, and my daughter by way of revenge. Then he continued his experiments, possibly going to new heights of depravity. Were the scissors a way for Dad to justify his vigilantism? How often had he used them? I thought of plunging the dagger into Adler, killing him. It was what he deserved, but I felt hollow. I had so many questions and had cut off one of my only sources of information. I thought about that. If Adler was still around, there had to be others. Others that knew him. Despite the director's warning, I did make a stop. I pulled the Charger through the wrought iron gates of the Sand Hill Memorial Cemetery. It was a place I came often, but maybe not as often as I should. I parked in the empty lot and walked out to the plots where my wife and daughter were buried. Only I knew that their coffins were empty when they were lowered into the ground. Adler's magic had not even left enough to bury. But I figured the sentimentality was the same. I knelt and placed my hand on Sarah's headstone just as the last rays of light disappeared below the horizon. I did it, Sarah. I made things right. At least I tried. I killed the man that needed killing. The smooth curved stone was silent. It only told me that Sarah Renshaw has been a devoted wife and mother. A tear fell from my eye. It didn't make me feel any better though, but you would have told me it wouldn't. If you were still here. A chill wind blew through the oaks, rattling what leaves were left. With the sun down the temperature was really dropping. Anyway, I thought you'd want to know. I kissed Sarah and Emma's marker in turn and stood. I was turned to leave when the weird feeling ran through my hands and feet. I glanced around but didn't see anything. I was alone in the small memorial park. Something on the headstone caught my eye. There was an additional line of text now. I wiped my eyes, clearing the tears that had built, and looked again. Now under devoted wife and mother, was a new word. The bottom of the marker now read, avenged, and as I watched, a small heart appeared next to the word, like it had always been there. I smiled. Now, that was about as much closure as a man in my position was ever likely to get. I hurried back to my car and raced to the agency office. Come what may, I was ready to face it, knowing I had my wife's approval. Hers was the only opinion on the matter that held water for me. The rest of the drive flew by. Soon, I pulled into the parking garage where I was met by 2 serious-looking guys in suits. Director Barnum wants to see you immediately, the larger of the 2 said. He eyed my empty holsters. Where are your sidearms? The smaller of the 2 began to pat me down. He quickly found my Bowie knife and took it from me. An evil sorcerer bent the barrels and then they were destroyed in a magical fire. Hey, is this really necessary? I pulled away from the frisking hands. If either of the men were impressed or doubtful of my story, they didn't show it. There have been some security irregularities, recently. Director Barnum is operating on an abundance of caution. Come with us. The two suits walked me to the elevator. As the doors closed, I got a look at myself in the shiny metal. I had a bit of blood and dirt on me, but otherwise, I looked no worse for the wear. My hat looked perfect. I wish I could say the same for Teddy. How is Agent Rutherford and Tina Goodwin? They were injured during the incident. The larger man looked at me via our reflections. I don't know the status of Agent Rutherford. His tone suggested that this was all he had to say on the matter. The elevator opened out onto the executive suite. The suited men escorted me to the director's office, the same place I had been sworn in just a few days ago. Dorothy Barnum sat behind her desk like a caged animal. Her suit jacket had been discarded and the sleeves of her white dress shirt were rolled up to the elbow. Her wavy brown hair was pulled back from her face with a clip, and to my great surprise, she was smoking a cigarette. As we entered the office, she hastily stubbed out the cancer stick and waved her hand in the air, dismissing the smoke. She didn't stand. Renshaw, have a seat. Jackson, grab a pitcher of water and some glasses and you can head home. Johnson, stand post outside. My escort snapped to attention and hustled out of the room. Johnson left my knife on Barnum's desk. Out of my reach. I sat and waited for the yelling to start. Instead, she offered me a tired smile. You've had quite a week, Cash. You know, there was time I would have portaled through as soon as I knew you were in trouble. Now they've got me chained to this fucking desk. Now she stood and walked to the window, looking out at the dark night. Well, let's have it. Start with the reliquary. I think I am caught up through there. Certainly, ma'am. If I may ask, how is Agent Rutherford? Barnum looked over her shoulder at me with a dismissive wave. Oh, he'll be fine. I've read his file. This is hardly the first time the Med boys dragged him back here in pieces. Normal man would have been dead 10 times over. Something about his archetypal powers. Stiff upper lip, I provided. What's that? She looked confused. Teddy. He calls it his stiff upper lip. I specified. Ah, she nodded. That's cute. And Tina? She's fine, Cash. Mild concussion, separated shoulder, twisted ankle. She won't even miss a day of work. Oh good. Relief flooded through me. The numbness that had been protecting my sanity began to recede. I let go of something I didn't know I had been holding on to. And I had been holding on tight. She's also suffering from an extreme case of magical fatigue, which, well, you have some explaining to do. Director Barnum raised an eyebrow. Jackson returned with a glass pitcher of water and several glasses. He set the tray down in front of me and left the room without a word. I grabbed a glass and tried to pour water into it. My hand was shaking so badly, I had to set it on the table and use both hands to steady the pitcher. I eventually filled the glass and drained it in one long, gulping draft. And then I told the story. I started with Billy in the alley. Barnum returned to her desk while she listened. She didn't interrupt, but she was taking notes. It was hard to gauge her reaction, but she only seemed genuinely mad when I talked about Chief Northcutt. When I was finished, she made me go over some points again. The tattoos. The tree. The dagger. What happened to Tina? And she made me describe Northcutt's death in enough detail that she must have been taking some kind of sick pleasure in it. She lit another cigarette. Ma'am, if I may ask? What was the deal with Director Northcutt? What can you tell me? Barnum took a long drag, nodding her head before stubbing out the half-smoked cigarette. He's a piece of shit. Was a piece of shit. He got drummed out of New York, probably over that dagger. The file is sealed, even for me. My directive and part of the reason I was assigned here was to get rid of him. I knew he was taking things from evidence. I was taking my time to make sure he ended up in prison instead of the unemployment line. I must have looked shocked because she laughed. You've done such a good job, I forget this is your first week. You probably think there is discipline coming at the end of this. The thought had crossed my mind, ma'am. I took off my hat, just realizing I had been wearing it the whole time, sitting there. The Stetson looked like it had just come out of the box, and I caught my reflection in the window. No hat head. Truly magic. Cash. This is the job. This is what we do. Our agents are expected to take certain liberties with their investigations. As a result, situations like Chief Northcutt are not exactly rare. I would have liked a little more notice before you storm a warehouse with a cripple, but I certainly understand your reasoning. Barnum stood up and walked from behind her desk. You did a great job, Cash. You closed the case. Several cases. She placed a hand on my shoulder. There won't be any firings or discipline. Just a shitload of paperwork. She placed my Bowie knife in my hand and leaned back up against her desk. Wrinkles I hadn't noticed before creased her eyes and mouth. We got a prelim report from FD. The building was a total loss. The fire didn't respond to any water and they had to secure the area while it burned itself out. There was nothing left but melted metal and scorched foundation. The lab boys are going to be pissed they didn't get to look at that tree. It was evil. I spit. She frowned. It was being used for evil. You'll find that things are never so black and white. She sighed and picked up a form from her desk, handing it to me. You are being placed on administrative leave for 1 week. Standard procedure for shootings, or in your case, stabbings such as this. It's not a punishment. Just time for you to get your shit together and decide if you still want to work here. I do, ma'am. I feel like I was made for this place. I spoke without thinking. She looked at me appraisingly. You might be right. I missed it before, but I see it now. Go home. Get some sleep. Take a walk. She sniffed and wrinkled her nose. Take a shower. Drink some beer. Someone will call you for a reinstatement interview. But until then. She looked at me seriously. Try and live in the real world for a while. It's the only way any of this, she gestured around her, makes sense. I stood and put my hat on, making my way to the door. I had just opened it when Director Barnum called my name again. She was sitting behind her desk now, and a bottle of bourbon had appeared. And Cash, she smiled winningly. Welcome to the Agency for Metanatural Investigations. Epilogue. I pushed through the batwing doors of the saloon. It had been a while, I was beginning to think I wouldn't ever see it again. It was different now, more lively. A guitar was now accompanying the tinkling piano, which now had a live player. There was a table set up in the corner where 5 men glowered at each other over a weathered set of playing cards. A pretty blonde woman in a white off-the-shoulder blouse and voluminous black skirt smiled up at me from wiping down a table. I smiled back and tipped my hat, which I realized that I was wearing. My father was still in his seat at the bar, but now he was joined by several others. I sat on my usual stool, and the bartender slapped down a glass. I noticed there were now 2 barmen working the stick. They both wore a slightly upgraded uniform and my man poured from a bottle with an actual label. The liquor wasn't nearly as cloudy as before and drinking it down didn't make me want to pull my own tongue out. My father turned to me with a huge smile. You did it, son. I was worried for you, but you pulled through. Nice hat, by the way. I couldn't help but smile back. Thanks, Dad. I am glad that I could make things square for you and Ma. I had never called her Ma in my life, but it seemed appropriate. He looked at the ceiling and listened to what only he could hear, frowning slightly. Don't judge me too harsh. It's a difficult business. I imagine you'll face monsters of your own before too long. Like Nietzsche said, I mumbled to myself. The barman refilled our glasses. My father took a sip and whistled. Boy, this is an improvement. Can hardly taste the tobacco. He smiled at me grimly. Maybe you'll find a better way. I hope that you do. But whatever path you take, I want you to know that I am proud of you. I sipped my own rotgut. He was right, it was a damn sight better. What he said disquieted me. I didn't have any dark memories of my father, but the road to hell was paved with good intentions. What had this line of work done to him? What would it do to me? I remembered the ease with which the dagger had slid into Adler's chest. I might have gunned down 30 men that day. Was I already a monster? I'll do my best, was all I could offer. My old man looked me directly in the eye for the first time since I started dreaming of him. I know you will, son. I know you will. He was talking to me, rather than at me. It was a subtle difference, but there it was. He finished his drink and began to fade from sight, a vanishing apparition. Come by and visit, when you can. He smiled his warm, fatherly smile. The one that I remembered from my childhood. And then he was gone. I was alone at the bar. Well, not quite alone. The bartender was there, and he didn't look amused. You gonna settle his tab, or are we going to have a problem? He asked brusquely. I awoke with a start, reaching for a wallet that wasn't there. 1 week of leave had turned into 2. I returned to work with plenty of smiles and pats on the back. Teddy was there, smiling his shit-eating grin. The whole thing was just another day at the salt mine, as far as he was concerned. Nothing to bother about, as if nearly being split into was a minor inconvenience at best. Tina was poked and prodded for a few days before she was finally declared a fire mage. From what I could gather, no one exactly understood what had happened to her. Adla's work was legitimately groundbreaking. She had been given a crash course on magic by the agency's finest mages and she had shown tremendous aptitude. The way Teddy explained it to me, Tina's connection through the veil was narrow, so she was not able to draw upon large amounts of power at once. But her control over the power that she could draw through was extraordinary. She would be a subject of study for the foreseeable future, but the agency figured the best way to deal with her new powers was a promotion. She was now Special Agent Goodwin. It was nice to have a partner to study the policy and procedure with, and we both passed all the testing with flying colors. Director Barnum promoted Agent Lucas Faulkner to Chief of Investigative Services, replacing Northcutt. The rumor was that they had to beg the doppelganger to take the position, but an undisclosed agreement convinced him. Teddy joked that they probably gave him an unlimited line of credit at Neiman Marcus, but Lucas wasn't talking. That left Alicia without a partner. To everyone's surprise, she immediately agreed to take Tina on. I think this shocked Tina most of all, and I hope it made some inroads into her prejudice. They both seemed pleased as punch over the arrangement, and I had to admit, they made a badass pair. It was during an afternoon during my second week back that Agent Ruthersford and now Chief Faulkner swung by my desk. Teddy carried a leather duffel and a mischievous grin. I had finally just put a bow on all the paperwork from what we were calling the Adler incident. Faulkner started. I hope you enjoyed your vacation, Renshaw, 'cause it's over. We aren't paying you to sit around this office and pound on that keyboard. He winked at me. His eyes were both green today. Yes, sir, Chief. I'm eager to get back out there. Do we have a new case? We do, Teddy confirmed. Bank robbers. I eyed the pair questioningly. Bank robbers? I asked. Faulkner couldn't wait to deliver the punchline: vampire bank robbers. Teddy opened the duffel and pulled out my pistol rigs. Each holster now held a brand new Ruger New Vaquero pistol. He slapped down several boxes of special .357 rounds with wooden projectiles. Magnum stakes, we called them. I looked up at both of the men with a steely look in my eye as a grin crept across my face. Let's fucking go.